we do not destroy the Bali that we love. And that's the reason why we have Ecotourism Bali, which is a company that Ami and I founded, because we want to persuade all the stakeholders in the tourism industry that we need to make a move. We don't have to wait for anybody else. We don't have to wait, right? We can start to make a move towards sustainability. And that's what the world needs today. And that's what we want to do. So we want to move as many people as possible in this direction. And that's why we offer sustainable assessment and events such as these to create a network. Because the more people who are involved, well, it's going to get, the movement will just gather force. And that's what I think we need to see for Bali.
Thank you. Because gathering all the businesses, Ibu Susi, it's our community, there are challenges. How do you conquer all those challenges? And what is your goal this 2025? How many communities or business that you are aiming to gather for Ecotourism Bali?
Yes, there are challenges mainly because the stakeholders don't really understand perhaps how important ecotourism or sustainable tourism is for Bali and what it entails. And it scares people to know that, I have to, understand so many aspects and maybe my team is not prepared. Maybe I don't want to do this because then my score wouldn't be good and so on. But I think that the solution we provide is a comprehensive but a simpler solution than what is available, internationally. So we have developed a more locally based solution which is easy and yet very comprehensive in order to get everyone on the journey. So the biggest struggle, I guess, is to get everyone to be familiar with the concept of sustainability and to be able to want to commit. I think the commitment is the bigger thing, right, Pak Ed? Yes, the willingness to do this because it's for a greater good. And that's always a challenge that way. So we have events like these and lots of communication in order to allow people to hear more, see more, and experience more. And by doing that, then I think we're going to get many more people who want to be on board. And also, if you read the headlines, with climate change, with everything that's happening in Bali, around the world, this is what tourists are looking for. And that's what we want to convince everybody about. So that's the biggest challenge.
Thank you. And because the Ecotourism Bali is the sustainable verifications company in Indonesia, the first in Indonesia that is recognized under Travelist Global Compliance list. So congratulations.
Thank you.
To be assessed by Ecotourism Bali, maybe Ibu Ami can explain what is the steps for a company or for organizations.
Yeah, as of now, what is available from Ecotourism Bali is from two businesses for hotels and restaurant. So what they need to do is first just register at our website, and then the next step would be self-assessment. So hotel and restaurant can do you diagnose where you at in terms of sustainability. So after the self-assessment, then they got their score, and then our third-party independent auditor will verify the answer. So from that auditor check, then there will be a final score where they can earn the Eco-Climate Badge tier, like there's bronze, silver, and gold. And this kind of system is recognized globally by Travelist because, like Ibu Susi said, it is comprehensive, but really also needed for the local. So, because now many schemes, it can be overwhelming, what is available, but then we do really make it locally, so the impact is really like the first circle first, and then others can see the market or the tourists. It would be nice to see all hotels and restaurants or majority can do this assessment so they know where they're at and how can they improve. from the assessment.
Okay, so how many awards or assessment that will be given today at the Ecotourism Week?
Yeah, we're quite happy since we launched in September. There are already 21
21?
hotels and restaurants, so there are 19. There are 18 hotels and then 3 restaurants. They already did their assessment.
Okay.
And they did really great. So we're really happy from the result.
Okay, great. So, for this Ecotourism Week, can you explain what is the programs for today?
So the program, like the other program, the previous year, we have panel discussion. So there's always a theme that we highlight every year. This year is about what can we do for Bali. So it's a collective effort that all the stakeholders from the government, from the academia, from the businesses, and also from the supply chains, they are here gathered, and also from the media, of course. So we kind of have like 3 panel discussion, and then there are gonna be presentation. So if you see at the back of the hall, there are 50 exhibitors. They are all sustainable solution businesses. And out of 50, there will be 10 presenters. And it's going to be fun. After the coffee break, the second coffee break, they're going to pitch their businesses. So the idea is we want to, there's business matching from the hospitality industry, the businesses, that actually there's so many local solutions available in Bali. So if like sustainability is hard or it's difficult, I don't know where to connect to, I hope this could be the platform where they can do the matching, and then there are many local solutions here. So that's the program today.
So it's a full day exciting program. Thank you very much for Ecotourism Bali team. We move to Bapak Edbrea. As a business, what is motivate the Meru Sanur and Bali Beach Hotel to collaborate with Ecotourism Bali for this Ecotourism Week event?
Well, I think first of all, the Ecotourism Week is all about awareness. And I think, what is offered is an opportunity for people to become more aware of sustainability and what it means to Bali. And what can we do for Bali, as individuals. For us, it neatly aligns, with all of our core values, okay? Especially when it comes to the environment. Some of you, I'll speak a little bit later on this afternoon, on how that all kind of envelopes in, but, it starts with a willingness to, have that awareness, okay, and then do something about it, okay? And, one small steps at a time, okay? Everybody working together for the same cause, okay, which is to make a better Bali. And I think, a lot of times when we read about, how the government here has approached it, it's really about everybody taking responsibility for themselves. Like with waste management, for example. Everybody can complain about waste management and not being efficient and this and that, and what the city and the government's not doing, but it's been put back to us now. What are you doing about it? As an individual unit, or for us, because we're part of the special economic zone here. And again, I'll speak to a little bit later on that in my talk, but the special economic zone has been created for medical tourism, including the 2 hotels, the convention center, which you sit in right now, as well as the hospital, which is now open. And you've got 12 clinics attached to that. So when we attract medical tourism to Bali, okay, what they expect is world-class standards. World-class standards not only in the hospital, but in the hotel. And part of that is making sure that we have a responsible, sustainability program to support that ecosystem. Because this Kawasan is 42 hectares. So if we don't really have all of our, act together when it comes to doing everything we can from a sustainability perspective, it has a very, very high impact on the rest of the community around us. So it's very important that, we get on board. We have gotten on board, obviously, with making sure, because we have a whole nother layer of complexity here with, like, for example, medical waste. Medical waste is a whole nother issue of just, beyond just taking out the trash, for example, because it's hazardous materials. So, those type of things all have to be accounted for. And, I think there's a lot of challenges there, outside of that, and I think we're trying to do the best we can to make sure that we set the example. We're a state-owned company as well, right? So as part of BUMN, it's also our responsibility not only to follow the government regulations, but take advice from other private organizations like Ecotourism Bali Week to really try to promote it, to make sure there's a more of an awareness in the community about what they can do to help. Because a lot of times, again, we don't really ask ourselves, we're always asking, what can Bali do for us? But it's not really what Bali can do for us, it's what can we do for Bali. And when it comes to sustainability, that's really a good foundation for all of us to build, because if we don't, tourism becomes, not sustainable. And the complaints of over-tourism and that view that, Bali's not a clean place, okay, or a comfortable place to come because of that, the water quality is not right, these type of things, these all have to be addressed. But it starts with all of us first, okay, making sure we do everything we can as individuals and as companies to contribute to that. Yeah.
Thank you. So it is great to see as a state-owned business collaborate with the private sector, with the non-profit organizational sector for this towards advancing green tourism for Indonesia. So let's give a big round of applause of this collaborative effort. And Ibu Ririn is our sustainable art artist in residence. After our first opening beach cleaning activations this morning with the media at the beach, you passed by our Sukarno Lounge, the Bali Beach Sukarno Lounge, and you saw the sustainable art installation by Ibu Ririn. And as well here, you can also see her artwork between this area and the exhibitors area. Maybe Ibu Ririn can explain more what is these art installations and what ways that you use to create these beautiful masterpieces.
So, thank you very much. So my artwork, its title is Weaving Hope. So it's basically I want to bring in hopes, not just for myself, but it's for all of us, who live, especially who live in Bali. What can we do for Bali? This is one of the things that I want to show for people to see the artwork and stop and thinking and what we have done to Bali and what we will do for Bali in terms of the waste management. As Ed said, and Bu Susi and Mbak Ami said, that is we all have responsibility for all the waste that we create in this world. So, as an artist myself, I always trying to using sustainable material. So I use either something that biodegradable or natural, obviously, or something that waste from waste, or something that repurpose. That is always my practice. So that is my way of giving back as an artist. It's by doing that. So I believe at the moment is more and more artists is doing the same way. That basically sustainability is the way we have to go anyway in this world. So there is no other way to live in this world other than being sustainable and being responsible to our earth for our future generation. So yes, and back to the material that I use is I'm so glad and Mbak Melody and Pa Ed giving me the opportunity to use their waste.
Thank you to reuse our waste.
Yes, so when I work, I look up what I have. Like I will see it, what they have, and from there then I will thinking and what can I do with it. And I think in these instances, it's really, I really want to show that it's these ways can create a narration to discuss something. So people stop and think of, okay, what is this from? Oh, that's from the waste, from the hotel, which is from luxury things that we love, obviously. But yes, so it's just for thought and discussion and what can we do after this and what can we do for Bali? Back to that again. So yes, so that is pretty much it, to sum up everything about the artwork. And the one that is in the middle in the Sukarno Lounge is the figures of women. So I want to also put in there is a little bit of feminine of, from me, as like, women empowerment on the waste and sustainability, just to insert it in there a little bit.
Wearing the Balinese
Yes,
dress.
kabaya.
Yeah,
Yes,
kabaya.
just to show that we are women also, fight for this better world.
Wow.
Yes, and I still kind of, it's finished, but it's sort of half finished because I want to, we will have a program in the future that is doing the weaving together. So I want to finish up together with maybe some of you if you are interested to do it. And I use very simple, probably the simplest way of weaving, because I just want to show you that by doing the very simplest thing, actually, when you do it again and again and again and again, with a persistent and with never give up as well, actually can create something that bigger than what it is. Yeah, that's why I'm using that particular stitches. That's in crochet. It's just basically it's just chain stitches, which is the simplest what it is. But yes, so I just want to show that sometimes it doesn't need to be so complicated to create something big. Thank you.
That's a great quote for this morning. Started small and sometimes doesn't need complicated things to start big things, such as sustainability. We hope we will have more people like Ibu Ririn to be creative and what we can do for Bali from for maybe recycling our waste or upcycle our other products of plastics. It's a very great discussions this morning. We will throw some of the questions from the media maybe before we wrap up this press conference. Ada pertanyaan mungkin dari media? Maybe you can stand up, please, Sue.
Don't think. Oh, there we go. Can you tell me a bit about what is in the waste that has gone into the artwork? Do we know what sort of waste is in there?
Sorry, what is it again?
What sort of waste from the hotel has been used in the weaving?
So mainly it's a plastic and textile waste, and also in this part, for example, is I use the branches from the garden and also the waste from pool deck. It was a plank, wood plank. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Is there any more questions? Ada pertanyaan lain?
Oke, pertanyaannya untuk ecotourism, ya, for the ecotourism. Do you have a special program how to collect the plastic waste or anything from the community or Balinese people, personal?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So Ecotourism Bali focuses more to the businesses, especially in the hospitality. So as of now, our program for the reducing of plastic is about raising awareness and how to do it for the hotel and restaurant. So with the community, what we do is the Regenerative Bali program. One of it is the beach cleanup. And then we also do like a lot of waste picking when we do planting mangrove. So that we do with the coastal community. So there are two things about the plastic reduction. So first is for the businesses, that's through training, that's through the guidelines. And then the second one, what we did is with the community directly, is through Regenerative Bali program. So we did a lot of beach cleanup, and then also the make sure when we planting the mangrove, we make sure that we take the trash and engage also with the participant that one of the things that the mangrove could not survive is because of the plastic. So we always pick it up from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu. One more questions before?
Thank you. I want to ask Ibu Ririn about your artwork. Is there any philosophy behind the waving hope, and what is the meaning of the waving hope itself? That's all. Thank you.
It's a weaving hope, so it gives us a hope from something small that can be something bigger for our life. And yes, that is basically what I want to convey for people to just stop and think of for if it's the weaving hope itself is sort of there is two meaning in a way. Is for your personal hope that never give up, and yes, like there is always a way. There is always a way to stand up again if you are in the bottom situation of your life. But at the same time, it's also I want to convey about the message on using the ways that it's there is always second chance in using something that is considered as a waste into something else, into something that can be meaningful, and at the same time is give a message to the world that we have this problem of waste, and we need to think and stop and what can we do with these waste. So it's not just for me as an artist I'm using it, but it's also for other people. We have the choice in our life to do a better. So that is what we have to do, all of us really, in terms of waste. It's like, what can we do? What can we do at home, about this waste? Because everything is start from home. The waste that we create, we should clean it ourselves, isn't it? I mean, it's not really nice when we think of like we make a mess and then let somebody else clean up. So it's the sort of message that I want to make a discussion out of this artwork to be more aware of what we are facing in the waste world that is it's just everywhere is waste. And it's become such a huge, huge, huge problem in our life. Thank you.
Thank you. Terima kasih. Thank you for the questions, and thank you for all the questions. We close this press conference. I would like to say thank you for all the media to come today for the opening. Since in the opening when we do the beach cleaning machine showcase at the beach, and then this press conference. Thank you Ibu Ami, Ibu Susi, Bapak Ed, and Ibu Ririn. Thank you very much.
Once again, one big round of applause for all of the panelists and also the moderator. Please stay on the stage. Do we have videos to display for the press con?
Good day, everyone. Rahmi and I are excited to share a milestone moment, not just for ecotourism Bali, but for Bali and Indonesia in global sustainable tourism.
Yes, after years of hard work with communities, businesses, and partners, we have reached international recognition that proves local action can make a global impact.
First, Ecotourism Bali is now affiliated with Climate Friendly Travel, a global low-carbon tourism initiative by SunX Malta.
Second, our Eco-Climate Badge is now officially listed among just 60 certification bodies compliant with Travelist, making us the first from Bali and Indonesia to be recognized alongside EarthCheck and Green Globe.
This opens the door for our verified hotels and restaurants to meet international standards and gain visibility on global platforms.
Third, Ecotourism Bali is now live on bcos.eco, connecting us to major online travel agents like Booking.com and Expedia, giving verified partners access to global markets.
And finally, we're now a signatory of the Global Tourism Plastics Initiative, led by the UN Environment Programme and UN Tourism, to push for real action on plastic waste reduction in the tourism industry.
Each of these milestones is a step forward for us and for everyone who has believed in community-powered sustainability.
From Bali to the world, we're here because of you, and we'll keep moving forward together. Thank you. Terima kasih. Matur suksma.
One big round of applause for Ecotourism Bali for leading a sustainable tourism in Bali. Thank you so much for all panelists, moderator, and also the media that has contributed in spreading the word and building a more sustainable tourism in Bali. This is definitely a collective step from all of us and definitely deserve a public's attention. We would like to welcome all of the panelists and also the moderator to stand up for a photo. Boleh berdiri di depan untuk berfoto bersama. And after this, we would like to welcome all of you to enjoy coffee break just outside of the hall. But don't go anywhere as we will be back at 9:50 to start the opening of Ecotourism Week 2025. We'll see you in a bit.
Of 369,000 kilograms of CO2 annually. The program also sets ambitious annual targets to maximize its impact, planting 1,500 baby corals, installing 150 reef structures, and restoring 150 square meters of seabed tree coral restoration. Planting 6,000 mangrove seeds and restoring 2,000 square meters of coastal habitats, planting 250 trees across 250 square meters of land, and releasing 300 baby turtles to support marine biodiversity. These efforts are critical in addressing urgent environmental challenges such as climate change, coastal erosion, and the loss of biodiversity. They also play a vital role in preserving ecosystems that millions of people rely on for livelihoods and well-being. On the social side, the Regenerative Bali program has positively impacted more than 1,000 local communities, including fishermen, students, coastal families, and entire villages through sustainable livelihoods, environmental education, and support for coastal resilience. By connecting conservation efforts with tangible community benefits, the program fosters long-term ecological and social harmony. These moments of impact stay with your team, inspiring them to become ambassadors for environmental change, both within your company and beyond. By highlighting these initiatives, we not only act for today, but also build a sustainable future for generations to come. Ready to make a difference? Join the Regenerative Bali program today and be a part of creating a climate-positive future while empowering local communities. Together, we can restore ecosystems, inspire change, and leave a lasting legacy. Don't wait, take the first step toward a greener tomorrow and contact us now to get started.
Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Namo Buddhaya. Selamat pagi dan selamat datang di pembukaan resmi Ecotourism Week 2025. Let's give one big round of applause for Ecotourism Week 2025. A warm welcome to the opening of Ecotourism Week 2025. This week is not just an event, but it's a movement to rethink about tourism in Bali. I'm Windy Prazanti with my partner.
Dwi Iskandar.
It's such an honor for us to be here and to lead this monumental event.
You know, Windy, when I think about Bali, I imagine its breathtaking landscape,
Definitely.
vibrant culture, and warmth of its people. But behind the beauty lies a responsibility to prepare for generations to come. This event is our collective call to action.
That's right, Mas Dwi. And today, we also have the honor of welcoming some incredible leaders who are shaping Bali's future. Let's take a moment to acknowledge their presence. Kami ucapkan selamat datang kepada yang terhormat Bapak Iwayan Koster selaku Gubernur Bali, diwakilkan oleh Bapak Iwayan Sumarajaya selaku Kepala Dinas Pariwisata Bali. Selamat datang. Kepada Profesor Dr. Andus Inyoman Sunarta, Bapak Trisno Nugroho, perwakilan dari Nangun Satketi Loka. Ibu Susi Hutomo, co-founder of Ecotourism Bali. Ibu Rahmi Fajar Harini, co-founder of Ecotourism Bali. Ibu Christine Huta Barat, CEO of PT Indonesia Natur in Journey Hospitality. And also to Mr. Ed Brea, the General Manager of the Meru.
Dan kami ingin mengucapkan terima kasih atas dukungan dari para sponsors dan partners yang sudah mendukung acara kita dari pagi hingga sore hari ini. Partners kami, Kita Bisa Design Studio,
Koalisi Ekonomi Membumi,
Bali Tourism Board,
Indonesia Marketing Association,
melalui MICE,
Eco Bali Recycle,
dan sponsor kita ada Hutton Wines,
Ecosystem Hotel,
Bank BPD Bali,
Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil,
Booking.com,
The Body Shop,
dan Sensasia.
Your unwavering support makes all of this possible. Now, let's create a moment of unity as we stand to sing Indonesia Raya, our national anthem. Kami undang Bapak Ibu sekalian untuk berdiri untuk menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya.
Thank you. You may be seated. To start our program, we would like to invite Ibu Rahmi Fajar Harini, Chairwoman of Ecotourism Week, to give the opening speech. Ibu Rahmi Fajar Harini, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, selamat pagi, and good morning everyone. Dengan penuh rasa syukur dan semangat, saya menyambut Bapak dan Ibu semua di Ecotourism Week 2025, konferensi tahun ketiga dari Ecotourism Bali dengan tema What Can We Do for Bali? Yang kami hormati Bapak Iwayan Koster selaku Gubernur Provinsi Bali yang diwakilkan oleh Bapak Iwayan Sumarajaya. Ibu Niluh, belum hadir ya. Ibu Christine Huta Barat, selamat pagi Ibu. Ibu Susi Hutomo, good morning Bu. Profesor Sunarta, Om Swastiastu. Pak Edbrea, good morning. Pak Trisno, Pak Wayan, selamat pagi, and everybody that have joined us today. Acara ini bukan hanya milik kami, tapi milik kita semua. Sebuah kolaborasi besar dari berbagai pihak yang peduli dan bergerak bersama untuk pariwisata yang bertanggung jawab, berkualitas, dan berkelanjutan. Kami ingin menyampaikan terima kasih sebesar-besarnya kepada sponsor, pendukung, exhibitor, partners, dan tentunya seluruh anggota Tourism Kolektif Ecotourism Bali. Tanpa kolaborasi, kita tidak akan bisa sejauh ini. Tahun ini adalah langkah besar bagi kami semua, karena program Eco Climate Badge yang kami bangun berdiri sejak awal telah diakui secara global. Kami telah menjadi bagian dari Travelist, sebuah inisiatif dari Pangeran Harry, the Duke of Sussex, yang mendorong transparansi dan standar berkelanjutan di industri pariwisata. Dan yang kedua, kami juga telah menandatangani Global Tourism Plastic Initiative yang dipimpin oleh UN Environment Program dan UN Tourism, di mana kami telah berkomitmen untuk mengurangi penggunaan sampah sekali pakai di sektor pariwisata yang kami masukkan juga ke dalam modul-modul training kami. Yang ketiga, kami adalah partner dari Climate Friendly Travel, di mana ini adalah inisiatif dari SunX Malta yang fokus terhadap aksi nyata menuju net zero dan keberlanjutan iklim. Ini kami lakukan dengan program regeneratif Bali kami, bagaimana kita menjadi nature positif untuk Bali. Ini bukan sekedar pencapaian, tapi sebuah tanggung jawab bersama. Bukti bahwa langkah kecil dari lokal bisa punya dampak besar secara global. Asalkan kita konsisten dan bergerak bersama. Hari ini kami juga merayakan 21 hotel dan restoran yang sudah menyelesaikan program verifikasi berkelanjutan. Langkah mereka adalah bukti bahwa transformasi itu perlu dan kita bisa melakukannya bersama-sama. Di pameran tahun ini, kami juga menghadirkan lebih dari 40 exhibitor solusi lokal untuk sektor HoReCa. Dan yang paling membanggakan, nanti kita akan mendengar presentasi 10 dari bisnis lokal tersebut yang sudah terkurasi, yang menjawab tantangan keberlanjutan melalui inovasi nyata, sejalan dengan pedoman Ecotourism Bali. Di dalamnya ada tentang pengolahan sampah, pengalaman budaya, komunitas, dan sosial, pengadaan yang bertanggung jawab, konservasi air dan keanekaragaman hayati, teknologi dan mesin ramah lingkungan. Ecotourism Week 2025 adalah ruang kolaborasi, pertemuan antara kearifan lokal dan standar global. Sebuah gerakan yang menyatukan kita untuk menjaga bumi dan masa depan pariwisata. Semoga ini bisa bermanfaat untuk kita semua, untuk belajar, terinspirasi, dan terus bergerak bersama. Ibu Susi dan saya mengucapkan banyak terima kasih atas dukungan dan supportnya selama ini dan acara ini untuk kita semua. Terima kasih. Om Santi Santi Om. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Ibu Rahmi. Thank you so much, Ibu Rahmi, for the inspiring event. Up next, we have Mr. Ed Brea as the General Manager of the Meru, who will share his thoughts on this collaborative initiative. Mr. Ed Brea, time is yours.
Selamat pagi. It's with great pleasure on behalf of the Bali Beach Convention Center, our Heritage Hotel, the Meru Resort, the Sanur Special Economic Zone, the BIH International Hospital, and all of our partners. To welcome all of you here for today's event. Ecotourism is at the front right now for all of us to make sure we do everything we can to really make awareness the first cause of what we do. So it's so nice to see so many like-minded people here today, all of our partners, our hospitality colleagues, and our VIPs here from the tourism, my president of my company, and Journey Hospitality, to really, kind of spark it, I think that's really what's important today, for us all to go away with some thoughts about how things can progress. And really, at the end of the day, I think the overreaching theme has to be today, really as the custodians, as the guardians of the environment. We have to protect what the gods have given us. They call Bali the island of the gods. The isle of the gods is because we've been blessed with such a beautiful environment. So now we need to take care of it. So I think today the overreaching theme is really, not what Bali can do for us. We know what Bali has given us. It's what can we do for Bali. And I think if you can take that away today with that awareness and spark that willingness from all of us to contribute to that cause, I think we'll all be a better place, not only here for Bali, but for the future of Bali. And I think that's really what we're trying to do today. So again, I want to thank all of you for coming and supporting. Some interesting speakers today, and I'm sure they'll touch upon a lot of topics, and I hope we can take that away out of here to all of our colleagues and partners outside of this room today, and spread the gospel on behalf of everybody. But thank you again. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Mr. Ed Brea. Selanjutnya kami mengundang Bapak Iwayan Koster selaku Gubernur Provinsi Bali yang diwakilkan oleh Bapak Iwayan Sumarajaya, Kepala Dinas Pariwisata Bali, untuk membuka secara resmi Ecotourism Week 2025.
Bapak Ibu sekalian, pertama-tama saya permaklumkan bahwasannya Bapak Gubernur Bali belum bisa hadir pada kesempatan ini karena beliau masih ada acara terkait dengan kunjungan dari beberapa komisi DPR RI yang hari ini melakukan kunjungan ke Bali. Untuk itu saya sebagai Kadis Pariwisata Provinsi Bali ditunjuk untuk hadir dan bertemu dengan Bapak dan Ibu sekalian seperti itu. Mungkin saya perkenalkan diri dulu karena baru 3 minggu saya menjabat jadi Kepala Dinas ini. Jadi nama saya Sumarajaya, tadi sudah disampaikan. Sebelumnya saya tugas di Kepala Dinas Penanaman Modal dan PTSP Provinsi Bali. Ya, kurang lebih 1,5 tahun di sana. Kemudian mengemban tugas baru di Dinas Pariwisata. Pada Ibu sekalian, saya diberikan sambutan dari Bapak Gubernur. Untuk itu mohon izin saya akan membacakannya seperti itu. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Salam, Namo Buddhaya, dan Rahayu. Yang saya hormati Co-founder Ecotourism Bali, Ibu Rahmi Pajar Harini dan Ibu Susi Hutomo. Ya. CEO dari PT Hotel Indonesia, Ibu Dr. Christine Huta Barat. Ya. General Manager ya, Demeru, Mr. Ekri. Bapak Profesor Sunarte, ya, Pak Trisno, Pak Wayan, dan juga beberapa tokoh, akademisi, praktisi di bidang kepariwisataan yang sudah hadir pada kesempatan ini, dan yang utamanya adalah para undangan serta hadirin yang saya hormati. Pertama-tama mari kita mengaturkan puja pangastuti kehadapan Ido Sang Yang Widi Wasa, Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, karena atas asung kertawarnagrahonya ya, kita bisa hadir dalam keadaan sehat, walafiat, dan berbahagia untuk mengikuti acara Ecotourism Week ini. Ini suatu hal yang sangat berharga di dalam membangun pariwisata kita ke depannya seperti itu. Hadirin yang saya hormati, pariwisata Indonesia telah tumbuh dengan pesat, khususnya Bali. Namun pertumbuhan tersebut harus seiring dengan kesadaran akan dampak yang ditimbulkan. Kita tidak bisa menutup mata bahwa pariwisata yang tidak terkelola dengan baik dapat menimbulkan dampak yang negatif, baik terhadap lingkungan alam, sosial maupun budaya masyarakat setempat. Contohnya seperti sampah, ya, kemacetan, kemudian juga ada perilaku wisatawan yang abai terhadap nilai-nilai lokal dan lingkungan. Nah, hal ini tentu tidak hanya mengganggu kenyamanan ya dari kita semua termasuk wisatawan, tetapi juga ke depan bisa menggerus ya daya esensi dari daya tarik destinasi itu sendiri. Untuk itu kita perlu mengedepankan konsep pariwisata berkelanjutan, yaitu pariwisata yang tidak hanya menguntungkan secara ekonomi tetapi juga memperhatikan kelestarian lingkungan dan kesejahteraan masyarakat lokal. Membangun pariwisata yang ramah lingkungan, berbasis komunitas, dan bertanggung jawab, ini merupakan langkah-langkah nyata dalam mengurangi masalah yang ditimbulkan atau dampak negatif dari pariwisata. Sebagai langkah nyata, di Pemerintah Provinsi Bali telah mensosialisasikan diantaranya adalah mengurangi penggunaan plastik sekali pakai, ya. Pengolahan sampah berbasis sumber, menggunakan energi terbarukan di destinasi wisata, hingga melibatkan masyarakat lokal dalam pengambilan keputusan adalah bentuk nyata komitmen kita dalam menjaga sektor pariwisata ini. Dengan adanya penerapan pungutan wisata asing, juga kita harapkan ada kolaborasi dari semua pihak ya, untuk membangun ke depannya bagaimana pariwisata ini bisa berkelanjutan, seperti itu. Dengan adanya penerapan pungutan wisata asing bukan semata-mata kebijakan fiskal saja, melainkan sebagai sebuah ajakan moral agar setiap wisatawan yang datang ke Bali turut berkontribusi langsung pada pelestarian dan budaya lokal. Karena pungutan ini atau yang terkumpul nanti akan digunakan untuk membangun dan melestarikan budaya dan juga lingkungan kita yang selama ini sangat menunjang kelestarian dari pembangunan pariwisata ini. Upaya yang lain yang dilakukan adalah melakukan upaya percepatan standarisasi dan sertifikasi destinasi wisata berkelanjutan. Standar ini harus menjadi kompas bersama, tidak hanya bagi pelaku usaha, tetapi juga bagi pemerintah, komunitas lokal, dan wisatawan. Sebuah destinasi yang memiliki sertifikasi berkelanjutan bukan hanya lebih terpercaya, tetapi juga lebih siap menjaga lingkungan, budaya, dan kesejahteraan masyarakat setempat. Kita ingin menjadikan Bali bukan hanya indah untuk dilihat, tetapi juga layak untuk diwariskan kepada generasi yang akan datang. Hadirin yang saya banggakan, Ecotourism Week ini bukan sekedar perayaan, tetapi ajakan untuk bergerak sebagai ruang refleksi, edukasi, dan aksi nyata tentang bagaimana pariwisata yang seharusnya berkembang, bukan merusak atau membuat dampak-dampak yang negatif, tetapi bagaimana melestarikan budaya dan lingkungan kita untuk kemajuan ataupun keberlanjutan dari industri pariwisata itu sendiri. Mendorong sebuah gerakan bersama menuju pariwisata yang berkelanjutan, kita harus memastikan pelaksanaan pengelolaan sampah terintegrasi dalam setiap paket wisata, penerapan sistem transportasi cerdas dan ramah lingkungan didorong di destinasi-destinasi utama, menginformasikan dan mengedukasi terhadap perilaku wisatawan yang dilakukan secara masif dan kreatif, baik melalui media digital maupun pendekatan komunitas. Mari kita jadikan kegiatan ini sebagai titik tolak untuk mengakselerasi perubahan, memperluas wawasan, semangat dan komitmen baru untuk terus bergerak ke arah pariwisata yang lebih hijau dan beretika. Sebab pariwisata yang tidak berkelanjutan hanya akan menjadi sejarah kelam yang kita akan sesali di kemudian hari. Hadirin dan undangan yang berbahagia, demikian beberapa hal yang dapat saya sampaikan dalam kesempatan yang baik ini, dan sebelum saya mengakhiri sambutan ini, atas nama pemerintah Provinsi Bali, saya mengapresiasi terselenggaranya acara Ecotourism Week. Mari kita manfaatkan momen ini untuk belajar, berbagi, dan juga bertindak. Semoga ide Sang Yang Widiwasa, Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, senantiasa memberikan bimbingan dan tuntunan kepada kita sekalian, sehingga pikiran yang jernih dan suci datang dari segala penjuru. Akhirnya dengan mengucapkan Om Awigenam Astu Namo Sidam, maka Ecotourism Week pada hari ini, Rabu 28 Mei 2025, dinyatakan dibuka. Sekian dan terima kasih. Om Santi 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 Om. Gubernur Bali Wayan Koster. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih untuk kata pembuka oleh Bapak Iwayan Sumarajaya. What an energizing start. Do anyone feel the energy in this room?
Yes.
I think we can feel it more. So I would like to invite all of you to stand up now.
Let's make
So-
the room more warm, yeah?
Yes, definitely. So in Indonesian, there's a saying that says, tak kenal maka tak sayang. If you don't know the person next to you, then you cannot share the love with them. So
agree.
now, we prepare the best face and also the best expressions, and we say hello to the person next to us and say, hi, you look amazing today. You're here. Or if you don't know them yet, ask them their name.
Yep.
Ask them how are they, apa kabar.
Yes.
Supaya di ruangan ini kita saling kenal ya, Mas Dwi ya.
Ya, ternyata udah mulai nih, belum sudah mulai dari belakang sana ya.
Kalau udah saling kenal bisa ditanya tadi pagi sarapan apa?
Sudah minum kopi
belum? Sarapan.
Boleh tuker kartu nama juga ya?
Boleh dong, boleh tukar
dong,
kartu
ya.
nama juga. Nah, kalau sudah selesai boleh kami persilahkan untuk kembali ke tempat duduk.
Udah lebih warm rasanya.
Yes. Now can you feel the energy? Nah, sekarang udah mulai sibuk ngobrol nih
Iya,
kayaknya.
betul, betul.
I'll ask one more time. Do you feel the energy now? Can I have one big round of applause for
Tepuk
Ecotourism
tangan yang
Week
meriah buat kita
2025?
semua.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Okay, now before we start the event, so usually a quiz will come in the middle of the
Later,
event
or later,
like
yeah.
by the end of it.
Yeah.
But in here, I'm sure that most of you guys already come on the previous event. Siapa yang sudah pernah datang ke Ecotourism Week sebelumnya? Boleh angkat tangan? If you've been to the to the previous Ecotourism Week, you can raise your hand. Oh, actually, there are so many new
Some,
faces. So, we're going to introduce a little bit about Ecotourism Bali. Ecotourism Bali is a company that is founded by Ibu Suzy Utomo and also Ibu Rahmi, and has been helping a lot of companies, hotel, restaurants, and also cafes in Bali to be able to find the solutions to be more sustainable in the tourism world. Right, Mas Dwi?
Yes, that's right.
And now we have a couple of gifts from
Yeah.
Sensasha that we would like to spread. But we have a couple of quiz. So we have 5 quiz and we have 5 questions
Yep.
before we start the event to test if you actually already know or are you already introduced to the event that we're gonna have today, right?
Yes.
Apa nih pertanyaan pertama, Mas Di?
Are you
What's
guys
our
ready
first
with the
question?
quiz? Want to have some gifts? Okay, we're gonna start with the first question.
So we'll give you a question, and whoever that has the answer can raise your hand, and our committee will help you to answer the question.
Okay, let's start with our first quiz, yeah? Does anyone know about the theme of Ecotourism Week 2025? Anybody knows?
The theme of Ecotourism 2025. What's actually the topic that we're talking about today? Anyone can raise their hand? So we have a title.
Oh, we got one.
We got one?
Yeah, we
Yes?
got one over there. Mungkin ketika dapat undangan nggak baca kali ya.
Nah, makanya kita tes dulu
Iya,
nih
kita
supaya
tes ya.
ingat.
Mungkin kalau dapat undangan yang dilihat adalah tanggal dan tempatnya ya.
Iya, betul sekali.
Okay, your answer is?
Tes.
Tes. Yeah. Can you introduce yourself first, please?
Oh ya,
Nama saya Antonio.
Bapak Antonio ya.
Antonio.
Dari mana?
Dari Sanur. Sanur
Dari
tinggal di
Sanur.
sini.
Dari Sanur, oke.
Kalau nggak salah temanya ya itu tuh, what can we do for Bali? Kalau nggak salah.
Boleh disebutkan secara lengkap temanya?
Temanya what can we do for Bali, addressing the tourism challenge and
Super close. That's very close. What
can we do?
What can we do for Bali is very close to the answer, but we're gonna keep it for now. We can open for the second person who would like to answer.
Who would like to
yes,
add?
please.
Ibu, boleh?
Panitia boleh dibantu.
Teman-teman, Ibu di depan yang memakai kemeja putih, mau menambahkan, melengkapi mungkin? Silahkan Ibu.
Selamat pagi, saya dari Dinas Pariwisata Provinsi Bali.
Baik.
Jadi temanya adalah Addressing the Tourism Challenge and Building Sustainable Transformation.
Oke, kita simpan dulu jawabannya. Sudah mendekati ya? Boleh ada penjawab ketiga mungkin?
Satu lagi mungkin?
Nah, kalau misalnya kayak gini kan udah mulai hangat ya nih
Hangat,
kepalanya
ya.
supaya mulai berpikir, mengingat-ingat apa kira-kira tema dari Ecotourism Week 2025 ini. Mungkin clue-nya adalah nggak ada di screen ini nih. Kira-kira agak misterius ya, Bu Susi, tapi apakah ada di undangannya, Bu? Yes, ada di undangan ya. Kalau misalnya ada yang bawa undangan, boleh dibaca atau ada di Instagramnya Ecotourism Bali. Bisa dicek dulu apakah ada penjawab ketiga.
Tadi mungkin kalau ikut juga yang sesi pagi ya, tadi ada press conference mungkin. Teman-teman yang di belakang sana juga boleh ikut ya. Yang udah dari pagi ada, boleh?
Ada penjawab
Silakan.
ketiga, oke.
Ada penjawab ketiga, oh oke, kita
Silakan.
di sini dulu.
Boleh memperkenalkan diri terlebih dahulu?
Nama saya Adrian dari Kuta, dari Tribe Bali Kuta Beach. Timnya adalah The Future of Bali. What can we do and where do we go from here?
Yes, one big round of
Yes.
applause. Thank you so
Finally.
much for acknowledging the title or the topic of today's event. For sure. So, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce once again, the topic of Ecotourism Week 2025 is the future of Bali. What can we do and where do we go from here? Such an interesting questions, actually. It gives us all of the space to think about what is actually that we can do in this event. Because
Yep.
a lot of conference or a lot of event, you mostly just come there just to watch and just to listen. But at the end of the day, you don't really come home with a new solutions with what you can share to your office. But here at Ecotourism Bali, we have 50 exhibitors that offers amazing solutions for your hotels, restaurants, or cafe to be developed to become more sustainable.
Jadi kita punya PR juga ya setelah balik dari
Betul
acara
sekali.
ini. Setelah bubar, kita mikir kita bisa melakukan apa.
Betul, dan langsung ada jawabannya di dalam ruangan ini nih, semoga.
Betul.
Oke, kita bisa move on ke pertanyaan kedua. I think this one's gonna be easy, so prepare yourself. The next questions, we have a guest from Sensasha, is who are the co-founders of Ecotourism Bali?
Kalau nggak tahu kebangetan ini
Kalau
ya.
nggak tahu, kebangetan. Itu kayak belum ngopi. Ada penjawab pertama, ada ibu yang di belakang, pakai kacamata di atas kepala.
Co-founder nggak boleh ikut jawab ya.
Co-foundersnya nggak boleh ikut jawab.
Oke, ayo pertanyaan gampang banget. Boleh Ibu yang jas warna putih atau pink kurang jelas dari sini, boleh?
Ada dua ya Ibu,
Ya.
harus dijawab dengan lengkap.
Iya.
Iya.
Kedua co-founders,
Mau dicoba dulu mungkin?
ya.
Oke, saya coba.
Boleh perkenalkan diri terlebih dahulu
Oke,
Ibu?
Nama saya Nita Ardana. Saya dari The Wina Resort. Kebetulan saya di sini mewakili asosiasi. Jadi untuk co-foundernya itu adalah Ibu Susi Hutomo.
Ya, yang kedua?
Yang kedua, satu aja.
Oke.
Yang kedua belum kenalan.
Belum kenalan ya.
Apa Ibu? Kita
Oke.
undang hari ini memang supaya berkenalan.
Ya.
Ibu Rahmi Fajar Harini.
Yes, betul
Yes.
sekali. There are two co-founders of Ecotourism Bali. It's Ibu Susi Hutomo and Ibu Rahmi Fajar Harini.
Itulah Indonesia. Mereka saling support tadi. Nanti
Dibagi
dibagi dua ya.
hadiahnya.
Indonesia memang begitu ya, kita saling support. We
Yes.
support each other.
Bantu
to-
tetangga.
Bantu tetangga, betul. And we have still another gift
Three,
ya,
yes,
and
we
we
still
have
have three
more
questions.
quiz, ya. So
The third
earlier
questions?
today,
Yeah.
one of our co-founder mentioned also sudah berapa kali ya event ini diadakan. So yang pernah mengikutin beberapa tahun yang lalu misalnya, ada yang tahu nggak tahun ini sudah yang keberapa diadakan?
Wow.
Bingung nih siapa ini?
Mungkin
Ya,
kita boleh
Mbak Windy boleh pilih.
kita boleh memilih yang paling depan dulu deh. Mas yang pakai baju biru.
Oke. Tahun ini Ecotourism Week diadakan yang keberapa?
Tahun ini,
Boleh
perkenalkan nama saya Kun dari Mengwi. Ya, saya bergerak di travel agent. Untuk tahun ini yang ketiga.
Betul sekali. Dari panitia boleh membantu?
Tepuk tangan.
Effortless
Terima
ya
kasih.
jawabnya langsung.
Langsung
Kita
tahu
suka
ya.
nih kalau misalnya penjawabnya seperti ini.
Iya, oke.
Percaya diri dan benar.
Berarti penggemar berat nih.
Penggemar berat.
Iya.
Kira-kira ini apakah sudah 3 kali juga datang?
Baru pertama.
Wow,
Oke.
luar biasa. Selamat datang. Semoga kita akan bertemu lagi di tahun-tahun berikutnya dan juga semoga di acara hari ini membawakan banyak sekali buah untuk PR dan juga membantu usahanya. Okay, we have the fourth questions. Now that all of you has been here, of course you came in through the door that passed all of the exhibitors. I want you to mention 5 of your favorite exhibitors. Just 5. We have 50. Okay?
Sebutkan 5 peserta yang ada di belakang kita di sana, yang memiliki booth di sana. Ada 5, mungkin boleh di-mention. Silahkan teman panitia di belakang untuk memberikan mikrofonnya. Yang mana? Oh, situ. Oke, silahkan.
Selamat pagi, perkenalkan saya Bella dari Komo Uma Canggu. Untuk exhibitionnya ada Eco Bali, Maggie Farm, Eco Lab, Samsasara, Five Pilar, Quantum Temple.
Oke, panitia apakah sudah benar jawabannya? Boleh diulangin sekali lagi mungkin?
Dari Eco Bali, Eco Lab, Maggie Farm, terus ada Samsara, Five Pilar, Quantum Temple.
Apakah sudah benar dari panitia? Jawabannya
Jawabannya
kira-kira?
peserta
betul?
tadi ada 5. Oke, terima kasih jawabannya. Tepuk tangan yang meriah buat dari The Como ya.
Dan juga untuk 50 exhibitors.
Oke.
Nah, berhubung masih banyak nih
Yeah.
exhibitorsnya yang belum kesebut.
Yeah.
Mungkin dari tadi kebanyakan yang menjawab di sisi sebelah kanan kita.
Yeah,
Mungkin
betul.
kita buka lagi kesempatan untuk yang menjawab dari sisi kiri. Apakah? Ya,
Oke.
teman panitia bisa dibantu mikrofonnya di pojok sebelah sana.
The question is for those who don't understand bahasa Indonesia, we have 50 exhibitors and please mention 5 companies. Yeah.
Selamat pagi, Om Swastiastu.
Selamat pagi.
Perkenalkan saya dengan Andy Hermawan dari Arkamara di Jiwa Ubud. 5 ya Mbak ya?
Yes,
5.
betul.
Saya punya 8 sih, mau saya sebutin semua?
Boleh dong. Mau sambil promosi juga boleh nanti.
Yang pertama BPD Bali pasti itu, kelihatan banget soalnya. Kemudian Novelum, Spa Factory Bali, kemudian ada Global Food Partner, Maggie Farm, kemudian ada Avani.
Oke.
Sudah cukup?
Sudah cukup, tapi
Oke.
boleh ditunjukin itu sebenarnya lagi ngelihat HP atau lihat kartu nama karena
Kartu
tadi
nama
udah ukuran.
semua.
Oh,
Iya.
keren banget ini berarti
Keren
sudah
banget.
visiting the exhibitors.
Oh,
ya?
sudah,
Yes.
sudah.
That's good, that's good.
Tepuk tangan.
Tepuk tangan.
Thank you.
Oke.
Oke, masih banyak sekali exhibitors yang ada di Ecotourism Week 2025 ini. Dan tentunya kita masih sangat mensupport untuk exhibitors daftar untuk tahun selanjutnya nih Mas Dwi
Betul,
ya.
betul.
Dan di sini kayaknya orang-orangnya sama sekali nggak pelit untuk membagi kontak. Jadi kalau misalnya ada di ruangan hari ini, we hope that you gonna exchange contacts with how many people do we have? 400s? 300s today.
yeah.
Wow, that's such an amazing number. I think it's one of the biggest ecotourism weeks so far. And yes, hopefully that you come back with so many solutions, so many new friends, and so many new colleagues maybe, yes?
Every year is getting bigger, ya?
Yes,
Yeah.
definitely. Okay, we still have 2 gifts.
We have,
okay.
yeah, we still
We
have
still
2.
have 2 gifts.
All right.
What's the next question, Mas
Yeah,
Dwi?
I got one. Let's start after this thinking about more questions, yeah,
Yes.
because we have more gift to share. Okay, I love colors. Do you like colors? What is your favorite colors?
My favorite color is purple.
Purple. Okay, let's talk about colors. Kita berbicara tentang ecotourism Bali.
Yes.
So, if we are talking about ecotourism Bali, do you have in your mind what color is so related to ecotourism Bali? Ada satu warna yang relate banget dengan ecotourism Bali. Does anyone know about?
Representing colors. Why do you
Yes.
think that it's important, Mas Dwi? As a fashion designer, why do you think colors is important to represent the brand?
It's kind of like identity as well.
It's an
You know?
identity.
Yeah.
I think it also shows your value,
Yes,
right?
correct,
The value of the
correct.
brand.
So,
So,
come on.
the question would be, what color represents ecotourism Bali? Anyone knows?
Oh, okay. We got one. Let's hope the answer is correct.
Yes, I'm Dia Permana from Melali Mais.
Okay.
I think green is
Green.
the most related color.
Yes, green.
Why
One
did
big
you
round.
come up with green?
Because green representing sustainability,
Okay.
green tourism, green
Okay.
Bali. So that
And
is why.
also, we see a lot of people walking around in this room with some greens on, yeah?
Yes, I think
Okay.
so. Yeah.
All right.
From the uniform you have. Yes.
Yes, that's correct. Oke, jawabannya betul sekali.
Jawabannya betul
Selamat
sekali.
sudah
Terima
mendapatkan
kasih.
hadiah dari Sensas
Ecotourism
ya.
Bali. Mungkin boleh Bu Suzy, if you don't mind to also tell us, how did you pick the color of green? Why do you think green represents ecotourism in Bali? And what message are you trying to deliver?
Oh, hi, yes. Yes, definitely it's green. Green because Bali is full of green. And green obviously signifies sustainability. And if you can see in our logo, it's about also, how do you say, the full
Regenerative?
circularity. There are 3 arrows, green arrows going around. So we believe in a circular economy. And of course, our beautiful green island of Bali.
Wow, such an amazing color, green. That's also one of my favorite color.
Yes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we've started the morning with a beautiful Q&A session, some giftings to start the day. But now we would like to dive further into the heart of our theme, the future of Bali. What can we do and where do we go from here? The session is not just a discussion, it's a roadmap, and we will hear from Bali's key tourism leaders about balancing growth with preserving our cultural and ecological heritage. Mas Dwi, don't you think that this balance is what makes Bali?
Absolutely, Windy. Bali is a place where tradition and innovation meet. This session will address challenges and inspire solutions for a sustainable future. Let's welcome our moderator, Ibu Sandrina Malakiano, Deputy CEO of Mall Park Indonesia, and her esteemed panelists.
One big round of applause for Ibu Sandrina Malakiano. Stage is yours, Ibu.
Selamat pagi menjelang siang semuanya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Shalom, salam kebajikan, Rahayu Sarang Senamian. It's an honor, kehormatan bagi saya, Sandrina Malakiano, untuk menjadi bagian dari acara ini. Terima kasih Bu Susi dan teman-teman Ecotourism Bali kembali mengajak saya. I am a proud Sanurian. Jadi forum ini saya punya kepentingan pribadi juga. Pak Kadis, Prof, Ibu Christine, Bu Susi. Semua yang hadir di sini saya yakin sudah sering sekali mengikuti seminar atau forum di mana kita membicarakan hal yang sama berulang-ulang, tapi rasanya seperti tidak maju-maju. Tapi saya punya keyakinan karena yang berbicara di forum ini adalah orang-orang yang betul-betul pejuang yang selalu dengan gigih, pantang mundur, memperjuangkan hal yang sama dengan sepenuh hati. We will get and find a solution yang bisa dipraktekkan untuk mencapai apa yang menjadi tujuan kita bersama hari ini. Soal tema sudah dibahas berkali-kali, kita sudah tahu ini adalah yang ketiga kalinya. Saya mohon tepuk tangan untuk Ecotourism Bali, karena sudah semakin besar kegiatannya, pesertanya banyak sekali. Dan saya ingin semua yang hadir ini benar-benar bisa take part, bukan hanya menjadi pendengar pasif, tapi menjadi pemain. Karena kita semua pelaku dan kunci dari semuanya adalah kolaborasi. Baik, tanpa berpanjang kata, saya akan mengundang para pembicara kita. Yang pertama saya akan mengundang Ibu Susi Utomo. Dari tadi sudah berulang kali diperkenalkan. Silakan Bu Susi langsung bergabung naik ke atas panggung. Bu Susi ini adalah sosok pengusaha yang selalu gigih, antusias dalam bekerja, seorang aktivis lingkungan yang berdedikasi tinggi. Silakan Bu Susi di sofa. Ya. Sejak 2011 Bu Susi sudah menjadi climate presenter bersama Project The Climate Reality Project yang dipimpin oleh mantan wakil Presiden Amerika Serikat dan juga aktivis lingkungan Al Gore. Bu Susi adalah anggota Dewan Pengawas Yayasan Kehati, yayasan yang fokus pada keanekaragaman hayati, ekosistem kehutanan, pertanian dan kelautan. Tidak pernah lelah berupaya berjuang untuk membuat perubahan melalui jalur aktivisme, kebijakan, dan public influence demi masa depan yang lebih baik, sustainable, berkelanjutan. Oh ya, Bu Susi juga di Dewannya Kopernik ya Bu ya. Nah itu juga satu lagi. Kemudian saya akan mengundang, harusnya ada Mbok Niluh, tapi masih dalam perjalanan, jadi kita jalan saja nanti Mbok Niluh bergabung. Jadi saya akan mengundang Profesor Dr. Andes I. Nyoman Sunarte, MSI, Guru Besar Fakultas Pariwisata Universitas Udayana. Prof. Sunarte ini ilmunya yang harus kita gali habis-habisan, pembicara yang tidak pernah berhenti juga berjuang menyampaikan segala permasalahan dan tantangan. Guru besar di bidang pariwisata berbasis lingkungan Universitas Udayana. Dan tulisan-tulisannya itu sudah banyak dijadikan acuan. Jadi orang yang tepat untuk diajak berdiskusi karena ilmunya banyak sekali yang harus kita gali. Kemudian berikutnya adalah Dr. Christine Huta Barat, SSMM, CEO PT Hotel Indonesia Natur, juga In Journey Hospitality. Jadi kalau sekarang ke bandara atau kemana-mana lihat tulisan In Journey, itu ada kaitannya dengan lembaga yang dipimpin oleh Bu Christine. Bu Christine ini tugasnya memberi pengawasan dan pengarahan dalam transformasi perusahaan, melahirkan beragam inisiatif dalam mencakup manajemen pembangunan dan pengembangan travel, pengelolaan hotel, khususnya juga untuk Sanur Economic Zone yang special economic zone di sini di bawah kepemimpinan Bu Christine. Hotel Indonesia Natur sudah berubah, bertransformasi dari yang tadinya merugi, sekarang sudah bisa meraih keuntungan. Ini wujud nyata Sri Kandi BUMN, sekjennya nih. Jadi perempuan-perempuan hebat dan seorang mentor juga seorang profesor di sini yang juga guru dari kita semua. Sambil menunggu Mbok Niluh bergabung, saya rasa kita bisa langsung ngobrol-ngobrol, tapi sebelumnya saya berikan kesempatan 5 menit masing-masing narasumber. Saya akan mulai dari Bu Susi dulu. Ini sudah disediakan mikrofon Bu, masing-masing bisa pegang. Ya, satu orang satu, jadi tidak perlu tukar-tukaran, saling tunggu. Setelah 5 menit pemaparan masing-masing, nanti kita akan berdialog saja. Silahkan merasa kalau, oh menurut saya begini, menurut saya itu tidak perlu menunggu dari saya, langsung masuk saja waktu kita mepet soalnya. Silakan Bu Susi, saya ingin tanya ke Bu Susi, lepas dari apapun yang sudah disampaikan pada saat preskon dan tadi, let's go to the point. Bu Susi melihat tantangan utamanya itu apa, kenapa kita masih ada di titik itu dan apa yang harus dilakukan to get and move forward. Good.
Ya selamat pagi. Rasanya sih to get to the point ya, apa yang kita hadapi adalah kind of like a positive challenge. Bali ini adalah tujuan wisata yang luar biasa di dunia. Dimanapun kita pergi ya, mau ke Eropa, mau kemana lah. Kalau kita bilang kita dari Bali, sudah pasti mereka semua, oh Bali, kita kenal dan kita cintai Bali. Jadi tantangannya Bali sebetulnya it's being loved too much gitu. Dan kita tahu setiap aktivitas manusia apapun itu pasti ada
Selamat datang, Bu Anilo.
Bu Anilo.
Silakan bergabung. Om Swastiastu. Langsung saya rasa sosok yang baru saja bergabung ini sudah tidak perlu dipertanyakan. Ini adalah aktivis kemanusiaan kebanggaan Pulau Bali. Silakan. Ini jubirnya Bali, pembelanya Bali, duduk di DPD, mewakili Provinsi Bali. Perempuan tangguh yang tidak mengenal rasa takut, pantang mundur dan kepeduliannya luar biasa. You have a problem, you tell Niluh Jelantik. She will find a solution for you. Ini persistent sekali, jadi saya rasa kalau Mbak Niluh sih sudah semua kenal lah. She's an entrepreneur, dia adalah seorang aktivis sosial kemanusiaan dan juga pasti peduli lingkungan juga ada di situ. Kami baru mau mulai, silahkan Bu Susi lanjutkan.
Ya, yang kita hadapi adalah tantangan tourism tentu saja. And it's a very positive challenge karena kita di sini adalah dari dari industri pariwisata lah bisa dibilang, dan ini memberi economic benefit yang luar biasa dan introduce Bali to the world. However, kita punya challenges yang cukup banyak. Nah, jadi kalau khusus dari Ecotourism Bali, kita banyak ingin mengajak semua orang yang di bisnis untuk menjadi sustainable. Because we has to start with us. We don't have to wait kan, nggak perlu tunggu. Jadi kita punya verification system. That was the way that we think ya bisa membina businesses to become sustainable. Jadi bayangan saya nih, dream saya, kalau semua bisnis, pelaku bisnis pelaku bisnis pariwisata ya di Bali itu sudah sadar, sudah aware dan committed to action untuk sustainability. Nah, itulah yang akan merubah wajah Bali untuk menjadi the premium sustainable destination in the world.
Amin, amin, amin. Oke, next, Bu Christine, silahkan.
Baik, terima kasih. Tapi sebelumnya tak kenal maka tak sayang ya, boleh kenalan dulu. Selamat pagi, menjelang siang, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, terima kasih atas kesempatannya untuk bisa hadir di sini bersama-sama dengan kita semua. Saya Christine dari Injourney Hospitality brandnya, jadi kita ini adalah satu holding, sebenarnya tadi sudah sempat disampaikan. Jadi ada Injourney brandnya dan kami di bawahnya itu ada Injourney Airports, itu mengelola 37 airport di seluruh Indonesia. Lalu ada Injourney Destination Management, kalau misalnya pernah dengar mengenai Borobudur, Prambanan, Taman Mini, itu juga our group. Lalu ada Injourney Tourism Development, itu kalau pernah dengar mengenai Mandalika, Nusa Dua, itu our group juga. Lalu kami sendiri adalah Injourney Hospitality yang mengoperasikan 42 hotel milik negara. Gitu, salah satunya adalah yang paling baru adalah The Meru Sanur gitu, yang kita baru buka actually itu tahun lalu. Lalu ada juga Injourney Retail gitu. Jadi kalau kita lihat tentunya peran kami di sini ingin sekali untuk Bali khususnya ya, bagaimana kita bisa menjadi katalisator layanan yang merepresentasikan Indonesia hospitality gitu. Jadi kita tuh luar biasa dengan culture yang luar biasa ya, terutama untuk Bali karena kita mengelola ada 7 hotel di Bali, salah satunya adalah The Meru gitu. Jadi ini adalah hal yang baik bagaimana kita bisa menjadi window dari Indonesia hospitality ke dunia. Tentunya adalah dengan visi yang kita punya, tentunya yang kita inginkan adalah bagaimana kita bisa menciptakan pertumbuhan dari wisatawan itu sendiri, lalu bagaimana juga kita bisa meningkatkan PDB khususnya dari pariwisata, lalu juga bagaimana kita terus menciptakan lapangan kerja, sama seperti apa yang kita lakukan di sini adalah sebenarnya hotel ini adalah bagian dari ekosistem yang kita bangun. di dalam kawasan ini yang terletak 41,3 hektar. Kita pahami dulu adalah lapangan golf, lapangan bola gitu ya, dan ada hotel bintang 4 gitu. Nah, sekarang kita transform menjadi International Health and Wellness Tourism gitu, dan tahun depan ini nanti akan mulai kelihatan beberapa gitu. Jadi salah satunya saya ada di sini juga untuk mengikuti acara ekoturism ini dan juga bertemu dengan beberapa partner yang akan kita undang untuk bersama-sama membangun Bali seperti itu. Jadi kalau kita bicarakan masalah, ada beberapa hal tentunya tadi sudah bisik-bisik dengan Pak Kadis juga. Pak Kadis nih gimana untuk kita bisa sama-sama untuk mencari solusi yang baik gitu ya. Tentunya kami dengan regulasi yang ada manut gitu ya, dengan apa yang ada di dalam regulasi, dan tentunya kami dari sisi pelaku usaha akan memastikan bahwa langkah-langkah yang sudah kita susun untuk mendukung sustainability ini bisa berjalan dengan baik.
Yang saya tangkap adalah ada satu challenge, karena pada saat bicara soal regulasi udah kayak regulasi gitu. Nanti kita ungkap itu pada saat diskusi, tapi sebelumnya saya mau mempersilahkan Mbak Niluh Jelantik dulu untuk menyampaikan highlights 5 menit saja tentang apa sih menurut pandangan seorang Niluh Jelantik, challenges, tantangan terbesar, problem terbesar yang kita hadapi, dan apa sih yang harus kita lakukan. Supaya kita di akhir sesi ini bisa mendapat satu kesepakatan solusi yang kita harus jalani dan terapkan. Ada hasilnya gitu Mbak Niluh. Silakan Mbak Niluh.
My apology that it seems that I'm staring at you and at the same time saya bagikan hari ini secara live untuk menyampaikan kepada masyarakat bahwa kita nggak sendirian loh, karena masyarakat Bali mereka kan memiliki kerisauan mereka masing-masing. Selamat siang.
Semangatnya dong.
Selamat siang. Ya, sebelum Tiang memulai, izinkan Tiang mengucapkan Panganjali. Om Swastiastu.
Om Swastiastu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam sayang dari kami. Mewakili masyarakat Bali, saya ingin menyampaikan ucapan terima kasih yang sebesar-besarnya kepada ekoturism yang telah mengadakan acara hari ini. I would like to thank you for the organizer, for the time and the room that are provided to us and to be able to introduce. Because Bali, for some people, it's just a place where they can make money, exploiting it, and then leave. But for us, let me tell you something about Bali. Bali is our home. A home that we were born here. We were raised here. We study here. We fall in love here. We get married here. Maybe we get divorced also here. But then at the same time, Bali is our final destination. Because Bali is going to be the place where we grow up, where we grow old and die. So thank you for ecotourism for arranging this event. For some of you, probably you know already, this lady who's wearing the yellow kabaya standing in front of you. Some of you may know already that she is the Ibu Deportasi. She's the deportation lady. She will go all the way to defend her beloved hometown, no matter what it takes. My name is Nilu Putu Ari Pertami Jelantik. People call me Nilu. Or the Balinese people call me Mbok Nilu. Today I'm standing here in front of you as Senator of Indonesia for Bali. I will be in that position until the 2029, meaning I have the immunity to those naughty foreigners and naughty people in power. They cannot easily send me to jail like they have been trying for so many years. This is the only reason why I'm taking this position, why I become the representation of Balinese people. Not for the money, because our brand, Nilu Jelantik, has been in Bali for 22 years. We are one of the most respected brand in this country. We probably one of the very few women who received the full scholarship and able to make the White House as our office. Yes, probably. We are one of the very few women. But that is not about it. Today, I'm standing here, I'm letting you know that Bali is not all right. Bahasa Indonesianya kita bilang, Bali tidak sedang baik-baik saja. Setiap hari ada orang Bali yang bunuh diri. Every single day, there is one Balinese decided to end up his or her life. What is going on? What is wrong? We do have 5-star hotels that you need to pay, or maybe 5-star, 6-star hotel. You need to pay $10,000, $5,000, $6,000 a night to be able to sleep on your nice king coil mattress. But yet, 1 hour drive from that beautiful, amazing room, you find Balinese, Indonesian people who hasn't eaten for days, were not able to pay their school. And yet there's some company, some foundation saying, oh my God, we love Bali so much. There are some poor people. Can you please give us donation? And then another foundation. Oh my God, there are street dog who hasn't eaten for weeks. Can you give us some money? Bali has been used and used as a place for people to fill their pocket with money. But what is it for Bali? We talk about tourism. We talk about ecotourism. Have we ever talked about tourism for the Balinese people themselves? Have we ever thought about it? Tourism for Japanese tourists, tourism for European tourists, tourism for American tourists. Have we talked about Bali as a place, as a destination for the Balinese people to heal themselves? Have we thought about it? Have we? Have we? That is why now I'm standing here. I've been saying for a while now, I think about 12, 13 years ago, where do we go from here? I have interviewed by the Australian media, Australian journalist, that was in 2012. Nilu, what do you think about Balinese tourism? I said, if we choose the wrong kind of tourism, we're gonna go down. We will be, drowned. So we need to choose the right kind of tourism. It's not that we hate the backpacker. We love the backpacker who give us the meaning of life, who make us a better person. As much as we love the person who travel from one place to another place with their helicopter and, and stopping on the helipad in their hotel. We love all of them. But what we cannot accept is people who misuse the trust of Bali. So this is what I think about about the tourism in Bali today. Yeah. This is what I think about it.
Baik.
So So semuanya setuju bahwa kita cinta sama Bali? Setuju bahwa kita cinta kepada Bali?
Setuju.
Setuju bahwa kita akan membalas budi kepada tanah Bali sebagai ibu kita untuk menjaganya bersama-sama? Sebagaimana Ibu Susi menjaga Bali dengan sustainability-nya, dengan caranya menggunakan hal-hal yang bisa kemudian didaur ulang dan lain sebagainya. Padahal beliau nggak perlu lakukan itu. She's running one of the biggest company in the world. She doesn't have to do that, but she's doing that. Setuju kita membalas budi kepada Bali dengan cara kita?
Setuju. Setuju. Baik, tepuk tangannya
Terima
untuk
kasih
semangatnya
banyak.
Mbak Nilo. Terima kasih banyak, nanti kita lanjutkan. Prof. Sunarta. Kayaknya bisa langsung nyambung dengan apa yang disampaikan oleh Mbak Niluh, karena saya lihat salah satu highlightnya adalah Bali tidak sedang baik-baik saja yang ingin disampaikan.
Baik,
Silakan.
terima kasih. Saya orang pertama yang paling bahagia di sini karena baru pertama kali dalam sejarah hidup saya sebagai presenter di antara 4 mbok saya, Mbok Iluh, Mbok Christine, Mbok Susi, dan Mbok Sadrina. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, ini orang pertama, saya pertama kali dalam sejarah hidup saya istilahnya berinteraksi dengan audien yang sangat-sangat berbeda daripada biasanya. Ini baru pertama kali saya itu. Baik, karena tadi Mbok Iluh memulai dari Bali tidak sedang baik-baik saja. Saya mulai dari, maaf Mbok Iluh ini, saya mulai dari 90-95. Saya ikut proyek Bali Sustainable Development Project. Itu ada di Sanur waktu itu. Itu hasilnya sudah mengatakan bahwa Bali airnya sudah mulai defisit. Pada saat itu mestinya Bali sudah melihat naskah itu. Pada saat berkembangannya itu, pariwisata Bali selalu mengeksploitasi sumber daya alam Bali. Tapi tidak peduli. Akhirnya alam menjadi marah alam itu sehingga dia diciptakanlah COVID. Pada saat COVID 2 tahun, apa yang saya pikirkan itu ini adalah saatnya untuk merethinking our tourism development in Bali. Apa yang diceritakan Bu Iluh. Tapi apa yang dilakukan ternyata habis COVID kita justru ingin balas dendam karena sebelum ini kita serba jatuh. Nah, apa yang harus kita lakukan? Nah, ini pada saat itu saya lihat itu air kita tambah terpuruk. 2009 saya temukan itu 5 dari kabupaten kota kita masih defisit. Apa yang terjadi? Berarti ada 4 yang surplus. Pada saat 2013 itu hanya Bangli yang surplus. Lainnya itu semua kabupaten defisit. Lahannya kita bisa lihat semua. Lahannya sudah pada hancur semua. Terdegradasi dan lain sebagainya. Itu alih fungsi lahan udah pada itu sampai 1.000 hektar per tahun. Sekarang apa yang terjadi? Tambah parah. Nah, itu yang terjadi, tanah, air, udara sekarang hampir di semua pusat-pusat pariwisata karbonnya meningkat. Hasil riset saya 2024 terakhir itu hampir semua. Saya juga meneliti urban heat island. Kota Denpasar itu sangat-sangat panas. Dan itu terjadi sekarang di Canggu dan lain sebagainya. Itu hasil riset saya. Nah, itu karena ini highlight itu what should we do? What have to do for the future Bali? Nah, ini sangat tertarik, itu sudah saatnya Bali itu ngerubah mindsetnya dia dari quantity to quality. Itu yang saya tekankan dari awal, itu akan tetapi ini saya kemukakan 2090. Quality tourism saya tekankan pada saat itu tahun 2090. Sampai saat ini nggak berhasil. Why? Karena kita itu masih terpukau pada quantity. Whatever quantity. Quality dihilangkan. Apa yang harus kita lakukan ke depan? Nah, ini saya menemukan ada 3 poin. Kalau kita ingin menerapkan quality tourism di Bali, siapa yang harus berquality? Yang pertama harus berquality adalah orang Bali. Orang Bali berquality. Apanya yang harus berquality? Daya tarik yang dimiliki oleh orang Bali. Daya tarik yang dimiliki oleh Bali. Apa itu? Daya tariknya itu adalah alam, budaya, dan adat istiadat. Hanya orang lokal yang bisa melestarikan ketiga daya tarik ini. Itulah sebabnya orang Bali harus berkualitas. Dengan destinasi yang berkualitas dan dengan orang lokal yang berkualitas, tidak usah dikanter dengan regulasi, wisatawan yang datang ke Bali saya harapkan berkualitas. Itu hukum keselarasan saya anggap seperti itu. Nah, apa yang dilakukan yaitu kita harus melakukan 3 back. 3 back yang kita harus lakukan di sini. Apa itu? Slide terakhir. Itu satu, kita harus back to basic. Siapa sih orang Bali? Maaf ini, kalau ini saya katakan dia agak panjang ini, nggak bisa 5 menit. Lanjut aja deh. Ini yang kita harus lakukan itu back to basic. Siapa sih orang Bali itu? Nah, itu harus kita kembalikan ke situ. Yaitu yang kedua, back to tradisi. Karena itu potensi-potensi kita, orang Bali itu harus kita kembalikan ke siapa dia, siapa jati dirinya. Bagaimana tradisinya. Kalau tradisinya hilang, pariwisata Bali akan hilang. Yang terakhir adalah alam Bali. Hasil orasi ilmiah saya waktu guru besar itu saya kemukakan di situ adalah saya kemukakan singkatan kan NATASA. NATASA itu Nature as Stakeholder and Actor. Saatnya Bali itu menjadikan alam sebagai stakeholder dan alam sebagai aktor. Sebelumnya nggak pernah dipertimbangkan alam kita. Alam, budaya, dan adat istiadat di Bali itu merupakan satu kesatuan yang tidak bisa dipisahkan. Alam kita rusak, orang Bali juga rusak, budaya kita juga rusak. Kualitas air kita rusak, orang Bali juga rusak, budaya dan adat istiadat kita rusak. Oleh karena itu, kalau ingin berkualitas, 1, orang Bali berkualitas, 2, destinasinya berkualitas, yang ketiga, turisnya pasti berkualitas. Itu yang bisa saya sampaikan sebagai pemantik, mudah-mudahan nanti ada masukan. Terima kasih.
Matur suksema dahat, Prof. Saya rasa semua pembicara di sini, semua narasumber bersepakat. I deeply apologize for our English-speaking guests or participants because this forum is held or delivered in Bahasa Indonesia. But hopefully later you will get the chance to maybe have direct consultation or discussions with our speakers after the forum. Tadi dikatakan Bali tidak sedang baik-baik saja, kemudian yang saya anggap juga sangat menarik, termasuk disampaikan Mbak Niluh, disampaikan oleh Prof. Sunarta, Bali itu harus berpindah dari yang menjadi objek penderita, kemudian dipindahkan ke tempat sejatinya sebagai subjek, sebagai penentu, sebagai yang terpenting, bukan hanya sebagai yang dieksploitasi, tapi yang melakukan, yang secara aktif berperan, Balinya. Jadi sebagai aktor, sebagai stakeholder. Nah, saya mau kembali ke Bu Christine, karena tadi di awal sudah mengatakan bahwa baiknya seperti apa, yang misinya seperti apa, yang sudah dilakukan itu seperti apa. Tapi kan ada challenges, ada tantangan yang harus kita hadapi. Katakanlah karena ini BUMN, di bawah pemerintah. Seringkali pemerintah itu dalam hal kita harusnya kolaborasi, itu justru banyak tantangan, banyak hindrance ketika kita berurusan dengan regulasi. Menurut Bu Christine, dari sisi regulasi, dari sisi partisipasi, dari sisi kepedulian pemerintah, dengan kita tahu harusnya seperti apa, sekarang kita ada di titik mana nih? Kalau kita mau ke titik ideal itu.
Baik Mbak Sandrina, terima kasih. Jadi menurut saya ini kita juga harus selalu mulai dari diri kita sendiri sih gitu. Jadi kalau kita untuk mau merubah sesuatu ya. Jadi kalau misalnya dari sisi kami sebagai pelaku usaha dan juga sebagai badan usaha milik negara yang memang punya tugas juga untuk badan usaha ya, berarti memang kita harus profit gitu. Nah ini memang seperti misalnya contohnya di kawasan ini. Kawasan ini 41,3 hektar itu di sini akan ada beberapa fasilitas medis dan rumah sakit, klinik dan juga beberapa fasilitas lain untuk mendukung tadi International Health and Wellness Destination. Nah yang kami lakukan di kawasan ini adalah di tengah-tengah kawasan ini kami membuat 5,2 hektar paru-paru kawasan yaitu Ethnobotanical Garden. Jadi kalau misalnya persis di depan kita, ini kita sedang dalam proses membangun, jadi di sebelah sini ya, di sebelah sini. Jadi kita sedang membangun Ethnobotanical Garden yang fungsinya tuh memang sebagai paru-paru kawasan. Sekaligus juga menjadi suaka burung sama dengan nantinya menjadi kolam retensi kawasan. Jadi Ethno Botanical Garden ini betul-betul memiliki beragam koleksi tanaman yang telah dikurasi dengan menggunakan, saya kebetulan diskusi dengan beberapa ahli juga di Bali mengenai lontar usada gitu, karena ini adalah kawasan ekonomi khusus kesehatan pertama di Indonesia gitu. Jadi akan ada 1.460 tanaman, buah-buahan dan obat-obatan yang ada di sini. Nah ini peran untuk biodiversity dan juga decarbonization gitu. Jadi ada 5,2 hektar, kita juga bisa lihat di depan. Lalu terkait juga dengan wastewater management, karena kita tahu ini adalah kawasan ekonomi khusus lagi-lagi. Nah di sini kita juga membangun dedicated water treatment plant dengan kapasitas 1.500 meter kubik per hari untuk suplai 20% kebutuhan air di kawasan ini gitu. Jadi air kotor semuanya kita masukkan ke wastewater treatment plant ini dan kita alirkan lagi terutama untuk landscapingnya seluruh kawasan. Nah lalu juga di sini kita ada karena tadi kita adalah medical, jadi kita juga mengelola sampah B3 dengan membangun TPSS kawasan dan berkolaborasi juga dengan expertise dalam pengolahan waste dan juga bagaimana cara kita nanti mengolahnya. Nah untuk food waste management, karena kita tahu ya Bapak Ibu semua saudara-saudara sekalian bahwa sampah itu dari hotel.
Ya.
Itu,
Dan dominasi sampah di tempat pembuangan akhir itu hampir 80% organik.
Iya betul,
food waste.
betul. Nah ini juga kita sudah ada program-program untuk pengolahan sampah domestik berupa food waste, budidaya maggot dan juga pengkomposan. Bersama ekspertis semua kita undang, komunitas kita undang di dalam kawasan untuk yuk kita sama-sama gitu. Karena ini bukan cuman apa ya, saya rasa juga yang paling penting itu adalah campaign ya. Nah gimana kita bisa membuat campaign yang agresif gitu supaya nggak cuma jadi slogan gitu loh, cuma jadi slogan. Jadi emang benar-benar aksi nyata dari kita semua gitu ya yang sudah maksudnya sudah sadar dan kita rubah ini sama-sama gitu sih.
Baik, Bu Susi, kalau Bu Susi saya yakin sependapat dengan apa yang disampaikan bahwa it's time kita mengutamakan quality over quantity. Dan itu juga dari Menteri Pariwisata sebelum dan sebelumnya sudah sering kita dengar, tapi prakteknya tetap seperti yang tadi Bu Christine katakan bahwa kita butuh profit. Dan belum tentu butuh profit itu sekarang ini bisa melalui quality dibandingkan quantity. Dengan ekoturism Bali yang sudah masuk ke hotel-hotel dan memberikan pelatihan segala macam. Bu Susi melihat challenges itu dan apa sih yang Bu Susi tampung dan dengar dari mereka para pelaku usaha?
I think secara prinsip kita perlu menanamkan suatu filosofi ya, filosofi sustainability ya. Jadi alam dulu, sosial, baru profit. Jadi nggak boleh kebaliknya, kalau profit dulu baru alam baru sosial ya rusaklah Bali. Ya profit harus ngikut, jadi harus punya pemikiran yang lebih integrated gitu. Nggak hanya profit gitu. Nah itu yang seringkali menjadi challenge ya untuk mengconvince lebih banyak hotel dan restoran untuk menjalani sustainability. Kan mereka selalu bilang, oh pasti lebih mahal. Ya belum tentu dong ya, karena banyak hal juga bisa menjadi efisiensi. Karena sustainable bisa jadi efisiensi dan satu hal yang kita harus ketahui, dunia itu yang premium tourism semua mencari sustainable tourism. Jadi inginnya kalau bisa cari sustainable tourism di Bali aja. Kalau kita semua bisa menjadi sustainable itu akan jadi so powerful ya gitu.
Dan itu sudah ada materinya, bahkan bisa dibantu oleh Ekoturism Bali kan Bu, untuk
Betul.
memberitahu kepada mereka, membuktikan not necessarily bahwa itu lebih mahal.
Betul. Bahkan kita membuat verification system yang hanya 30 question you have to answer and you can answer it in about 2.5 hours lah kira-kira. Dan nggak perlu ada orang yang bisa bahasa Inggris, nggak perlu ada konsultan dari luar negeri gitu. Kita siapkan training, kita siapkan sistemnya semua dengan harga yang ya jauh lebih murah daripada sistem-sistem internasional dan kita sudah mendapatkan juga sekarang akreditasi dari Travelist, dari bcos.com. Jadi ini sudah bisa menjadi diakui nanti di booking.com dan di situs-situs internasional lain.
Jadi memang problemnya tuh banyak di mindset ya, cara pandang dan pola pikir yang memang harus kita rombak. Ya mungkin kalau tadi saya dengar Mbak Niluh mengatakan, kalau Mbak Niluh kan memang tidak pernah setengah-setengah. Kalau maju pantang mundur, kalau perlu basmi aja mereka semua gitu kan Mbak Niluh. Supaya benar-benar kita bisa mulai fresh. But I don't think it's possible to do that, se-ekstrim itu. But there are things that we can do. In your eyes Mbak Niluh. First step-nya apa sih yang bisa kita lakukan? Yang paling tidak mendapatkan perlawanan, tapi kita bisa rangkul semua stakeholders.
First step-nya ya kita harus punya pemahaman bahwa hidup itu ada aturan yang harus ditaati. Ada rules yang harus dipatuhi. Karena kita berada di negara hukum berdasarkan undang-undang, jadi taat aturan dulu. Kalau kita sudah taat aturan, contoh misalnya kita sudah tahu tebing itu tidak memungkinkan untuk dibangun, ya kita taat aturan jangan tebingnya dibelah.
Jadi problemnya di mana tuh Mbak?
Bagaimana?
Problemnya itu bisa terjadi seperti itu?
Problemnya OSS yang kebablasan. Pusat memikirkan target harus mendapatkan income sekian untuk mengakomodir kebutuhan mereka. Akan tetapi mereka lupa, mereka mengeksploitasi ujung tombak mereka. Untuk itulah kami di DPD RI, kami menuntut kepada pemerintah untuk pembagian perimbangan dana yang adil. Contoh, kalau misalnya brand The Body Shop ataupun brand Sandrina Malakiano atau brand Niluh Jelantik atau brand Bapak Prof. Sunarte mengatakan kepada Demeru, "Hi Demeru, we would like to put our brand here in your boutique. What is the deal?" The dealnya 30% consignment di luar PPN. Nah, sekarang brand-brand tersebut datang ke Bali membangun pemerintah membiarkan mereka misalnya membangun hotel, restoran, chains, ya? Hospitality services. Kemudian perusahaan ini membayar pajak. The Body Shop bayar pajak, Niluh Jelantik bayar pajak, Demeru bayar pajak. Nah, dari pajak tersebut Bali menyumbang hampir 100 triliun 1 tahun. Sudah masukkah 30 triliunnya ke Bali sebagai balas budinya pusat? Itu satu hal. Nah, terakhir saya ingin sampaikan sekali lagi, seperti yang tadi Ibu Susi sampaikan, kita mikirin alamnya dulu baru mikirin profitnya. Sama seperti kami di Niluh Jelantik, kami happy-happy saja membuat 2 pasang sepatu per hari. Kami baik-baik saja membuat dua buah clutches per hari. Kami tidak mengejar jumlah ataupun kuantiti ataupun target hingga harus mengeksploitasi bukan hanya alam tapi juga SDM kami. Dan inilah yang seharusnya menjadi pemahaman mutual agreement between all the stakeholder. Kita bicara alam, kita bicara sustainability, tapi jangan lupakan juga manusianya. Kalau manusia Bali tidak ada, kalau hari ini tidak ada housekeeping, cleaning cleaning service, tidak ada front office, tidak ada reception, tidak ada bagian marketing, tidak ada teman-teman yang nyeles ke luar negeri untuk menjual Demeru. Forget it, Demeru hanya akan menjadi onggokan batu, tak bertuan, mati, tidak hidup. Jadi manusia, kita cinta alam, kita boleh cinta binatang. Saya sering bilang, kamu cinta anjing, kamu bikin yayasan, kamu bikin donation. Tapi sudah gak kamu cek tetangga kamu udah makan atau belum? We have to be fair. Jadi first kita taat aturan, kedua kita harus memanusiakan manusia di mana tempat kita mencari nafkah. Kita harus punya rasa tahu diri bahwa tanah Bali ini sangat-sangat peka. Kita mungkin gak akan bayar karmanya hari ini, but wait. It's gonna be time. Karena karma tidak pernah kehilangan alamat dan itulah yang terjadi hari ini kepada orang-orang yang melanggar aturan tersebut. Dan memang tadi Ibu Sandrina menyampaikan saya sangat ekstrim karena saya tahu waktu saya terbatas.
Ya.
Jadi kalau hari ini kita bisa memastikan Parki Ubud akan merontokkan, membongkar, meratakan bangunannya di atas 1,8 hektar. I'm doing it. I have to make sure. I don't even care. Tapi kalau saya serahkan itu kepada pemerintah daerah, saya nggak tahu ujungnya di mana. Jadi harus saya yang step in, harus saya yang menyampaikan. Saya ingin bangunan di atas 1,8 hektar tanah lahan sawah yang dilindungi harus diratakan dengan tanah. Saya nggak mau tahu caranya kayak gimana, saya nggak mau peduli kamu kehilangan berapa triliun. I don't give an F, I don't care. Dan hasilnya apa? Mereka setuju. Kalian tahu kan salah satunya Parki dipenjarakan, Parki Ubud Kampung Rusia dipenjara dan akan ada pengalihan manajemen. Kita tidak mungkin akan membunuh Parki, tidak mungkin akan meratakan seluruh Parki itu dengan tanah. Karena apa? Karena ada beberapa lahan yang dibangun itu lahan kuning, lahan pariwisata, lahan pink. Tapi di atas lahan sawah yang dilindungi 1,8 hektar, Niluh Jelantik secara tegas menyampaikan bangunannya saya tidak mau lihat lagi, mau dijadikan sawah, mau dijadikan hutan, mau dijadikan tempat tanaman, saya tidak peduli. Kembalikan lagi fungsinya. Apa yang kami sampaikan itulah seharusnya yang disampaikan oleh pemimpin daerah Provinsi Bali. Tapi
ya karena itu juga bisa dibangun, bisa jadi kalau tidak ada peran serta dan izin dari pemerintah setempat juga nggak mungkin kan?
Ya yang sekarang yang terlibat dengan izin-izin itu kan sudah dipenjara.
Iya.
Tapi ini kan satu tempat.
Betul.
Ini satu tempat, kita harus bekerja sama agar impian dari Pak Prof dari tahun 90-an itu bisa tercapai, agar impian Ibu Susi bisa tercapai, impian Kristen bisa tercapai. Dan yang kita perlukan siapa? Ujung tombaknya, manusianya. Terima kasih.
Ya. Jadi manusia terutama pemilik Bali, orang-orang Bali itu berjuang untuk menjaga, melestarikan, menyuarakan, melawan bila diperlukan seperti sosok seorang Niluh Jelantik. Luar biasa ini semangat ini yang perlu kita adopsi. Kita harus berani, Prof. Semuanya harus berani memang termasuk Prof. Sunarta. Menanggapi apa yang Mbak Niluh tadi katakan Prof. Sekarang karena waktu kita terbatas tinggal 10 menit lagi. Kita sudah ada di titik mana kalau dilihat kita tahu apa yang harus dilakukan. Dari sini kita mau kemana karena kan temanya itu where do we go from here. Kita tahu masalahnya. Yang paling utama harus segera dilakukan dan kita berkomitmen untuk melakukan itu apa Prof?
Baik, terima kasih. Kalau menurut saya itu janganlah berpikir ke orang lain. Kita berbuat pada diri sendiri dulu. Contoh yang paling menarik, tadi Bu Iluh udah bergerak dengan dirinya, dengan profesinya dia. Saya bergerak di akademisi. Nggak mungkin saya bergerak di politik, nggak mungkin saya nggak bergerak di ekonomi. Saya bergerak di akademisi, apa yang diceritakan tadi Bu Christine, itu terus terang saja Bu Diah, nah ini mantan ya, mahasiswa saya. Dia doktor dengan disertasinya itu adalah green mice. Itulah sebabnya dia tuh memilih Meru yang tadi dibilang Bu Christine. Yang notabene saya kemarin permasalahkan mana yang lebih dulu, hotel, green hotel atau green mice. Akhirnya green mice ketemu green hotel, itulah green yang sebenarnya dia, hospitality. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua itu quality is not only about the money. Bu Sadrina, Bu Christine ahli hospitality, Bu Sadrina katanya tadi ahli nari. Begitu Bu Sadrina pergi ke sebuah desa, Bu Sadrina di sana tuh harus mengajarin orang-orang desa itu nari. Supaya kualitas hidupnya lebih menarik, lebih meningkat. Begitu juga Bu Christine. Kalau The Meru sudah berhasil menjadi hotel yang green, mais yang green, di hotel-hotel atau di desa-desa wisata, rumah-rumah penduduk di situ gimana caranya seperti itu? Ibu nanti pergi ke desa, jangan Ibu di hotel berbintang aja Bu, itu pergilah ke desa dengan Bu Iluh. Pergi juga ke desa, itu apa yang saya lakukan sebagai akademisi, nah ini Pak Trisno ini kebetulan dia itu maaf, walaupun dia itu orang besar di Bali, itu dia mahasiswa saya. Dia orang ekonomi, dia itu mengambil disertasinya yaitu regenerative tourism di Penglipuran. Penglipuran Januari kemarin dia 10.000 per hari, bayangkan over tourism. Dia ingin berapa gaji orang-orang yang bekerja di Penglipuran? Sangat-sangat minimal. Itu Pak ya, minimal sekali gajinya. Nah gimana caranya meningkatkan? Itulah yang dia cari dalam disertasinya nanti. Kasihan orang Penglipuran. Orang banyak dikunjungi sega over, tapi masyarakat di sana 2,5 juta itu gajinya per bulan. sangat minim. Nah, ini tugasnya Pak Trisno nanti, itu dia di desa-desa dia akan sangat itu. Itulah yang saya lakukan di tatanan akademisi. Saya harapkan ibu-ibu kita, semua yang hadir di sini melakukan hal yang sama pada bidangnya masing-masing. Mari kita menuju ke quality. Quality is not only about the money. Itu ingat itu. Kalian Bapak Ibu yang hadir di sini, pergi kemanapun, tolong ajarin masyarakat Bali supaya dia bisa meningkat taraf hidupnya. Itu yang paling penting. Bu Iluh tadi menekankan itu. Jangan khawatir, itu jangan khawatir. Kalau udah orang Balinya itu berkualitas, saya rasa alamnya berkualitas. Itu. Tadi saya sarankan ini Pak Kadis Pariwisata, tadi apa yang dikatakan Bu Sradina, dia sudah menerap, Bu Christine, itu di Meru sudah melakukan apa yang dia lakukan, itu hotelnya ada misalnya pohonnya banyak, itu mungkin ada kolamnya juga banyak. Terus Rampung Limanya juga bagus. Saya mengharapkan, karena tadi hitung-hitungan saya itu Kota Denpasar itu tingkat panasnya meningkat 0,1 sekian per bulan atau per hari. Apa yang harus dilakukan? Kota Denpasar sudah saatnya melakukan hutan kota dan danau kota. Kalau ingin lebih bagus ke humidity kita, itu yang kita lakukan. Entah kapan, tadi mana itu bukan urusan kami. Itu mungkin itu yang dikalukan dan semua hotel sudah mulai ke green. Pak Trisno juga di Waterboom. Katanya dia sampahnya sudah terselesaikan dengan baik. Kenapa enggak kita tiru di tempat-tempat lain? Banyak best practice sudah kita lakukan, tapi kita mau enggak? Itu kuncinya. Mari kita bergerak mulai dari diri kita sendiri. Terima kasih.
Baik, Bu Christine, sebelum kita akhiri mungkin ada yang ingin disampaikan karena kita tahu ini sudah menjadi contoh yang baik untuk zona ekonomi khusus di Sanur terutama. Tidak mungkin kita bahas semuanya, tapi seperti yang dikatakan dari sini apa yang bisa kita real, karena kita ingin real, mungkin small best practices yang bisa diaplikasikan dan kolaborasi seperti apa supaya ini bisa meluas dan menjadi template yang diadopsi seluruh Indonesia.
Oke, ini terima kasih. Makasih Mbak Sandrina. Jadi kalau dari kami ya tadi yang nomor satu itu adalah kita melakukan tentunya kampanye kesadaran karena semuanya itu harus mulai dari kita sendiri gitu ya, dan kami paham maksudnya kami sebagai pelaku usaha yang memang betul-betul ingin membuat satu medical tourism di Bali gitu ya. Nah ini kami patuh kepada regulasi yang sudah saya yakin semuanya in place gitu untuk regulasinya, dan mungkin ini saat yang baik juga bagaimana nanti dari pihak pemerintah tentunya melakukan sosialisasi kembali terhadap regulasi-regulasi yang ada untuk supaya kita benar nih, supaya kita benar jalannya. Lalu saya juga sangat mengapresiasi terkait dengan inisiatif-inisiatif daur ulang. Nah boleh dilihat juga ada daur ulang sampah dari sampah yang menjadi seperti artwork gitu.
Ikut di sini ya, ada standnya ya.
Di sini di lobby Bali Beach. Nah itu bagus banget gitu, dari pagi saya lihat juga tamu-tamu banyak yang bertanya gitu ya. Terkait dengan inisiatif-inisiatif daur ulang ini, dan juga hal yang baik lagi adalah terkait dengan eco design ya, eco design itu. Jadi kita di hotel kita juga sudah untuk kawasan sendiri yang pertama, kami itu dengan 41,3 hektar, 35%-nya itu adalah ruang terbuka hijau.
Oke.
Jadi itu paling penting gitu. Jangan maksudnya tanahnya 3.000 bangun hotelnya berapa?
Ya.
Jangan sih gitu. Jadi bagaimana kita menyiapkan itu dengan perencanaan yang baik, dan juga kita manfaatkan material yang ramah lingkungan tentunya seperti kayu, bambu gitu ya. Dan ini tadi udah bisik-bisik sama Mbak Nilo, nanti kita mau ke desa-desa ya Mbak Nilo ya, gimana kita bisa membuat ini juga diikuti oleh komunitas gitu.
Singkat saja, 2 pertanyaan dijawab mungkin hanya briefly. 1, untuk yang tantangan quality over quantity itu, ada komitmen nggak untuk bisa melakukan itu? Dari visi pemerintah pasti itu not the best choice sebetulnya kalau mau bicara profit. But can you do it? Will you do it?
Of course gitu, karena tadi yang kita sampaikan bahwa profit itu ngikut sih ketika kita melakukan semua proses gitu ya dengan satu perencanaan yang matang dan selalu engaging gitu, keterlibatan stakeholders itu penting gitu, penting sekali dari seluruh aspek elemen yang mau kita tuju untuk menuju objektif kita mau kemana. Misalnya kita punya visi nih, hotel-hotel milik negara harus benar-benar rooted in heritage gitu ya. Bagaimana hotel-hotel milik negara ini bisa menjadi window of Indonesia hospitality. Dan saya yakin sustainability, ecotourism itu sangat masuk ke dalam elemen itu, dan saya percaya bahwa at the end of the day profitnya ngikut gitu.
Yang terakhir, medical waste aman?
Aman. Jadi kita udah ada pemisahan sih sebenarnya. Nanti mungkin kita bisa ngobrol-ngobrol lebih lanjut lagi terkait dengan pemisahan.
Karena ini baru nih, medical waste dari rumah sakit bagaimana untuk memastikan bahwa itu masuk ke green medical dan wellness tourism itu
betul.
ya?
Kita sudah ada flow-nya sebenarnya dan sudah ada SOP khusus karena memang dengan limbah rumah sakit ini kita nggak bisa main-main gitu. Jadi memang kita pisahkan semua sampah-sampah organik, non-organik gitu. Dan ini flow-nya sudah ada dan SOP-nya sudah ada karena memang tujuannya adalah membuat satu international atau world class medical tourism. Jadi ini memang hal yang sangat penting dan harus kita lakukan. Gitu.
Baik, sebelum ke Bu Susi, Bu Nilo, kalau mau jujur sebenarnya di Indonesia udah Bali lah, udah kebanyakan hotel ya. Tapi bagaimanapun itu sudah situasi yang ada sekarang. Bagaimana kita mengendalikan ini supaya Bali tetap terjaga, tidak menjadi korban dan orang Balinya sendiri juga bisa jadi tuan rumah yang diuntungkan.
Bali sudah kebanyakan hotel dan kebanyakan kamar yang disewakan di Airbnb, Booking.com, Traveloka, tapi ownernya itu kayak siluman. Dia hidup tenang di negaranya, menerima transfer bulanan, akan tetapi Indonesia dapat ampas-ampasnya aja. Sebenarnya pemerintah, niki wenten Pak Kadis, kemarin kita bertemu di acara Duta Besar Australia untuk Indonesia. Pemerintah harus melakukan proses penyisiran. Yang sudah sampaikan ini di awal jabatan Pak Giri Praste. Jadi penyisiran villa-villa yang berada di seluruh provinsi Bali, dari ujung Canggu sampai dengan ujung Karangasem, bukan untuk kita merontokkan bangunan mereka, bukan untuk kita mengecek IMB dan lain sebagainya, tapi untuk memastikan apakah penempatan bangunan tersebut sudah sesuai dengan aturan di desa adat tersebut. Untuk itulah kenapa saya sangat-sangat menekankan kepada pemerintah pusat agar OSS yang diberlakukan hari ini di Indonesia khusus untuk Bali, tanya dulu dong sama Pak Kadisnya, tanya dulu dong sama guru besarnya, tanya dulu dong sama keliannya, sama bendesanya, sama perbekelnya, sama camatnya, bupatinya, gubernurnya, sebelum membangun misalnya klinik kesehatan di sebelah pura. Contoh Pura Batur di Batu Bolong Canggu, di sebelahnya ada klinik 3 lantai atau 4 lantai, itu bagaimana dengan limbah dan lain sebagainya. Jadi kalau menurut kami ya sesederhana kita, walaupun kita tahu kita tuh nak Bali ngekoh ngomong ya. Setuju nak Bali tuh ngekoh ngomong? Setuju nggak? Memang kita itu ngekoh ngomong, akan tetapi bukan karena kita tidak peduli. Tapi karena kita merasa percuma saya teriak-teriak, percuma saya vokal, percuma saya menyampaikan kerisauan saya. Toh orang yang saya pilih, pemerintah yang kemudian saya letakkan menjabat di posisi-posisi tersebut, sekian periode, sekian puluh tahun, nothing has changed. Tapi hari ini, percayalah, kita harus menjadi bagian dari perubahan itu. Nggih, Pak Kadis nggih, gas nggih. Nanti bikin pertemuan dengan Kadis seluruh kabupaten, Tiang akan hadir, Pak Sunarto akan hadir, Bu Sandrina akan hadir, Bu Susi akan hadir, nggih. Kita bisa adakan di sini ya. Bagian dari CSR ya, sediakan ruangannya ya.
Nah ini semangatnya, langsung kita ambil komitmennya hari ini, kita semua menjadi agents of change.
Agent of change. Dan sebelum Tiang tutup, Tiang ingin menyampaikan pesan sangat sederhana, klise banget. Kita lahir sendiri, kemudian kita pergi menuju kepadanya pun 2 kali 1 meter kan. Ya kan, 2 kali 1 kan, atau kita diaben atau kita dikremasi. perjalanan hidup kita menuju destinasi tersebut, apa kebaikan-kebaikan yang bisa kita lakukan untuk tanah tempat kita dilahirkan. Catatlah minimal satu hari, kebaikan apa yang kita bisa lakukan hari ini. Sebatas apa saya harus memperkaya diri saya. Sebatas apa kebutuhan material ingin saya capai. Dan anggaplah Bali itu sebagai orang tua kita, sebagai anak kita, sebagai ibu kita, ayah kita. Tidak mungkin kita akan memperkosanya, tidak mungkin akan kita menganiayanya. Karena apa? Karena kalau kita tinggalkan Bali dalam keadaan compang-camping hari ini, kita sudah mengkhianati keturunan kita, generasi kita berikutnya. Jadi kita jaga Bali sama-sama. Terkait dengan hospitality industry, karena kita banyak banget menerima pelanggaran ini, Mbok Sandrina, banyak banget. Setiap harinya kita menerima ratusan pengaduan dari masyarakat Bali. Mohon izin, sediakan HP kalian, catat nomor HP saya. Nggih. I'm going to give you my direct phone number. 0817 567 888. That is my personal direct number. You can WhatsApp me there. My apology if I cannot reply to you one by one in like a matter of minutes, because until today I have about 8,300 messages.
Luar biasa.
Oke, jadi terima kasih banyak, dan untuk pengaduan saya berikan satu nomor kami 0878 02345 888. Untuk hotel yang kamarnya nggak dibayar, untuk restoran yang makanannya nggak dibayar, untuk usaha-usaha di Bali, retail company yang bajunya dicuri, yang salonnya nggak dibayar servisnya, silakan lapor ke sana, kami akan proses, kami akan follow up dengan kepolisian terkait, dan kami pastikan pihak pelaku akan bertanggung jawab. Terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih banyak Bu Nilo. Bu Susi, singkat saja closing statement sebagai tuan rumah penyelenggara acara ini.
Oke, untuk menuju the future of Bali yang sustainable, yang eco-friendly, hanya dua hal. Satu, mau belajar. Semua orang di Bali lah, siapapun industri, walaupun all stakeholders harus mau belajar. Kedua, harus mau repot. Itu aja. Jadi harus berjuang lah. Jangan cuman laid back ya. Like the tourists can be laid back, but we need to be committed and act.
Baik, terima kasih banyak. Saya rasa ini MC-nya sudah agak dakdikduk gitu dari tadi. Stop, waktu habis. Jadi saya mohon tepuk tangannya untuk Bu Susi Utomo, Bu Christine, Mbok Nilu, dan narasumber kita yang paling ganteng sendiri di panggung hari ini. Karena satu-satunya laki-laki, perempuan mendominasi. Dengan semangat dong, berikan apresiasi kepada mereka. Semua yang hadir di sini harus berkomitmen bahwa kita semua adalah aktor pelaku, bahwa Bali tidak boleh lagi menjadi objek, apalagi objek penderita. Bali harus ditempatkan menjadi bagian terpenting sebagai subjek utama. Kita semua punya tanggung jawab dan kewajiban untuk peduli, bergerak sekarang, tidak menunggu ke arah yang sama. Problemnya adalah kita seringkali merasa bergerak tapi karena tidak kolaborasi, tidak jelas arahnya. Kalau kita punya satu misi yang sama dengan tujuan yang sama, bergerak sebagai satu barisan, kita akan mendapatkan hasil yang nyata dan jauh lebih baik. Semua yang hadir di sini dengan waktu yang sangat terbatas, tentu saja kita hanya punya kesepakatan untuk bisa berpegang tangan, bergandengan tangan, but let's make it work. We can do it. Kita semua harus melakukan peran serta kita masing-masing, sekecil apapun, it's time to do it now. Bukan menunggu lagi. Semua yang ada di sini, mudah-mudahan semua bersepakat ya, kita bisa. Ini soal bukan bisa atau tidak bisa, ini soal mau atau tidak mau untuk menjadi agen perubahan, membawa perubahan ke arah sustainability and green tourism. Mau? Ayo dong. Mau? Siap? Komit? Dipegang ya janjinya. Oke? Tepuk tangan untuk Anda semua. Saya mohon apresiasi sekali lagi Prof. Sunarto, Mbak Nilu, Bu Christine, Bu Susi. Thank you so much, mudah-mudahan. Oh, satu informasi. Semua furniture ini adalah hasil dari Ecolab 8. Ini daur ulang dari residu sampah plastik ya Bu ya. So, this can be done. Nanti semua untuk best practices, mereka yang sudah melakukan perubahan untuk reuse, recycle. You can see it. These are the things that everybody can do as long as you care. Kepedulian kita semua itu adalah menjadi bukti bahwa kita harus bergerak because this is the only chance we have. Bali hanya satu, bumi hanya satu. Enggak ada pilihan buat kita. Oke, saya Sandrina Malakiano mengucapkan terima kasih, mohon maaf untuk segala kekurangan. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang semuanya.
What an insightful discussion. Thank you so much for all of the panelists and also the moderator for leading such a beautiful and inspiring discussions today. We would like to please Ibu Susi Hutomo to present token of appreciation sponsored by The Body Shop. Dan kami panggil untuk maju ke bagian depan panggung untuk berfoto bersama. And we would also like to thank our sponsors and partners. Our partners Kita Bisa Design Studio, Koalisi Ekonomi Membumi, Bali Tourism Board, Indonesia Marketing Association, Melali Mais, Eco Bali Recycle, and also our sponsors Hatton Wines, Ecosystem Hotel, Bank BPD Bali, Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil, Booking.com, The Body Shop, and Sensasha.
Ladies and gentlemen, after this we have the second session of forum group discussion with Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil and Rainforest Alliance. This will take place at 12:40 at Agung Room 1. We would like to please the invited participant with green wristband to proceed their way to the venue.
And now it's time to refuel. Lunch is served outside of the hall. You may access the lunch to go from that area of the door through the exhibition. But if you're staying here, we would like to welcome you to join us at the exhibition area, and also we can see the beautiful artwork by Ririn Yaxley. Enjoy your break, and we'll see you back here in a little bit. Probably we'll get back here at 1 p.m.
Yep.
For more inspiring session. See you in a little bit.
What do you think about it,
It
Windy?
looks amazing. Looks a lot of nature, a lot of interesting activities that will be done.
Yep.
And actually, Mas Dwi,
Yep.
the video showcased their next event. As we can see previously, they have the dates there. I think it was, if it's not mistaken, it'll be at the end of June, on the end of June. So I think
Should we join that?
maybe we should join,
We
yeah,
should.
because they will have their next event, Bali Wellness and Beauty.
Cannot wait. Okay, our next session take a global perspective on tourism trend and future projections. We will explore how technology, market demands, and consumer behavior are shaping the industry.
Moderated by Ibu Fei Wongso, CEO of Kumpul.id, This session will highlight local success stories that blend sustainability with innovation, exploring the evolving landscape of global tourism. It will also offer insight of market demands, consumer behavior shifts, and technological innovations shaping the industry. Beyond external perspectives, the discussion will highlight successful case studies and also best practices from Bali's leading tourism businesses, showcasing how sustainability, digital transformations, and local wisdom can drive long-term together. Now, let's begin. Ibu Fei Wongso, the stage is yours.
Hi, good afternoon, selamat siang. So I hope everyone already had their lunch. So today we will have the next session, Future-Proofing Tourism from Digital Sustainability to Cultural Legacy. And I'm gonna call all the esteemed panelists today, and starting from Mas Gegen Sumarjana from Booking.com. And the next one, Ewaldo Amaral from Ticket.com. And Mr. Ross Woods from the Hotel Investasi Strategis. And last but not least, our very own Rahmi Fajar Harini, or our Ami from Ecotourism Bali. So the way this panel or discussion works, I think we will hear from each panelist a short presentation. Around maybe like 5 to 7 minutes, so we can have a clear overview about their work and the movement, what they've been doing on global stage, local stage, from the investment perspective. And I think we can start the first presentation by Gegen from Booking.com to hear more on the global perspective on tourism and sustainability. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gegen. I'm from Booking.com. I'm very happy to be here discussing a little bit about tourism sustainability. And thank you, first of all, for the organizer for having us here. So just get right to it. Sorry. Yes. At Booking, we are in the missions to make it easier for everyone to experience the world. And the way we do this is as a global platform of two-sided marketplace, we are trying to ensure that travel as easy as possible. And we understand as a global player, Booking also holds a responsibility. The responsibility that our business is not define its success by the value that we create, but also how do we actually define our success by the impact that we bring to all the stakeholders. And therefore, who are our stakeholders? It's not only just our partners and travelers, but also local community, our partners like ecotourism and the likes. Why we do that? We believe that travel is the force for good, and we believe that travel can enrich the world. And one way that we do that is through gather insights, data, informations that can be used and provide a lot of actionable actions. Over the past decades, Booking, we launch tourism and sustainability report every year, And for the past 10 years, we've already collecting insights from all travelers that we have and use our platform from 335 different markets, including Indonesia. And for the first time this year, that for the first time we know that now majority of travelers actually have a more conscious effort to decide and select more sustainable options when they're traveling. And in this year's edition, we also try to look at from different perspective, not only from a travelers that go out to the destinations and enjoy the experience, but we also ask them as if they are locals. If you are Balinese, for example, how do you perceive tourists? What are the key concerns you have? So on that note, here are some of the findings that we collected. When we ask travelers and ask them as a residents and as a local residents, what are the key concerns as a result of tourism? And these are the key factors. One, obviously traffic, something that is very, can be seen very much in Bali. Littering, overcrowding, and the rising cost of living. And because of that, there are three actually hope of travelers and local residents who would love to see more and more in destinations to invest more in these three areas. One, infrastructures, including transportations. Two, waste management. And three, is conservation of nature. And from these two sides of perspective, what are the other sentiments that we can know from this travel and sustainable report? 53% locals says that travelers that come respect a local custom and tradition. 54% says that they actually support our local businesses. Okay, that's a resident's point of view. What about the traveler's point of view? Almost 70% says they wanted to leave the place they visited better than when they are visited. 73% says they wanted to spend and their spend goes back to the local community. 77% says that they wanted to seek a more authentic cultural experience. Now, we know that everybody's are going through a different journey in the way of reach a more sustainable travel. And therefore, for Booking, globally, we partners with UNWTO to actually provide a module, self-assessment to help small micro entrepreneurs who are actually wanting to get on board to the same journey. And these are something that we do together between Booking and UNWTO around 4 areas: energy, food management, waste management, community engagement. Not only some best practices, but also a practical example and practical practices that they can actually start. Other than that, we know that from overwhelmingly 84% that people share with us that it's important to have, it's important to travel to be more sustainable, but the choices are limited. So therefore, hopefully we can help, for example, a local player like ecotourism to be actually recognized globally, but also for those entrepreneurs from micro, small, they can actually start. And here it's found in our platform, they can actually find a way to that part of certification. So let's do it together. We cannot do it alone. Hopefully it's helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mas Gegen. So thank you also for all the data-driven insights. I'm sure we can talk about it more after in the discussion. And then next, Mas Waldo from Ticket.com. Maybe you can share also your perspectives, particularly on Indonesia and maybe Bali too.
Thank you. So yeah, hello everyone, good afternoon. So my name is Waldo, I'm part of Ticket.com. Happy to be here to share about our effort related with the ESG and also sustainable tourism. So for some context, we are Ticket.com, we are part of the group of Jarum and also part of the Blibli as well. So we currently call ourselves as a Blibli Ticket. Okay, and then this is the whole ecosystem. So in our groups, we are consist of Blibli, Ticket.com, Range Market, and also Dekoruma. And in our sustainability program, we call our program Blibli Ticket Actions. So Blibli Ticket Action is our umbrella program where we do the sustainability efforts. As online travel agents, we do not have hotels, we do not have airlines, right? We do not have events. So what we can do is to become a catalyst to raising the awareness, to educate people in terms of sustainability. So here are our 3 pillars when we talk about our actions for sustainability. The first one is about Ticket for Community. We started since 2022. We launched the program called Jagoan Pariwisata. It's a community development program where we send our employees to become mentor for the small medium enterprises, and it's still going on until now. And this is Ticket for Environments. We started with the simple things like waste segregations in our office, and then it's combining also with our program planting trees with the Blibli Ticket and also replacing our lunchbox. And we also have a program and feature called Ticket Green, where I will share about that later. And also Ticket for Educations. This is our efforts last year. We become a member from Global Sustainable Tourism Council, GSTC, and share our best practices in terms of sustainable tourism, and also can learn from bigger players like Booking.com as well. When we talk about Indonesia's context, so this is some data that we can share. So 4% of our tourism sectors currently contribute to our GDP, 8.75% increase in foreign tourists, and about 5% increase in domestic air transport. This number is very huge and growing, right? And when we talk about the future tourism trends as well, when we talk about Indonesia's, almost 60% they prefer to do the cultural immersions. Almost 56% about health and wellness tourism, and then 46% about ecotourism. So for example, the cultural immersions. When we see this number, and also we see the number of visitors that coming to Indonesia, this is growing number and very promising. So what's the opportunity behind these numbers? For example, cultural immersions. We can tailor our offer to the visitors, for example, to become more local, give some experiences to stay with the local people, right? Related with the health and wellness tourism, for example, how we can give the experience related with the slow tourism as well, and also the ecotourism. So these numbers is quite promising, especially when we say the Gen Z travelers, 85% they prefer the hotels or airlines that have efforts in sustainability. But the main challenge is this. Yes, they prefer to book hotels who provide sustainabilities, but they do not want to pay more, right? So that's the biggest challenge that we need also to tackle. How to provide the sustainability with the, how to say it, yeah, with a competitive price. So the visitors, including the Gen Z and millennials, they can also afford right? This is our latest efforts related with the sustainability, what we call Ticket Green. So basically, this is a movement, a feature where our customers, they can choose, they can filter hotels who already put some efforts related with the sustainabilities. So in this part, we also combining some lists here. We work closely with the Global Sustainable Tourism Council and also open collaborations with the Ecotourism Bali as well. So for hotels who already have some certifications related with the sustainabilities, where they can find it from Ecotourism Bali, they can find it from others organizations. If they already have it, they can tell us and we can put the label of Ticket Green into our apps as well. This is the unique things, right? So we have around more than 2,500 accommodation certified Ticket Green right now. And then the bookings is increased up to 27% during the Christmas and New Year holidays, right? So it's, the data shows that probably the trends is there, customers wants there, and then how can we do it and make it tangible for the customers. And also this is the favorite destination based on Ticket Green accommodations, Jakarta, Bali, Jogja, and Surabaya, and you can see Bali is the top 2 there. So my closing slide is about it's time to transform, it's time to collaborate. One of my friends, they know that I will share the stage with Booking today, right? And then my friends told me that, Waldo, Booking is your competitor, right? You want to share the stage with Booking? And then I told him that when we talk about sustainability, it's not about competitions. It's about how we do collaborations. So we look forward to collaborate with any other parties in terms of sustainabilities and make the sustainability happen. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mas Waldo. I think it's very interesting to see from the global player and then, Blibli Ticket, that's how we call it now. Starting from Indonesia, and then for sure, Indonesia and Bali specifically is one of your major work, right? Yes. So from the digital platform, one of key stakeholders in tourism, now we move to Ross, and I think this is very, very interesting because when we talked about tourism, is a sector, it's a business sector. And like you said, Mas Waldo, people want to do, Mas Gegen as well, yeah? People want to do better. People want to be more conscious, when they travel, but they don't want to pay more. And then from the hotel's perspective, when the strategic hotel investment, asset management, you've been doing this for 20, 30 years, tell us the numbers, is it worthwhile to invest in sustainability? How does it look like? Also, when you take a look at investing in hotels and tourism industry, what's important in terms of sustainability aspect?
Well, thank you very much for that kind introduction, and I hope to be able to answer some of those questions. And I want to pay credit at the outset to the organisers of this amazing event. I attend many conferences and seminars throughout Indonesia and elsewhere in Southeast Asia, and I have to say this is one of the most professional conferences that I have seen and been to, and I'm delighted to be involved in it. So full credit to the organisers and of course the sponsors as well. The topic for my short presentation is future-proofing assets. Why sustainability is now an investment metric. And you can see future-proofing. When I first saw the term future-proofing, it really conjured up the thought that there was no risk. How do you own and operate a hotel without risk? And risk is a cornerstone of our capitalist system, our free economy system. So risk is a part of it, and this is what we're talking about this afternoon. Why sustainability is now for many years in the corporate world, Many projects that were seeking finance gained finance because bankers and other investors could use the corporate social responsibility and tick it off. Does it meet these standards? Well, there were very, very few standards in the corporate social responsibility until the concept of ESG was developed. And clearly today, ESG encompasses many activities in business. And the sustainability, I think it's a new form of due diligence. Now, the concept of due diligence is undertaken by investors before they purchase an asset. I guess homeowners do the due diligence on the home. But due diligence is a part of the corporate world, whether you're involved in mergers and acquisitions or you're looking at portfolio of hotels. You're looking at undertaking a very detailed due diligence to determine what are the risks. Is the seller selling us a pup, or are we really buying what he tells us we're going to be we want to buy? So I see sustainability in the corporate world is providing another form of due diligence. And we've now moved from the question, should we be sustainable? I guess there are organisations here in Indonesia and Bali who are saying, what is this sustainability all about? Should we be sustainable? But the question really is, how fast can we align with it before the market leaves us behind? I just read an article a few days ago that said that 85% of the hotels in existence in the year 2070 will have already been built today. So clearly, if we're looking at long-term sustainability, we're looking at hotels that are being developed today for use over many, many periods. So in terms of the sustainability, really, I see it as an intersection between relevance, operational performance and financial risk from a corporate financial perspective. And investors and hotel operators treat sustainability as a non-negotiable filter. Having done a lot of work for private equity groups, not here in Indonesia but elsewhere, but some private investors here in Indonesia, clearly they're wanting to know whether or not the property they may be acquiring has been certified. And ESG compliance, we take into account operator selection, OTA visibility, and the financing terms. And clearly some of you have heard about green financing, and there are many banks today, not so much here in Indonesia but elsewhere, that are looking at sustainability in terms of how they could structure a debt portfolio. Okay, does it mean future-proofing? So what does it mean, future-proofing? And I've spent some time developing this particular definition. It's to embed sustainability in the design of an operation, operations and strategy to maintain market relevance, compliance and profitability amid environmental, regulatory and consumer change. Now that's a mouthful, and there's a lot that's covered. And I've been asked on many occasions to define sustainability. It's a really complex subject. It encompasses just so much. And for those people who believe in God, sustainability is almost as ever present as your God. And so I say that not tongue-in-cheek, but it's a complex issue. So I see three pillars of sustainability: operational resilience, regulatory readiness, and capital market appeal. Now, I've got a couple of slides here I wanted to show you. I have to very quickly go through these. These illustrate, I don't know whether you can see, but essentially it looks at both the star-rated hotels here in Bali as well as non-star-rated hotels. And while most of us are concerned with star-rated hotels, there is a significant issue in terms of sustainability efforts being made on the part of non-classified hotels here in Indonesia. We look at enforcing the 3R concepts. Reduce, reuse, recycle. You can see that here in 2023, the number of star-rated hotels that had fallen, and you can see also in relation to non-classified hotels. If we look at waste processing installation for Bali star-rated non-classified hotels, this is an anomaly. You can see 3 years during the COVID period where it obviously shot up, those in compliance, but that was probably a function of a number of hotels that weren't practicing these closing for that short period. The treatment of water supply systems, it's amazing. I look at the star-rated hotels and I think about 80% of them are using groundwater today compared to about 70%. So there are some, clearly there is some environmental issues that confront our efforts for greater sustainability. 2 quick slides, evaluations. The major buyers of hotel and resorts here in Indonesia are the family office market, high net worth individuals and some of the corporates. And clearly some of the family office market and high net worth individuals will pay a premium for an asset if they see it has been certified and the owners have made a commitment to certification. Acquisition, as I mentioned to you before, the sustainability efforts are essentially a form of due diligence. And future-proofing is not theory, it's an operational and investment blueprint. Very quickly, we talk about the chain link from sustainable actions, some recognition here of the 3 R's, requiring sufficient infrastructure to tackle those issues, providing greater efficiency, which leads to compliance, certification. It enables people to raise more capital and to provide a market uplift in the value of their asset. And just finally, sustainability is no longer a cost burden. Now, I know there are some investors and developers that say that sustainability is a serious cost and they may have to wait many, many years to get a return on those significant capital costs in the early years. But it's a strategic investment in resilience and relevance, and the work that I've seen done clearly indicates that operating incomes of hotels can be increased between 3 and 7 to 8% in terms of introducing these sustainability efforts within the hotel. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm going to hand.
Thank you so much, Ross. I have so many questions, but then I think we will hear first from Ami and Ecotourism Bali, and to see how we can actually make all of this a reality. Because sustainability in tourism industry is also about changing habits. And like you said, you know, we have the star and non-stars hotels. And then I think right now the number shows that the non-stars hotel are the one who are struggling more. And how can we help with this? How can you start, right? So Ami, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Faye. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think today I'm grateful that I can share this again and again. It's been the 4th year, but I think it's always been a mission. It's not one silver bullet for sustainability. It will never-ending story. So by saying it again and again, I hope there will be more people that can join in terms of sustainability journey. And hopefully by my presentation here can also showcase that what are the steps. At least start with the first step and then you go on to the next. So like before, so 2 of previous panelists share about the market, and then Pak Ross share about risk assessment. That's what we did as well. Before Ecotourism Bali exists, it's about mitigating the risk. What is the risk? So there's climate risk, there's ecological risk, hence the name of Ecotourism Bali. But how we can achieve that? As I said earlier, it's not one silver bullet, it's not one step and then you achieve it all. It's like really a long journey that we need to make an effort collectively. So as you know, the data, like there's waste management problem, there's water scarcity, there's also economic leakage, there's land conversion, so all that matters. But how can we stop it? And the fact is that we're in the tourism, from 100% of hospitality, hotels and restaurants from the provincial office, 10% is 5-star hotel, 90% is 4-star below. How can they be, how you say it, contribute to the positive impact? So that's what we aim. And yeah, Ecotourism Bali, we provide guidelines, which I will share later. So that could really kind of like influence and also work together about waste management, conservation, social impact, and we hope that these businesses can be the catalyst of the positive impact for the nature, for the ecological, and hopefully in the bigger sphere for climate. So as you know, this is just a quick data that there are already regulation, but yet there's still a problem. There's already a roadmap, but yet we're still facing the problem. There's already market demand, but yet we still have existing problem. And this is what we have done since we launched last year in September. We are honored that there are 5-star hotels that also already appreciate what we do, and also the non-star hotel. So it kind of like shows that what we've created, this guidelines, assessment, and verifier system, it works. That, okay, this is what we need to do. What is the first step? And then what is the next step? So it's kind of like a guidelines that everybody can access to and then be verified by third-party independent auditor, and hopefully it can bring visibility to the market. Hence, we need to survive as a business. So these are the criteria that we have provided from hotels and restaurants. And yeah, these are the sample, like small sample of how can we mitigate the water usage. Let's say one hotel can provide like one single pool, and then how many water that they need, or from the kitchen, or about saving water, collecting rainwater system, or using the gray area or gray water system, black water system to upcycle it. So this kind of guidelines that we provide, and we kind of like verify them when have they done it, or can probably inspire them. Oh, actually, this we can do. What is the low-hanging fruit for them? You can have like every touch point of where you can start with sustainability. So this is just a quick run-through. As you can see all around this room as well, there's the component and criteria, all available in our website. And this is the eco-climate badge. So this is the market feasibility. And this is, so it's been like a hard work of 3 years, and we've tried so hard to really like align with what is the global standard, because that's the thing. Previously, I think there's a kind of like idiom, sustainability is hard, it's only for niche market, it's only for 5-star hotel, but we kind of like show that it has to be inclusive. Everybody has to take this journey. So we are happy that now we are on par with the other certification available globally. It just showed that this 90% of like 4,000 hotels registered, who gonna tap on them to join us in this first step of sustainability? Take any action, just from water, from your staff, from your conservation, any action. So this just shows that where we are right now in the global market. This is what our journey so far in 4 years. This is what I said. This is only from the tourism office, but I believe the asset from the market of OTA is a lot bigger. So who gonna govern them? Who gonna like inspire them to like take the first step, whatever that you can do? So hopefully this is what we do, and yeah, could inspire more people. And this is just a glimpse of what we did. So we provide verification. There's also training. It's about passing on the knowledge, right? Passing on the information. And then the last, because we did the assessment of climate risk with SunX Malta. So what we did is like from this data, we make a program called Regenerative Bali Program. What are the things that can be positive to the nature? So what we did is there's about biodiversity, about the coastal restoration, that include mangrove, and then also the coral restoration, and we did it throughout Bali. So that's what we've been doing so far. Besides the certification and then sharing awareness about sustainability, but this is about the impact that we want to create it, that it has to go back to the ecological and the nature. So I think that's all from me. Hopefully that we can join and collaborate, and yeah, I'm open for questions. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ami. So after this, we're just going to have some discussions and some questions from my side. But then if the audience also have some questions, please prepare it, and then maybe we can have some times later to open the floor. Ross, I think it's very powerful when you said that sustainability is actually an investment metric. And it's not a cost burden. It actually makes sense for a business, right? Because sustainability, sometimes people think of it as the high-end topic. Just like people who don't have problems, you already have enough money, you can think about sustainability. And then how can we actually mainstream this, that it makes sense in terms of business case as well. So with Bali evolving so fast, we see, I think, just in the last 1 to 2 years, buildings are rising and a lot of new businesses are opening up. How can your organizations, I can just give it all to you, how can your organizations and also your local partners be still relevant to support sustainability and then also avoid the terms, greenwashing? Because when you say, when you want to be seen as a business who's doing sustainability for ESG report, for a certain checklist, and then how can you push to have a real sustainability rather than greenwashing? Who wants to take it first?
Thank you for the question. A very, very important question. And I should say at the outset that I think leadership comes from above in the sense that the hotel industry, and I know that there are many organisations, the Bali Hotel Association and others, are involved in major efforts. But I should say that there is a uniform system of accounts that all the major hotel chains worldwide use. And for years they've had a line item called utilities. Fairly simple, water, energy, electricity, but they've spent a long time developing a whole set of new accounts when it comes to sustainability in terms of energy, water and waste. And it will be announced early next year, will be utilised. And I think that major hotels could have an influence down the food chain, as it were, to deluxe hotels and to mid-range hotels. But clearly, I think there are now amounting sufficient examples of hotels in the public domain that have demonstrated cost savings and investments in green technology at the outset may appear at face value to be high. And I guess there are some developers that just don't want to entertain those expenses. And a good friend of mine, Ilyas, I think he's here somewhere, Ilyas mentioned at a conference just recently that maybe developers should be concentrating on 2 or 3 matters in relation to sustainability technology that may assist them. But clearly it's a return over time. You're not going to get an immediate return in the first year. It may be a payback period of 4, 5, 6 years or even longer.
So it's not a cost burden, but it actually needs higher initial investment.
Yeah, yes. I mean, solar panels, for example, there may be certain types of water filtration that may be of a better quality than ones that are using, and things of this nature. There may be greater capital expenditure at the outset, and I think that's the issue. Where, if people, developers, aren't skimping on what is required, then they will get a payback on these endeavours.
I think this is very interesting to to speak in the same frequency and language. Because sometimes when we want to push impact, it's all about this intangible benefit or long term, something that you don't really measure by numbers and business-wise. So sometimes people who take a look at like, how can I get my return of investment in the next 1 to 3 years? It doesn't really make sense, the numbers, right? And so probably, you know, from booking.com or like ticket.com, how can you also encourage this to say that this is actually, it makes sense for your business, you know, the local partners, the tourism partners that you are working with to invest in this?
Yeah, for us, I think as a company, we know that we hold the responsibility. We know that there is also not all flowery about tourism, right? There is also some sort of a negative impact towards it.
Yeah.
That's also actually why we pioneers to becoming a founding member of Travelist together with the Google, MasterCard and the likes. To actually, structurally, we start with, can we work with the same framework? Can we, to your point, can we speak in the same language, right? And later on also to make sure that avoiding the greenwashing, to your second part of the question, is that working throughout not only just travel, but travel tech, but then any other industry that related to the tourism and travel that can use a same language, same framework when we are talking about this very important matter, sustainability, and how do we actually make sure that everybody accountable for it.
Thank you. Ami, you want to go?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So for us in Ecotourism Bali, I think we believe also in the third-party independent, because sustainability, like jump to your second question, it can be like a really thin line to be like greenwashing and all. We cannot be expert on everything, but we try our best. So that's why the third party is the one that we believe as an expert could verify what we claim to. So I think that system worked because for the guidelines of the global guidelines, there already exists. It's called Global Tourism Sustainable Council. And that's from the founding UN Tourism. So it's already spread out throughout the whole world, basically. But how to start it? Because so many level of understanding, like, and the bigger picture sometimes like, oh, it's just too hard, or it's just too difficult, or it's just too costly. But there are many best practice. I think some hotels that already verify with us. We cannot extract the data yet because we just started launching on September. But in the long run, there is cost efficiency in there because we maximize the resource that we have, let's say from water, let's say from energy, and that can actually, in the long run, it's like, it's the word, sustain. You can self-sustain. So I think that's the long goal for it, and yeah, that's my take from your questions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. To answer your questions, how do we? The first thing is to educate the partners, right? Because people always think sustainability is very expensive. It's a high-end topic, like you said, right? But if we do some flashback, especially in Indonesia context, when we still a child, right? Do you remember that the moment when your mother say that, finish your meal? If you not finish it, the rice will be crying, right? Something like that, right? Turn off the lamp, right? Turn off the lamp if you go out from the room, right? So it's sustainability. We have been taught sustainability since we are child, even from our mother, right? So I think the little things like that, it matters when we talk about sustainability. And when we talk it and brings it into the next step is how we do the transparency when we talk about the sustainability. For example, in our context, in ticket.com, when we have the ticket green, the communications in our latest meeting is how we can do some tiering. For example, there is a tiering for light green. So it's on when the hotel they do no plastic bottle, they do the efficiency in terms of lighting, it's light green. and then mild green, and then the maybe bold green. They have solar panel and everything, right? So and they do transparent. Our hotels we did one thing, 1, 2, 3 is part of the light green, for examples, and they do the sustainability things. They put effort at least. So I think as the platform like us, we don't have the hotels, right? So our role is to educate partners, educate the customers as well. So by doing that and also collaborate with also third parties, verifications like ecotourism, I think it can help us to make the sustainability happen.
Thank you. It's really about changing the habit, isn't it? And then when we say that we want to change something for the better, there's this book called this Atomic Habit. And there are certain strategies that actually empower you, encourage you to slowly actually adapt the change. And then I think it's very important what you just said to talk about our own culture, something that we grew up with. So my next question is like, how do you bridge, the local wisdom, the traditional wisdom that we all have, and Indonesia is very rich with this, and bridge that with the tech and modern traveler needs and wants, so how do you think this can be bridged?
I think because ecotourism Bali started in Bali, and then there's already a old philosophy called Trihita Karana. So and I think that's already it's a common thing in hospitality. You hear it often, but the bridging is hopefully the more you talk about it, you can just amplify your message and start with the awareness. Behavior change, it's a long goal. Like us as a kids, like your mom keep telling you, don't do it, or stop this. It just go on until they're 17 years. So our journey is not like 1 year, half a year. It's gonna be a long process. So I like the atomic habit, small things, and I think that's kind of like align with what we do. Try to whatever that you can do, and then making bigger impact. The tourism collectives is also making greater impact as doing it as Gotong Royong.
Yeah, I think from the consumer's perspective, from our recent travel and sustainability report, right, there's already a change in behavior from a consumer's perspective. So when we ask them, do you leave the room, the air conditioner off, the lights off, etc., from 30% in 2016, which is 10 years ago, now it's 63%. They did it, or the consumers mentions. Well, we have to verify whether they actually did it, right? But they believe they did it, and then they said the answer is
subjectively.
Exactly. But that shows the change in behaviors already. So the consumers already doing it. Now for us as a company, I think collaboration is the answer. We cannot do it alone. So therefore we are partnering with a lot of partners. We are partnering with even the Hotel Association, Bali Villa Rental Associations, with Canggu Hospitality, every association that we can work with to increase this awareness, to share that, hey, there is actually a demand for it. And therefore, if you match with that demand, one problem that we have actually from our insight is that we don't have enough options. So for those who are not certified yet, strongly suggest to get the certifications, because that's one way to make sure that the customer can see that demand. That can see that options.
I think I see more in Bali. Actually, Bali, it has been for a few years that we are not being given plastic bags in supermarkets. Little things like that. It's integrated more in you and your daily lives. And also, when you're going to the hotel, you don't really, you switch off the lights, you don't use plastic bottles and all that, right? And you mentioned something about the Gen Z and then the younger generations, and I saw the 85% of traveler actually right now are Gen Z, It's already part of the lifestyle. We talked about this before, Mas Waldo. So I want to talk about from the traveler's perspective, what do they like and they don't like the trend, and what do you see the trend in the future? And then also from the investor's perspective, when you say that sustainability is also an investment metric, has it always been like that? Or not? Or is it just for the last 5 years or 10 years, right? But then I think maybe Mas Waldo can also give perspective from the traveler's part.
Yeah, especially when we talk about younger generations, Gen Z, which is ourselves, right? Yeah.
Subjectively again.
Yeah, subjectively again. Yeah, we need to validate. I think there are three big topics that we need to cover. Okay, the first one is about social media, right? Because the young generations, Gen Z, the place where they hang out is in social media. Tempat tongkrongan mereka, social media, right? So how we as a platform, we can create awareness, contents, videos, educations, whatever it is, through social media to installing that kind of mindset to them, right? So that's the first thing. The second one is about community, right? This is what currently we did in Ticket.com. We working closely with like Kumparan, the media platform owned by Jarum as well, to gather the community that resonates and have some same passions related with the sustainable tourism. Interestingly, in our first meet and greet with the community, right, we shared to them the booking code, the gift voucher for booking code, if they buy hotels using Ticket Green feature, right? And surprisingly, the traffic is very huge by the community, right? It's like 100-something% increasement in revenue because of that revenue the code, because of the code of green code, right? So it's very huge, and they are very close with the young generations. So social media, community, and the last one is the collaborations. Currently what we did is collaborate with education institutions. Currently Gen Z, maybe they are in universities, maybe Gen Alpha still in the senior high schools, right? So currently we are working closely with lecturers, academicians, how we can put some sustainable tourism into their lessons, into their lectures. We provide some context in terms of business, industry to the lecturers. They invite us to become a guest lecturers. We also do some community projects with the lecturers. So hopefully by doing that, the collaborations like that, the young generations, the Gen Z, they have more awareness and have more knowledge related to sustainable tourism. And by having that, they can live with that. Right? So that's our hope related with it.
So that's 3 core, right? Like communication, community, and collaboration.
Nice one.
and then they say that community, when we talked about community, the first thing that crossed your mind is all these soft values, very liquid, you can't measure it, it's altruistic, right? But people actually have the data shown that when you invest in community, that's a very sustainable way of engaging your audience and your target audience and market. And right now, I think with Gen Z, it has to be like that, because otherwise the other forms of marketing are too loud, are too noisy. Like you compete with too much.
Too much FYP, right?
Too much FYP, right? Yeah, so you have to actually engage their real passion and commitment. And now, can you share also from the investor's perspective, is this the trend? Is it increasing? Has it always been like that?
Well, I guess investors are concerned about rates of return for the risks they're prepared to bear. It's at the crucible of the free enterprise system that you're attempting to identify the return. And here in Bali, you see a lot of advertisements at 20% return on investment, 30%, 5%. Well, of course, with all of those projected returns, there's risk. Does it mean if there's you're saying there's a 20% return that you're going to get it? No, it doesn't. It means that there's a 50% probability you're going to get less than 20% and maybe a 50%. And so I guess investors, and I'm talking about more institutional type investors now, family office market, some high net worth individuals, are prepared to pay a premium if they understand that some of the risks associated with the ownership of a hotel are going to be mitigated by adopting sustainable techniques. And so it's to be just frank, investors are looking at better rates of return. So they're saying if we fund or we acquire this hotel that has these 3 or 4 elements in it, does it assure us of the return that we expect? Well, there's no total assurance, but it may be that it'll mitigate risk for the investors. So that's one of the reasons why investors, I mean, there's a noble cause, I guess. Many investors are wanting to do something for the community, but at the very heart of it, it's a vested interest and a self-interest in ensuring that they're getting the best possible return for the risks they take.
But do they look at the business itself only, or also the environment, the government, the laws and regulations in that location?
I think that that in doing the due diligence, most investors, most prudent investors in the world that are looking at sustainable enterprises have a very detailed list as part of the due diligence. So, community outreach, employee, the employees, whether they're sustainable and have the lifestyles that they seek. So I think it's way beyond just a financial spreadsheet. I think that there's a lot of other things they need to check, and this is where certification is just so important, because it doesn't necessarily circumvent or short circuit the need for investors to look prudently at the material that's being presented. But if there's a certification done by a reputable organisation, then I think that that means a lot for investors.
Yeah, I guess it's also this balance between reward and punishment, isn't it? Reward is actually from the business case, and then how you can actually be more sustainable in terms of return of investment, increasing your valuation, but then also punishment in terms of regulations, and we don't actually have that.
It's not compliant now. Yeah, it's not mandatory, but hopefully, I mean, in the investment now, some corporation, you need to have some sort of ESG report to increase your investment. So, in the cloud, it's already there.
Well, one of the other things that I might state is the banks. The banks seem to me to be a hidden part of the Indonesian economy in relation to sustainability, and yet there are other countries, and I know in Australia just recently the Salter Brothers, a private equity group that own hotels, are now getting green financing. There is a number of the trading banks that are saying we will provide cheaper loans provided you less interest, better mortgage, and I think that Indonesian banks have that responsibility. But in terms of, but I think that, in fact, I think that Indonesian banks are a major linchpin in really tackling sustainability going forward, because I guess it's a debate for another day.
Thank
Another
you.
session.
So I think we are running out of time. This is very, very interesting. Me personally, are always interested to see how we can quantify impact, in a sense. I mean, let's not simplify it, but I think that's very powerful when we can actually quantify impact. So to close this, can each one of you just say in one sentence your personal mantra when it comes to future-proofing tourism?
Future-proofing tourism.
Yes. How to make this tourism, sustainable, and everything that we talked about today, from understanding our market, our travelers, understanding our local businesses, local wisdom, investors, source of money. So just like maybe one sentence, if any of you, your personal mantra, when you're doing your work every day, you would try to make it work, try to encourage all of these atomic habits to push the impact. What's your personal mantra?
For me, probably. For me, my mantra is always keep moving forward. Just do and yeah, whatever it takes to just stay at the course, because I think we already have a vision board of what we want to achieve. So just keep like small step and again.
Thank you. Mas Gegit?
For me, when it comes to sustainability, I love spending time with nature. I love spending time with, enjoying what Bali has to offer in terms of nature. One thing that the modern natures that probably counterproductive with what we trying to do, right, with rapid changes, is leave them alone. Don't try to change them. It's one thing that I think they would appreciate is don't try to change the mother natures, but leave them alone. Only leave memories, right? That's for me.
Thank you. Just in terms of a mantra, I guess I always think that sometimes we overlook the obvious. And despite all the plethora of information about sustainability here in Bali, I look at some absolute basics. The interesting thing is that the average overseas visitor is paying between 30 and 40% less today in real dollars than they did in 2008. And so Bali is too affordable. There should be less visitors but paying more. And the other issue, of course, simple. The average length of stay of overseas visitors, particularly short haul and medium haul visitors, are spending half as much time. So the average length of stay in Bali is half what it used to be. So if we went back to 10, 15, 20 years ago, we could increase the length of stay by multiple destination visits, a whole range of things. I think that you'd have more sustainable tourism, less congestion, less traffic jams, and perhaps we wouldn't have 6.2 million visitors as we had last year. We might have 4 million, but we'd all be better off.
Thank you.
Okay, my mantra I think it's all about collaborations, right? Sama seperti, let me close it with pantun.
Yes, very Indonesian.
Let me close it with pantun. Jalan-jalan ke kota Kudus.
Cakep.
Semoga semua kolaborasi berjalan mulus.
Cakep.
Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you all. So please give a round of applause for our panelists today.
Thank you once again for all of the panelists and also for moderating our sessions today, Ibu Faye. We would like to please Ibu Rahmi Fajar Harini as the co-founder of Ecotourism Bali to present tokens of appreciations sponsored by Sensasha. Mungkin boleh maju ke depan untuk berfoto bersama kemudian. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't go anywhere because we will continue to the third session right after this. Baik, boleh berfoto bersama, saya hitung. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Look at the camera. Big smile. Everyone say Ecotourism Bali.
Ecotourism Bali.
Okay, we'd like to welcome you to go back to your seat. Hi, Mas Dwi. How are you feeling?
Feeling great, actually.
Feeling great?
While we were sitting there, a lot of things that I
Is
picked
going
up.
on in your mind?
Yeah. I
It's
think-
quite an enriching sessions that we had,
yeah.
eh?
It's actually more than I thought before about this event. So I think when I go back, and there are a lot of things that I like to implement. Like one of the panelists said, it's a very simple thing like switch off the light, So I'm going to do
Simple
that.
gestures. Simple
Yes.
gestures that will create ripple effects, right?
Yes.
Definitely. Okay, what's going on at the third session now? Would
Yes.
you tell us a little bit about it, Mas Dwi?
Yeah, sure. Sustainability in tourism goes beyond guest experiences. It requires ethical sourcing, responsible supply chain, and conscious business operations. This session will explore how hotel, restaurants, and tourism operators can implement responsible procurement strategies to reduce environmental impact, support local economies, and strengthen long-term businesses' resilience. Panelists will also share real-world examples of businesses that has successfully integrating sustainability into their procurement practices.
As Ecotourism Week commitment to this session, the furniture on the stage is made out of recycled plastic by Ecolabo 8. All the organic waste will be collected by Magi Farm, and the non-organic waste will be recycled by Eco Bali. What a great event, and I guess we would like to also thank Malali Mais to help us to arrange today's sessions.
Yep.
And as you can see here, the design that is on the stage for the furnitures, they're very minimalist, very simplistic,
Yes.
right, Mas Dwi?
I was wondering the material what we are using here.
Yeah. It's made out of recycled plastic, actually, so
Yeah.
it's weather resistant, perfect for
This
Bali
one
weather.
look like wood, isn't it? Like
Definitely,
from-
yeah. Really great finishing.
Yeah.
But I don't want you to steal them, Mas
I was
Dwi.
I was planning to.
Don't
though.
steal them. I think it's quite heavy, yeah.
Really?
But I
Ok-
can give you some tips, and I
Okay.
can give you all some tips as well.
Okay.
As we have here all of the leaders of Bali's tourism. As you can see that sometimes when we talk about sustainability, recycling, sometimes our mind bring us to like tacky products or something that is very
Yeah.
in your face, you know.
Yeah.
But sometimes you want to be sustainable, but still keep the minimalism and also your branding.
And
So-
also the aesthetic element that we have to.
Definitely, and that's
Yeah.
what Ecolabo 8 is trying to showcase. So
Yeah.
if you're interested, please go to their booth. The exhibitions is over there. Get their
Yep.
contact, get in touch with them, and who knows, maybe we'll be able to change your waste into your next furniture.
Exactly.
And next, we will discuss about responsible procurement, a key pillar of sustainable tourism. Our moderator, Dinda Hervi, founder of Impactura, will lead these enlightening sessions. Let's welcome her to the stage. Let's give one big round of applause for Ibu Dinda Hervi. Ibu, stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Om Swastiastu. Okay, today we will talk about this panel on a key pillar of sustainable tourism, how ethical and responsible sourcing enhance guest experience, and a more impactful procurement economically and environmentally. First, I'm just gonna say I'm very honored to be on this stage. It's my second time to be in the Ecotourism Week. And earlier in the morning, we already heard from Mbok Niluh, yeah. The theme is very special. I think it's a very important question that we need to ask in the industry. What can we do for Bali, right? And what can we do within our operation and supply chain? And I think today's discussion is very relevant to the themes as well. But before we dive into this topic, I would like to invite our esteemed panelists to the stage. First of all, we have Dr. Windrawani Inanta, the Deputy Director, Market Transformation Indonesia of Roundtable of Sustainable Palm Oil. Please, Pak, welcome to the stage. And second, we have Kak Gita Syarani, the Head of Executive Board from Koalisi Ekonomi Membumi. Kak Gita, welcome. Silakan, Pak. Third one, we have our own host, Mr. Ed Brea the General Manager of the Meru Sanur and Bali Beach Hotel, the Heritage Collection. Please welcome, Pak. Last but not least, we have Ibu Ririn Yasli, founder of Kita Bisa Design Studio. Halo, Mbak. So when we talk about sustainability in tourism, I believe it's not just about reducing negative impact, but also how we create value. And so how can we create value in the procurement, right? So today's discussion, all of the amazing speakers will discuss that sustainable procurement and also ethical sourcing is a key driver and a strategic driver for sustainability in tourism. So I would like to give the first floor for Pak Win to give the presentation. I'll read out your profile, Pak. Pak Win is responsible for managing RSPO operation in Indonesia and coordinating its activities with other RSPO global offices. He ensures that RSPO regional direction is coherent and fully aligned with the organization global positioning and engage with key stakeholders and policymakers to ensure that RSPO achieve its vision to make sustainable palm oil the norm. He is also responsible for setting annual targets on market transformation in terms of membership growth and increased production and uptake of sustainable palm oil, providing assurance in the chain of custody and maintaining RSPO reputation in the region. Pak Win has a combination of private and NGO backgrounds. Before joining RSPO, Pak Win has worked with one of the biggest palm oil growers, and in his most recent with the Nature Conservancy, he successfully managed a German-funded low-emission oil palm development project with a budget of 6 million euro. Okay, Pak, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Dinda. May I present with standing? So, my name is Win. I'm the Deputy Director for Market Transformation. Allow me to introduce RSPO first, and then answering maybe your question, why the hell is RSPO here now? Because we are working on palm oil, and I believe that maybe 95% of you working on the sustainability of tourism. So let's see what we can do together, to make our world better. So I will go for the RSPO first, please. Yeah. So where tourism meets sustainability, what's really the role of Indonesia tourism sector in advancing sustainable palm oil? So I will go for what is RSPO. Please, next. So before going there, I believe that, you are not really familiar with RSPO. I will, bring you to the world of palm oil. So the CPO, next slide. Okay. So the CPO that we know actually coming from the palm fruit, not from the kernel. Yeah. So this the orange oily substances coming from the palm fruit rather than from the kernel. Kernel, they can be processed to become palm kernel oil. So it's different things. So the kernel itself, it can be also used as the material to co-firing with coal. Yeah, Japan really likes to have this because they have this, co-firing with coal targets. So why palm oil is so popular? Because palm oil is very effective and efficient. To produce 1 ton of oil from palm oil, we only require 1/4 hectare of land. If you see compare with soybean, we need more than 2 hectares. Okay, so it's 10-fold land that required to produce soybean. So if you look at the demand for vegetable oil in 2050, for example, we will reach more than 300 million metric ton. And 35% of this coming from palm oil, but we only require 8.6% of land. Palm oil can only be planted effectively in equatorial area. You see over there on the green box. But that comes with price, heavy price, because in this area we have so much biodiversity. You see orangutan, elephant, chimpanzee, all is in equatorial area. So the issue of deforestation, biodiversity threat is there. RSPO we already established since 2004 to answer that kind of concern. Okay? Biodiversity, social, environmental issue, deforestation, whatsoever. WWF is one of our founding members with other members coming from around the world. So now we have over 6,000 members around the world in 105 countries, covering 5.2 million hectares of palm oil plantation who already certified. But this is only cover about 20% of the total of palm oil plantation in the world. We have 3 standards. We are not certification body, but we are the owner of the standard. So we have 3. We have principle and criteria for big companies, big growers. We have another standard for smallholders, and another standard is for supply chain. Supply chain is more for the downstream. So this is, the supply chain of palm oil. On the yellow-orange side is the upstream, and the green side is the downstream. I will be very fast here. This is our trademark. If you can see this trademark in any products, we have our booth there. You will see Bali Soap, which is maybe around here. Bali Soap is our member, and they put RSPO trademark logo in their products. We also have one more member in the process of certification called Spa Factory here in Bali. So, our members can use this trademark. So if you also see Rainforest Alliance, they use the frog seal, for example. This is similar. We are working with smallholders. 145,000 smallholders around the world. We support them in total of more than 380,000 hectares. So this is, I will skip this. This is this credit scheme. Now, what is really we need from tourism industry? Yeah? We know that tourism industry is a key driver of Indonesian economy. Palm oil is used widely, again, not only for culinary, but in soap, shampoo, perfume, spa products. And palm oil is one of Indonesia's top commodities. So this is the second biggest export of Indonesia after the oil and gas. Okay. So high consumption, I will go for the more detail of this. And then pressing need to shift toward the sustainable palm oil. If you know GSTC, they also require to procure more sustainable products. So embracing CSPO can align with the goal of ecotourism or any other sustainability scheme in the tourism industry. I made this very simple, calculation of how much really the hospitality or tourism industry consume of palm oil. So just look at the bottom, almost 500,000 metric tons of CPO consumed by hospitality industry. So this is very significant amount of consumption. The total consumption of Indonesia is 23 million metric ton. Indonesia is the biggest producer of palm oil, and at the same time we are the biggest consumer of palm oil. No other country in the world consume more than 20 million ton of palm oil. No. Yeah. And food related is about 10 million. So, tourism sector account for almost 5% of food related palm oil juice in Indonesia. So why we can think that tourism is a key sector for promoting CSPO in Indonesia is that tourism will be in the less price sensitive niche market compared with more general market in Indonesia. It's a stable and growing sector. Tourism of course is very high visible and influential industry. It can also showcase the sustainability leadership. The important one also is that it will support Indonesian key commodities. So Indonesian tourism support key Indonesian commodities in sustainability. Okay. We can be also synergy with any kind of organization. RSP also involved in GSTC. So we also work with GSTC. Readiness for certification. Can be also policy alignment for SDC contribution, localized supply chain impact. So if you are buying from smallholder, if you buy credits from RSPO certified smallholders, you create local supply chain impact and incentivize the sustainability effort of independent palm oil smallholders. I think that's all. This is the last slide that I had. Marketing and storytelling potential, this will be very important because this will also, create very good guest experience and, brand loyalty. Narrative such as supporting local farmer will be very, important to support the market of any kind of organization. Thank you, Mbak Dinda.
Thank you, Pak Win. Okay, so we move on to the next presenter, Kak Gita Syahrani. Kak Gita is a well-known environmental activist in Indonesia who focuses on creating a sustainable future. She leads the Earth-Centered Economic Coalition, or Koalisi Ekonomi Membumi, where she works to connect with different groups, including government and communities, to promote environmental protection. Okay, I'll just stop there. Yes, perfect.
Thank you so much, Kadinda and Pawin as well. Hi, everyone. My name is Gita. What I wanted to share with you, if this is working, yes, is a little bit of a teaser about our journey to kind of find balance between the human and nature connectivity and shifting our economy towards a more sustainable options. And this all begins with every single one of you in the room. Hi, Kamil. Especially from decision making on sourcing, like Pak Win suggested just now. So just to give you context and why this is important for us in the coalition, if you see on the left-hand side, 92% of Indonesia's investment target are still directed to extractive industry. So coal, mineral, oil and gas, those are the things that we prioritize as a country. And in the right-hand side is all the options that can actually be managed more sustainably without monoculture. And it includes plantation, marine, fishery, and also forestry. And our journey in CAM, in the Earth-Centered Economy Coalition, is trying to balance these two worlds, trying to transition from the ones that are causing negative impacts to reduce it, and try to increase the positive impact from the sectors that can. And we decide that our journey is going to focus on providing diversified options. Our bigger umbrella, I don't know if you have been following this, but the Indonesian government have launched in December last year the Responsible Bioeconomy Initiative. And this focuses on looking at bio-based industry as a sector that can be economically viable for the country, but also can provide climate solutions. And this is seen as a diversification option from the ones that exist right now. So that is kind of the macro or more complex terms, but in reality, in the simple explanation, we are going to promote coffee and coconut and cacao, bamboo, non-timber forest product like vanilla, like patchouli, like nutmeg, also aquaculture, seaweed and ecosystem services through a much more robust but sustainable value chains. But this will not happen, ladies and gentlemen, without the support of all of you from the industry. Because the industry can actually be the one that is make it or break it kind of this effort as market for these commodities. So what kind of sectors are critical for this success? It's the food and beverages industry. Maybe some of you are here from the restaurant industry or for F&B, maybe show of hand. Yes. One. From health and medicine, there's beauty and wellness. We know some of the villa here have a wellness component as well. Alternative materials, building and making things from other stuff. There's paper pods there, so maybe paper can be from recycled paper as well. And from hospitality industry, which is who's in the room right now. And our coalition basically consists of 31 organizations that believes in the same vision. And we try to make it collaboratively through making this happen. So can you imagine if in Bali, for example, there's a coffee grower in the middle of the forest in Jembrana, and that coffee is actually taking care of your soil and your water access here in Sanur, because it affects the forest quality there. If we can connect the coffee grower to a processing company that is based in Sanur, for example, and this processing company can actually sell to larger buyers across the value chain of hotels or restaurants or cafes, then we can have this connectivity among the companies that can collaborate and can actually share the impact. Madinda here is measuring impact. I'm pretty sure it'll be easier to measure impact if it's connected in one value chain. This is one of the example of what we've been doing in Bali, here in Tabanan, one of the district. It's with a cacao producing cooperatives in Tabanan jurisdictions. We are also collaborating with the local government in Tabanan to actually produce a partnership between AgriDesa, which is one of our company's network at CAM that we curate. And AgriDesa works with the cooperative to make sure that the cooperative gets market access with one of the bigger chocolate company here in Bali, which is Chow. And in return, Chow does not only exist as a buyer, they also exist as a trainer. They also exist as a support system for facilities and machineries for the cooperative. So within the span of 4 months, they managed to increase quality of cacao in this cooperative in Tabanan from C all the way to AA. So they just get certified and they get premium price because of that. So we want to make more of this happen in Bali because this is a slide that I took from Kaami's presentation actually. The Bali water issue is something that is critical and all of you in the hospitality industry are very much dependent on the availability of water. We don't want this to be another case of Cape Town where it becomes a tourism destination but you don't have water. And the thing that preserve the water in Bali are the forests of Bali. And the forests sometimes are forgotten because if you think about tropical forests, you don't think about Bali. You think about Papua or maybe Borneo. But actually, Bali is the only place in Indonesia that I would say can directly link between nature and water conservation to tourism sector because it's within one island. You can literally follow the water line. We have colleagues from Nusantara Atlas in the fair over there. They can actually show you data to link this type of connectivity. So Jembrana and Tabanan becomes two of the critical districts to protect because it has the largest remaining forest also. And one of the practice that we collaborated with Ecotourism Bali to push this idea is through something that is much more concrete. It's actually looking at products that are generating impact at that location, but not those location alone, but actually building that into a guidelines where hotels and restaurants and cafes can actually make better decision in terms of their procurement. It starts from identifying the right product. What is it that you use in your toiletries, in your amenities, in your kitchen, in other parts of your hotel, your restaurant and cafes. And then it goes into a supplier assessment testing. We just did an FGD. Thank you so much for Ecotourism Bali for arranging. So we actually played it with the tools and got feedback directly for some of you in the rooms that represent the industry. And then we look at logistic and waste management as well. Now, the idea is these procurement guidelines could become a guide to connect all of your companies coming from the tourism industry into impact that is actually protecting the quality of life in the entire island, especially when related to soil quality and water quality. And that is it. Our invitation for all of you is to get to know our companies that we've curated as part of the champion of this endeavor. You can scan here if you want to know more. There's also product in the booth over there explaining about who they are, what they sell, and how they can support your operation. And yeah, this is our tagline, Usaha Lestari Berdaya, Ekonomi Indonesia Maju Bersama. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So everybody who are in the, maybe in the procurement can connect with Koalisi, yeah? Okay, for the third panelist, I would like to invite Mr. Ed Brea, the General Manager of the Merusanur and Bali Beach Hotel, the Heritage Collection. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Selamat siang. Yeah, so today we're going to talk a little bit about procurement. And we can go here just basically, you know, the theme is on ethical and responsible, you know, sourcing to enhance the guest experience through impactful procurement and economically, environmentally friendly. You know, we've adopted, you know, something very Balinese in our style here. Again, we're a state-owned company, not an international company. So we've adopted, you know, basically providing Indonesian hospitality.
Ed, I think, yeah.
Sorry, Indonesian hospitality, okay, but with Balinese. So we have international standards, but we deliver that with Indonesian and Balinese hospitality. And in doing that, to try, you know, Hita Karana, you know, is a very important. Those are really our three pillars. So when we talk about that commitment to foster warm connection with our guests and associates in our community, it really starts with that interconnectivity. Go ahead. It's not working. There we go. So, you know, our vision is to embrace those concepts. And, you know, man to man, respect and preserve the natural environment. Man to earth, honor the culture and spiritual heritage. And man to God. That's really, you know, how we go. You need to scroll a little bit faster there. Okay. So inspired by that rich, you know, that rich culture, you know, we're creating authentic experience to celebrate the island's culture while ensuring that modern comfort. And, you know, I think that's really what we're about every day. So guests can immerse themselves into a very, very unique journey where their spirit of Bali is reimagined for the modern taste. Yeah. Okay. Our vision is to be the leading tourism ecosystem in the region, providing memorable experience through Indonesian hospitality through responsible procurement of products, assets, and resources. First, we talk about the first pillar, and that's really man to man. And this is where probably, you know, I think it came up in earlier one of the presentations. We had a very passionate speaker earlier in the day, and she was talking about the people, you know, and really when we talk about the people, I think it was Nilu, I think it was Nilu. And she was talking about the people and the importance of the Balinese people and what we do in international hotels and hospitality for sustainability. And really, it's really the foundation for our procurement really starts with our associates. This is anchored, in the recruitment efforts that we do with the local Banjar to get people in to work here in the hotel as a starting place for them in their careers, or some of them that are even at the end of their careers. We have them free for cleaning the beach, landscaping, security, housekeeping. They're really the backbone of our workforce, okay, and connecting us with the community, because that's really the direct communicators from us to the community, okay, as well as future employees for guest contact roles and developing from that. Complemented by our heritage associates. All of you know the Bali Beach goes back to 1966. So when we closed the hotel and we opened it, we made a very big effort to reach out to a lot of the former employees, and we brought back a certain amount of our population of employees, as heritage employees. We have about 50 heritage employees here in the hotel. Most of them are in supervisory roles, but we also use them not only for supervisory roles to help do the work that we need every day. They mentor our younger staff, and not only teaching them about the technical skills the younger staff need, but they're also talking about the importance of their role in living up to the hotel's legacy and making sure they understand what that heritage means to Bali and how we are representing that every single day we come to work. We augment that, by robust apprenticeships and internships, and those are management development programs, and those are all supported by our certified trainers, of which we have about a dozen here in the hotel, to make sure when we carry through that training, okay, they all get certified for everything that they do, which is very important for us to sustain the level of service that we need to do to be in international hotel standards. Another thing we talked before about a little bit earlier was about that socialization. And it's very important in that socialization process, during our onboarding, but even as we carry all those initiatives through, for our CSR initiatives, and we encourage them their active participation in that. So we really encourage that, and we foster that growth every single day. This is an integrated approach, which is working very well with us, and you can see our guest satisfaction scores are already in the 90s, even though we've only been open for about a year. And that gives us a stable work environment with less turnover, and gives us consistent service standards. And that's really, I think, the key for this is really sustainability starts with the people. Without the people understanding what sustainability is, without them being part of that on a long-term basis, it's not going to work. The next part, is also important, okay, and that's the, man to earth. Man to earth is the second pillar, okay, as far as what we consider to be important is whether we roll everything out, and that's being ethical and responsibility in everything we do for impactful procurement, and that is supported through government initiatives like Made in Bali, for example. And, buy Made in Bali is very important for us, or buy Indonesia in the second case when we can't get it in Bali. But if you look at all of those, the way that we built the hotel throughout, the new Maru and the convention center, this was all built with natural materials from Indonesia, from Bali, and from other parts of Indonesia. But it was a very, very, when people come here, they feel the Indonesian touch as compared to a lot of other hotels that have been built more of in a Western style. But this is built in Balinese style with Balinese materials throughout by architecture and interior designers that are from Indonesia. So when people come here, they can feel it as soon as they walk in. And that really, again, using small and medium enterprises in our procurement process is very important for us. And we do a lot of that to make sure that we get organic produce, for example, from farm to table. Sometimes, unfortunately, because of the volume we have, it's a little difficult to use just the small farmers, but we do it as much as possible up until the point where they don't have the supply, and then we start going to the bigger, medium suppliers and the larger suppliers to be able to fulfill our requirements, which sometimes, when we have big events here, becomes probably necessary. This ballroom, for example, we can do 2,000 people sit down for dinner, for example, which we do quite often. So that's our first priority, but our second priority is using the bigger ones. Our menus feature Bali wines and spirits. We even have a heritage cocktail program here, which is based not only on the heritage of the hotel in the old days, but also using those wines and spirits as part of our cocktail creations. Local coffee, you mentioned cacao, we use the chocolate you know, and I like the way you talked about that way that procurement flows through. There's that integrated approach. And a lot of the suppliers that we use, like the coffee supplier, Tanamara, for example, they come in, they're also the trainers. So they don't only sell us the goods, but they also come in and train us, for example. To highlight maybe a few key sustainability issues that we do here in the hotel, we're doing the Maggie Farm. The Maggie Farm is creating compost with the, black soldier flies. And, that's actually right outside over here in the garden next to between the temple and the convention center. And we use that for our composting in our gardens. Another thing we use in our gardens is we use kelp seaweed fertilizer, for example, which is local made, which is very sustainable because that alleviates us having to use pesticides and chemicals. It should be noted that where we built the Maru, that used to be part of the golf course. And that golf course, obviously was using a lot of chemicals, like most golf courses, to keep the grass green. We don't have to do that. So we actually regenerated the soil, okay? And we're actually using this kelp fertilizer. And again, they come in and they actually do the training. Because a lot of our gardeners actually used to work here in the old days and are used to spraying things with pesticides. So we've retrained them to use more sustainable products, to help us, for the future. Recycling cooking oils is another good example. Again, that's sort of something we do with a charity organization that we actually give them and they recycle it and they reuse it. Beach cleaning services. We have the Banjar guys cleaning our beach for us. We have a crew that does that every single day. We have 8 guys. We have the longest, widest beach in Sanur. It's one of our USPs, so we have to keep that beach clean as much as we can. After the weekend sometimes, because it's a public beach, it gets a little bit ropey. But we got the machine that comes in now. The Bali Beach Cleaners actually have a booth over there if you haven't visited Dimitri and Dini. They do a great job 3 times a week coming in, and they're taking a massive amount of deep trash out of the sand, a lot of plastics and things like that. And that's working quite nicely for us as well.
I think, yeah,
I think it's about it. Am I over?
Yeah.
I have some other things to talk about, but at the end of the day, really, it's about the people, okay? And I think I want to just make that just very, that sustainability starts with the people, and they help us carry through these projects, but partnerships with local industry is also in that interlinking and the flow through on the supply chain is very important for us, and that's how we approach it.
Thank you. That will be a
Sorry if I ran a
topic
little bit over, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Terima
Edria.
kasih.
Okay, the last presentation will be from Ririn. Actually, her artwork is displayed in this hall, if you see in the back. Maybe Mbak Ririn can explain also a little bit, yeah?
Thank you very much, Mbak Dinda, for the time, and I'm so honored to be here. Sorry, I think my slide is all over the place. Yeah. Yes, so I'm here telling a little bit of different of the other panelist story. I'm more talking on the creative side here. So it's bear with me for some time. Yes, so here I want to talk about showcasing of transforming hospitality waste into artwork. So the point here for me is creating art with meaning. That's artist's core idea for me. So it's, so I'm talking about reclaiming value. So it's from the waste and make it into something that is interesting, but also create awareness for our society. The second one is for cultural and environmental commentary. So because with my artwork, I'm hoping that, create a discussion point about how we using our waste or how we treat our waste. And using waste as a source of art is also create a beauty and imperfection. And then we also creating while reducing. So it's really important for me as an artist, what the core message that I want to deliver. So I have, the thought that I always want to convey when I'm making my art. So as like other occupation, we all have a responsibility. So being artists today also come with responsibility. We have the option to choose the material, so I'm always using either natural or repurposed waste material. And for me, I've been living long time in the hotel. So it used to be I live in Port Moresby for 8 years, and I live in the hotel, and also in Australia it's the same. I live in the hotel, so I know exactly how much it is the waste that produced by the hotel. So from there, I always want to, from my creative side of it, make something out of it. And yes, so I have to thank to the Meru and Bali Beach Hotel to help, my thought become true. The hotel itself is like, it's just so many stuff you can use. So it is really like treasure trove for me to be creative and do whatever you like, really. So you just see what things and what you can do with it and make something out of it, something that carries meaning, something that you can say to the world in the different language, which is art. So this is one of the example of my work. It's my dream throne. So I use all recycle from insulation work on the hotel. It's an old chair from the hotels as well, wood branches that I pick up somewhere, and also using natural material wool and other fibers. This one is my other works as well. It's, I call it twisted waste. It's waste that collected by Sungai Watch. It was at ICAD last year in Jakarta. This is another artwork that I made. It's it's a wearable art for Jakarta Fashion Week. So I use scrap materials and using wool as well, some of it. So yes, all artists in the world they really talk about how we manage waste and how this waste is just so massive in the world that it's just unbelievable. So this is one of the artwork by Emmanuel Morelli using the AI artwork, but it's clearly very, very giving sort of message there, how fast fashion really, really take over the world with their waste. It's just massive. And as we know, textile or clothing basically is number 2 in the world for the waste. This one is another art from waste, from Derek Gores. This one is another really interesting one, using simple ropes but it's creating massive impact with the sizes. So basically, I was just want to say that whether you hotelier or designer, chef, guest, we all have the responsibility. We contribute the waste cycle in this world, so we have to do something about it. Yeah, that's pretty much all from me.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe I'll start with you first, Mbak Ririn. What inspires you, right, to turn waste into art? And maybe you can explain a little bit about your artwork there. What are the messages that you try to convey with this art?
So this artwork title is Sweeping Hopes. It's to me it's carry double meaning, in a way of the artwork itself is as showing to the people to have a discussion of my artwork about how the waste, that we consume every day. But it's also sent as well that actually by using the waste, actually can create something really interesting that is that people can actually enjoying it, giving a second life from some supposedly called waste that is thrown away, but it's actually you can, giving a second chance.
So, and I guess it also creates an avenue, right, for engagement.
That's correct.
With visitors
awareness
or guests.
for the awareness for the.
Is there any interaction that visitors can do with your art here?
Yes. The one that in Sukarno Lounge, that is the figure of the lady there. It's again there is. I make it kind of not. It's a finish, but it's not really finish. So I want also together with the others, if interested, to join me at some point for weaving together,
right?
So to create togetherness and creating something more
unique
beautiful.
also, right?
Yes,
something different. Okay. How do you? Maybe you can explain also, like, how can artists collaborate with hotels like Meru, for example, and how can hotels or hospitality industry support artists like you to be able to work together? Maybe that's a question for you, and also.
Well, I think, what we provided is a couple of spots that will do installations on a rotational basis.
Yeah.
And this is the first in that one spot because we just finished that area at the Bali Beach lobby. And the overreaching goal is to have every 3 months or so to have another installation done by another artist. And, we don't really, I think when we started engaging, we talked about doing something that was sustainable and something using sustainable materials that were, regenerated. And we never really talked about what she was doing. She gave us maybe a diagram of something which looks nothing like what she did. But I didn't really care, to be very honest. I just said, well, just do something for Ecotourism Week, and I'm sure it's going to be fantastic because she's got such a great reputation. She's very talented. So, with artists, you really don't tell them what to do. You just let them do what they do. And I think as long that's our mentality to it. We have a lot of art installations that are permanent. We have the sea goddesses down in the tunnel going to the lobby, and the dancers in the lobby, and things like that. But that particular area is going to be a sort of fostering that type of open-minded sort of way to let people express themselves, but at the same time have some kind of a meaning. And in this case, it ties into what we're doing here with ecotourism, and we thought that would be a fantastic idea. I think the next installation is also going to be something that's to do with another artist that's doing something similar, but not quite the same style.
That's interesting.
Who knows what that's going to look like?
Well, hopefully it creates more conversation around waste.
Well, it does. It certainly does. We a lot of the guests this morning were like, they woke up and they came down the lift and they saw it because it was installed overnight. And they're like, wow. Like,
Did you sleep
Where
earlier?
did that, and where did she did actually. It's like, wow, where did that come from? You know, it's
Yeah.
like little elves came in and just created this magic. But it's fantastic. And we, thank you again for that. Yeah, it's super.
Right. I think now we're coming from the hotel operation, right? You see, waste is one of the biggest issue, and you have slippers, maybe you have your bed sheets and everything. But what I know from talking to like people from the industry, changing your supply chain, right? Changing your the thing that you pick for the hotels is a very complicated process, especially if you're in a big group, if you're a hotel chain, right? The decision is actually coming from the global, for example, right? So maybe you can share a little bit your Meru strategy. How do you adopt? How you prioritize certain things over the others? Because it's quite a comprehensive, right, that you have to do. And maybe you could share a little bit on that.
Well, I'm very fortunate in many ways being here because I mentioned it before. We're not an international hotel chain. We're a state-owned company, and we happen to be part of the SCC. So the special economic zone includes the 2 hotels, the convention center, the hospital, and all the clinics that are attached to that.
Yep.
We also have, I didn't get to mention it in my thing, I'll just mention, we have an ethno-botanical garden that's being built right next to the hospital across the street from the hotel, which is going to be something super fantastic. That's all based on the Usara, which is about the ancient way of healing. And from the food that we grow there,
Right.
to the plants that we grow there, and regenerate that forest over there with ancient trees from the other part of the properties that we've all consolidated in that area. It's going to be fantastic. But further to that, what we're talking about decisions made, we leverage the Kawasan. Okay, so all of my waste management, my water management, and water resources, okay, and my energy come from a central plan area across the street, right there at the Sanor. So the Sanor Special Economic Zone provides all that. I hook into it, but because it's the same company with Sama-Sama, okay, we're all part of Enduring Holdings.
Yeah.
We get to collaborate on that as far as what they're doing, how they're doing it, and how we hook into it, and how we can make it better and more efficient. So that helps us from not only from a cost perspective, but from an environmental impact. We can have a lot of influence on the proceedings. So this is, again, the advantage I have here is a little different than a standalone or maybe another international hotel chain. I have a very, my president was here this morning. She was one of the speakers, Ibu Christine. And, we make decisions, very quickly. It's very fluid. We don't have to wait. We don't have to get, like, even though we're a government, we don't have to go up the chain, like, 10 levels of ministries. We make decisions within Enduring Holdings. As long as those are responsible decisions and cost efficient, everybody gets on board very quick. Yeah, so it's pretty
That's
good.
great. And in your presentation, you mentioned about Buy Bali Made, right?
Absolutely, whenever possible.
Yeah. Can you walk us through the process, right? Do you have any certain criteria working with local? And I think this related to Koalisi Ekonomi Membumi as well. We work
Absolutely.
a lot with local community, right?
Yep.
What is the process of you assessing all different local suppliers to be the one that you pick eventually?
Well, I think she mentioned in her presentation about the supply chain process. The first is having quality standards. So you set a certain quality standard you want, what you want and how you want it made, and what materials you would suggest that it's made out of, and then they come back to you with a sample. You have several companies that do that, usually 3, and they come back with samples. Some of the suppliers are out there. Some of them are missing in action. I wish they would have been here because we've got some really good stuff that we've made for the rooms, for the amenities, like trash baskets, tissue boxes, all that kind of stuff that we've actually sourced locally. And it's actually not only durable, but it's sustainable, right? It's made out of natural materials, so that's where it really starts, as far as getting a certain standard and getting all those, again, it's a collaboration between, doesn't matter what you're making, you need to have a collaboration for that. And you do always have designers involved and people like that. But at the end of the day, it comes down to the price. But, it's if we don't have to import anything, import tax here is very high, right? So,
that makes sense, yeah.
We're a tax-free zone. So we do have the advantages when we do need to bring things
Got
in from
it.
overseas.
Okay.
We do get tax relief, but that's not for everything, for example.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like alcohol, for example. They don't get tax-free if you bring in alcohol for somewhere. But that's sort of how we've been doing it. And, again, it's worked out quite nicely for us. And it actually, because the rooms are all Balinese materials, and the accessories are all Balinese-made materials, or Indonesia-made in that case.
Because of the heritage, right?
Gives you that real warm feeling of being in Bali,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great. But maybe coming to your point about quality, and I'll come to you now. I think the biggest issue when talking to hospitality industries, they want to work with local community, but the issue is either production capacity or quality, right? So what is your role here in the coalition to help these local suppliers, right? And I know it's from downstream to from upstream to downstream. Yeah.
I think, and this is partially also addressing your points in terms of, yes, the three things that was discussed in the FGD this morning, for example, is consistency of supply. Whether, like, for example, if a hotel have set a certain standard, can this vendor produce consistently with the same quality? And then the second part is also volume. Can they produce, okay, this is like, okay, bye. No. Can they produce a big enough volume? And the third is, there was this idea of like, if there's an option to actually have a pre-curated list of vendors with certain quality, then it'll make the procurement team's life easier in a way. So because they don't, we were talking about like toiletries and amenities, for example, like just stuff for the bathroom.
Yeah.
And when we were assessing the suppliers' checklist, then they were like, oh, just for the bathroom alone, we have to like talk to maybe 6 different vendors because one is supplying the shampoo and conditioner, another one is supplying the lotion, another one is supplying the bathrobe and sandals, another one is supplying, like, if there's a pre-curated aggregation model with standards that are applicable to their preference, then it'll be easier. So I think, and the reason why we start from the guidelines first is because in order to uplift and empower a lot of the local producers, we need to know that there's somebody is going to be off-taking their product at the end of the day.
Correct.
A lot of the time, programs happen without talking to the end users, and we ended up kind of teaching the wrong things or guiding them to the not so correct direction. So we kind of want to flip the table and maybe ask the end users first, what are your standards, what are the preference, what are your bottlenecks right now, and then build that into something that we can also communicate back to the producers. And also to the enablers. A lot of our members are incubators, accelerators, venture builders, and this type of information would be useful for them. We have Kak Faye, for example, one of our partner in Kumpul there. We have Bedu also a partner there. They work with businesses, and this type of information can actually be useful for them to build their own program, how to enable and empower this hopefully future supplier of the hotels, the restaurants, and the cafes. So I think this is where the coalition kind of plays a role, working with kind of the boring stuff, understanding the guidelines, understanding what is needed, and building it into a tool. We're also collaborating with our member, Copernic, that is based in Bali, to do the tools because they know the industry as well. They've been working with Ecotourism Bali for a while. And connecting these dots that might not be connected before and kind of built from the ground up and listens, like what you said, it starts from the people, but also we need to listen. Who at the end of the day is going to answer if we're asking smallholders, if we're asking the small, medium scale enterprises to change their way of practice, they would be asking back, okay, if I do all this, then what? And you should be able to answer that question to actually be fair to them as well.
Okay, that's why your role here, connecting all the dots, but also listening to what the industry needs, right?
Yes, I think like listening to both sides or like triple sides, because we're also talking to the local government, for example. What are the procurement regulation that they have in place? National government, what are the national procurement guidelines for state-owned companies, for example? It's like 40% minimum domestic
Local,
domestic product.
Yeah.
How can we integrate that into something that we can communicate back to all of the parties and say, okay, this is the middle ground, and maybe if we play at the middle ground, we can achieve something that is a shared impact for everyone.
That's awesome. Okay, maybe last question because we only have 5 minutes left. Pak Win, from your presentation, I saw the adoption rate for the RSPO is only 20%. I think that's globally. Yeah. I'm wondering what is the adoption rate in Indonesia, and what is your role in helping more the hospitality industry to adopt the RSPO?
Yeah. 20% coverage is global and also, Indonesia coverage. So it's almost similar. And people tends to, not really happy if their product associated with palm oil. So my communication with consumer of palm oil, they tend to hide the ingredients of palm oil. Okay, you will see in any products, they hide it in more than 100 names of palm oil derivative. More than 100 names. So, for example, in shampoo or in soap, you will see so many names, that if we look at the, chemical names, it will link directly to palm oil.
Palm oil.
Okay. People also tend to hide behind this very beautiful, wording of using natural or vegetable-based oil. So,
which is basically the same.
Basically, this is palm oil.
Yeah.
So people are hiding of this. So it's really complicated. Because the controversy of palm oil in this world, I think you all know, with these fingers of orangutan at that time, 2010, it's so deeply, felt by consumer, especially in Europe, that consuming palm oil is, a big sin that, we may go to hell because of consuming palm oil. That's the one. So coming back to your question of 20%, to become RSPO member, 20% is the coverage of growers, the production of palm oil worldwide.
Okay.
So to become RSPO growers, you will have to go through hundreds of requirements. HCV, HCS, land use change analysis, remediation compensation procedure, all of this, social issue. You have to go through each of these as you need to pass
all of
our requirement. So it has been very slow in the growing of membership of RSPO because the requirement is just too high. So 20%, if you ever heard of this Pareto principle, we don't need to work with 100% of anything. We only need to work with 20% of it, and the 80% will follow. So that's Pareto principle. Hopefully, RSPO, we are trying to increase membership coverage, but again, 20% is coming from the production side, from the growers, and becoming RSPO members from the growers is really hard. It's much way easier for a hotel to become RSPO member, for example, or supply chain facility here like Bali Soap or Spa Factory become member of RSPO because they are in the downstream part of the industry. But when we are in the grower side, in the upstream side of the palm oil, where all of these challenges, deforestation, orangutan, biodiversity, needs to be tackled, that's really hard. So okay, my excuse now is if we look at Pareto principle, we are on the right track working with 20% of production.
Optimis ya Pak ya. Oke. Oke, thank you Pak. Okay, I think we are running out of time. I think my closing remark is on the responsible procurement, it's all about making a conscious decision about what we buy, who we buy from, that not only benefit like local community or protect the environment, but also create conversation and engagement and create guest experience. So I'd like to thank you. Please give a round of applause to our speakers here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all of the speakers and also to the moderator that has lead this insightful discussion sessions. I would like to please all of you to stand to the front for a photo together.
Kami mengundang Ibu Rahmi Fajar hari ini untuk memberikan token of appreciation.
Ibu Rahmi would like to present a token of appreciation for all of our panelists today and also our moderator. Ikut foto aja langsung, Bu Rahmi. As we break for coffee, the exhibition center is still going on, but we would like to please all of you to stay on your seat as we will have one of the most interesting part of the event today, right, Mas Dwi?
Yes.
But before that, we'll also like to thank our partners, Kita Bisa Design Studio,
Koalisi Ekonomi Membumi,
Bali Tourism Board,
Indonesia Marketing Association,
Malali Mais,
Eco Bali Recycle,
and also our sponsors, Hatton Wines,
Ecosystem Hotel,
Bank BPD Bali,
Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil,
Booking.com,
The Body Shop,
and also Sensasha. Hi, Mas Dwi.
Yes.
So we finished 3 discussion sessions today. It must be
Yes.
tough for everyone here that has been sitting. I'll give you some moment to relax a little bit, also because we have some,
Coffee.
we maybe for some sneak peek, Mas
Yeah,
Dwi,
yeah.
we have 10 speakers today or 10 presentations,
Yeah.
some elevator pitch that will be very interesting.
Cannot wait until they say
They start their ideas,
and,
definitely, yes.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you can stand up for a little bit now, bend your knees a little bit, move your shoulder around, make sure everyone's ready so that we can be focused again to listen to 10 pitches that we are about to witness here on
Yes.
our stage.
And maybe they have some ideas that is good for us.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I think so. Because 10 of these companies that are coming upstairs, they're curated already.
Oh, they have been curated.
They are curated. They
Okay.
are the chosen ones.
Wow, cannot wait.
Before that, we would also like to welcome and to invite Koalisi Ekonomi Membumi untuk maju dan menduduki meja yang berwarna putih.
Oh,
Sudah
sudah
hadir di sini bersama dengan kita. Baik, terima
Okay.
kasih. Mas Dwi, would you
Yes.
like to start?
Okay. As you mentioned earlier, now we will showcase 10 innovative presentations from tourism collectives. Each presenter has 5 minutes, only 5 minutes, yeah?
Only 5 minutes.
And you are ready to be very strong on the time?
On the time,
Okay.
definitely.
Yeah, so they're going to share their vision, followed by Q&A and voting. Let's build some excitement.
Let's hear some excitement. Let's give one big round of applause for
Yes,
all of
mari kita kasih
our
semangat
presenters.
ya kepada
And
presenters.
this is definitely where innovations meet action. And everyone, we hope that you are ready to be inspired or maybe even impressed. So ladies and gentlemen, please sharpen your thoughts, your focus, and don't forget to vote from these 10 curated company that will be eligible to be the 2025 Ecotourism Week pitch winner of the most innovative solutions and also the most impactful solutions. You can vote your favorite ones by scanning the QR on the screen. We'll display it later here.
Later, yeah.
And without any further ado,
Yes.
let's call to the stage the first one, Yayasan Penyu Indonesia.
The stage is yours.
Indonesia. I'm Lala, and I'm here with my colleagues at our table, Alia and Gaura. So we would like to present our proposed solutions for ecotourism. We see that there is a sustainable tourism gap. We understand that visitors coming to Bali, they are eager to support, contribute to sea turtle conservation. So we also see as there's an opportunity for them to be ethically engaged and contribute to the sea turtle conservations. We want to transform their intention to responsible action. It starts with our core belief that hatchlings must enter the oceans immediately after they are hatched. Backed by science, keeping hatchlings in man-made pools, the practice is also called head starting, is actually disrupting natural selections. And it actually reduces their survival rates. Sea turtles are actually a protected species by Indonesian law, number 5, 1990. So that means that capturing them, keeping them alive, or dead is actually prohibited unless you have a valid permit. Of course, you're not supposed to trade body parts, including shells, meat, and eggs. Definitely do not kill them because it's prohibited. And all 7 sea turtle species in the world are actually in the red list of IUCN, meaning that they are vulnerable all the way to critically endangered. So this is our proposed solution. It's a Ganda card game. It's a fun game. It has illustrations, fun illustrations, can be played by up to 4 people, and regardless of age. Players can learn about sea turtles' life cycle, and then their problems and challenges, and how we can contribute in protecting the sea turtles. So why it works for ecotourism? It avoids harmful tourism practices. It's low cost. It turns conservation into meaningful activity, and it's scalable. It's available in different languages. It's available in Indonesian, English, and German. And our business model is actually an impact-driven revenue model. Anyone who contributes, donate over 300,000 rupiah will receive an e-certificate and a pack of Ganda card. And 100% of the profits will go to fund our conservation activities, which include beach patrols, hatchery management, and community education. So we have 4 project sites in Kalimantan Timur, Aceh, Nias, and Mentawai. So here we would like to call for actions for everyone to partner with us, promoting sustainable tourism. using the Ganda card game, offering them in family activities packs, in kids club, in beachfront cafes. We also can collaborate through like beach cleanup activities, where we will provide them as well with education activities on sea turtle conservations. In the future, we would like to develop more games and distribute it for the community. Finally, this is the Ganda card game. We have it available on our table. Please come and join us, play with us. Play for the planet, protecting sea turtle, one game at a time. Thank you.
Please stay on the stage as we have Q&A sessions. Question from panelists, please.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. My question will be, how do you currently track the impact of the innovations that you're currently doing?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
How do you currently track the impact?
The impact?
Yes.
Oh, so we have actually, for all our activities, we have an annual reports where we track our, how many, because most of our project activities at the moment is right on the ground where there is nesting beach. So we count how many turtles are actually laying eggs, the number of eggs, and the number of hatchlings released. So of course, we do not know how many are coming back, but that's the ideas for us. And we know for ecotourism, the problem is actually keeping them may harm them because humans actually carries diseases and it might harm them. So that's what we try to avoid by offering this Ganda card game.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you for the answer. You're welcome to come back to your seat.
Thank you.
And now it's time to vote. We have 2 minutes or 1 minute for voting time.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
We have 2 minutes for voting time.
Boleh kasih back sound?
Nanti setelah di situ baru ini masih voting untuk yang pertama.
Mau dikasih back sound. 522 522
Okay, now on to the next one. We would like to welcome to the stage Novelium. Your 5 minutes
Hi.
starts from now.
Good afternoon, everyone. So it started with Indonesia having a very massive used cooking oil waste problem. Parallel to that, we know internationally there is a higher demand in sustainable aviation fuel or renewable energy for planes, most specifically in Europe and in America. So there goes You Collect solution that we have. We provide solution for Indonesians to safely and sustainably manage their used cooking oil waste. There is a You Collect box that we deploy through partnerships. There is a You Collect application which operates the machine. You can track your earnings and you can find the nearest box through the features in the app. And then there is also the community engagement because I believe especially in Indonesia, you really do have to keep engaging the communities so that the program and your social programs stay true and it stays alive. So we start operating in September 2023. We started small in Bandung, and now we are in a few cities in Indonesia. We have over 100 employees at the moment and growing. We are 100% made in Indonesia. Our machine is made in Cimahi, Bandung, and all the app development is done in Indonesia, and we are proudly stating that we are already ISCC certified as well. So there are a few features in the app that enables people to reach the box easily. The point is to provide a circular economy as well, so we incentivize the people. And we deploy these boxes in locations through location partnership, and we also have user partnership, which is to bring active user to the application, and then we also partner with hotel, restaurants, and cafes to collect their UCO waste or used cooking oil waste. So a few of our community works and community efforts, we have school programs. We go do road trips around school and make events there and collect UCO from school as well. We do field engagements, and we work with charity partners and NGOs for donation program too. So here are a few of the SDG goals that we touch base on. We aim to engage and share and also make everything traceable for our buyer and also for our auditor. This is our plate-to-plane value chain that we call plate-to-plane value chain. We collect from households, from businesses, we transport it, and then the biorefinery will transform it into sustainable aviation fuel or bioaftur. And basically at the moment, because the purpose of this used cooking oil collection is for renewable energy, we are ISCC certified, and that enables the auditor to make sure that our business run as sustainable as possible from A to Z. So we give a report that to our partners as well every month, and there is one that we give annually where they can track how much they have contributed. We partner with BRIN for the calculation of the CO2 emission reduction, second generation biofuel produced through the partnership, how much value has been redistributed to the communities and things like that. So we also open to collaborate and partner through CSR program as well. This we offer to corporations usually, whereby we provide a pact of program, including a few things like box deployment, events, marketing efforts, things like that, to our partners. That includes also the maintenance and operations of the offtake. I guess that's it. We're open for questions now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the pitch. Now we open the time for panelists to give questions.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you
My
so
question is, what behavioral insight have you learned from your user? And what incentive work best to increase household participation over time? Thank you.
For household?
Yes.
It's still money. it's money, and it's also effort to educate the communities, usually. We see the pattern that if it's not incentivized, people don't usually want to do it, especially middle to lower communities. And then they want something that is more convenient, that they can use every day, that they can access easily every day. So that's why we partner. We have B2B partnership to add a lot more collecting points, basically, through our box. Thank you for your question.
Is there any other questions from the panelists? We still have 1 minute. No questions? Okay.
Thank you
Thank
so
you so
much.
much for the pitch. You may be seated. And now it's time to vote. Ladies and gentlemen, during this time, you may vote your favorite presenters or the participants, because at the end of the sessions, we will announce two selected winners. Okay, upcoming next, we have the third participants. Let's welcome to the stage Satu Wat. Your 5 minutes starts from now.
Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon. I'm here to introduce an idea that we've thought of based on our experience. It's called the ANA Solar Program. So, you're a company or you're an individual and you're planning to go solar. Yes, you think everything will be easy peasy, you just find an installer and you'll be using clean energy in no time. Well, in reality, this is what you'll be facing in the next 6 to 12 months. You think you can find an installer, let's say you find 5 solar installers and you will receive 5 different quotations with different components, with different prices, with different installation techniques. And you will be spending the next 6 to 12 months thinking about which solar solution is the best, which is the best price, and how will you get your money back, the investment that you've used in solar. So this is why we thought of a new program we're launching in 2 weeks. It's called the ANA Solar. What it is we focus on transparency. So this is what we do. As a company, we will negotiate the best price of all components, of all solar components, main components and accessories. We will offer you the best services and the best solutions. And what you get is you get transparent component prices. We offer transparent service cost with no headache. So in case you find a different price, a cheaper price elsewhere, just tell us, and we'll negotiate with the company that sources a cheaper price, and you will get the best price for your solution. So all you have to do is go to our website, satuwat.com, and request for an honest quote. You select your solar system, your capacity. We will provide you with all the costings, all the pricings and everything, and all the fees, all the installation costs, everything is transparent. And if you find a component that you feel is overpriced, just let us know, and we will readjust the prices. And when we do the installation, before we do the installation, we will attach our contract with the suppliers to you guys as proof that what we bought is at the price of what we bought, of what we got. So then you will get your honest quote in your email and WhatsApp, and we guarantee that you will get the best price for every solution of your solar system. So we hope that this will revolutionize the solar industry. Why? Because 1, transparency builds trust. 2, the customers get the best price possible. And 3, every iteration, which means every time a future customer tells us that our price is too expensive and they provide an alternative option, that means there will be a cheaper option. There will be a cheaper option for the next customer and the next customer, which will, in the end, provide a solar solution that is cheaper for all parties. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Satu Wat. Now we open the Q&A session with the panelists.
Okay, thank you. My question is, who is your who is your current primary target right now?
Our targets, we have a various range of targets, residentials, villas, and hotels. But the ones that do a lot of negotiations with us regarding the price, because every time we offer a price to our large companies like hotels, every time we offer them a quotation, they will try to renegotiate the price. And the reason for that is because we provide usually just a total price, right? They say, can you provide a discount? But this time we tell them this is what we bought, the components from our distributors at this price, and then for our services we charge at this price. Which part do you want to negotiate, our services or the component cost? Do you have a better option? If you do, please let us know. We'll use that option to reduce your cost. That's the idea. So to answer your question, the ones that we negotiate that takes us 6 to 12 months to close are large companies like hotels and businesses.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other questions from the panelists? All good? Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much for Satu Watt. Now it's time to vote. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to vote for your favorite presenters, as we have the most innovative and the most impactful. Moving on to the fourth participants, let's welcome to the stage Global Food Partners. Time is yours.
Selamat sore Bapak Ibu sekalian, nama saya Niki dari Global Food Partners. Saya ingin menjelaskan bagaimana Global Food Partners bisa membantu ekosistem rantai pasok telur menjadi lebih bertanggung jawab. Oke, sebelum itu kita mulai dengan memahami kenapa sebetulnya kesejahteraan hewan itu penting. COVID memberikan kita pelajaran bahwa fenomena tersebut terjadi karena adanya kesejahteraan hewan yang tidak dilindungi. Kemudian UN melalui konsep One Health Approach juga sudah menegaskan bahwa kesehatan bumi dan isinya itu juga bergantung kepada kesehatan ataupun kesejahteraan hewan. Kemudian dari sisi industri keuangan, para investor saat ini juga lebih berhati-hati dalam melakukan investasi di perusahaan. Mereka akan melakukan beberapa investigasi, mereka akan menselek perusahaan-perusahaan mana yang memiliki ESG policy yang terkait dengan kesejahteraan hewan. Karena ada satu case di mana satu perusahaan supermarket nilai sahamnya bisa turun sampai dengan 13% karena ditemukan adanya rantai supply yang tidak bertanggung jawab berkaitan dengan kesejahteraan hewan. Kemudian juga terkait dengan konsumen. Saat ini konsumen juga sudah mulai berubah. Konsumen saat ini lebih mementingkan produk-produk yang hasil produksinya dilakukan secara bertanggung jawab. Satu studi oleh IPB di sebuah kota kecil di Jawa Timur, di Mojokerto, 77% respondennya sudah menginginkan produk-produk yang dihasilkan dengan cara yang bertanggung jawab. Dan mereka pun juga mau untuk membayar lebih terhadap itu. Kemudian faktor-faktor inilah yang membuat terjadinya perubahan di pasar. Ada setidaknya sekitar 2.000 perusahaan di dunia yang sudah berkomitmen untuk menggunakan telur bebas sangkar di dalam supply chain-nya. Di Indonesia sendiri ada Ismaya Group, ada Archipelago International, dan juga Superindo. Tadi saya sebutkan mengenai bebas sangkar. Ada yang familiar dengan bebas sangkar atau cage free. Sederhananya adalah hewan-hewan yang diternakan untuk diambil telurnya itu tidak ditaruh dalam box-box kecil. Mereka bisa berjalan, mereka bisa lari, mereka bisa melakukan mandi debu, dan itu yang membuat mereka bahagia, membuat mereka sejahtera, membuat mereka sehat. Kemudian di mana peran GFP? Secara umum peran GFP di sini membantu rantai supply tersebut supaya bisa bergerak menuju ke arah yang lebih bertanggung jawab. Kami ingin sekali membantu atau berkontribusi terhadap terciptanya sebuah ekosistem telur di mana rantai supply-nya itu bisa menerapkan praktik-praktik terbaik yang terkait dengan kesejahteraan hewan. Kami bekerjasama dengan beberapa perusahaan, kami membantu mereka memecahkan masalah-masalah yang mereka hadapi ketika mereka ingin menggunakan cage free dalam rantai supply-nya. Sebagai contoh di Indonesia kami memiliki kerjasama dengan Superindo dan juga UGM untuk mentransformasi rantai supply yang ada di dalam supermarket tersebut. Kami juga bekerja dengan pemain di sektor hulu, di mana sisi produksi juga menjadi penting di sini. Kami memiliki expertise di sana, kami mentrain para supplier-supplier. Karena kebutuhan tersebut, karena adanya perubahan pola, banyak perusahaan-perusahaan yang kemudian bertanya di mana saya bisa belajar. Untuk itulah JFP hadir di sana membangun sebuah peternakan model atau kandang percontohan yang ada di Yogyakarta dan satu lagi ada di Cina. Agar para peternak bisa belajar dengan baik dan bisa kita berikan asistensi. Untuk mengadvancing responsible sourcing, kami telah memberikan pelatihan kepada 50 peternak di Indonesia dalam 2 tahun terakhir. Dan kita di situ banyak memberikan pelatihan-pelatihan sehingga skill dari para peternak itu bisa meningkat. Kami juga bekerja dengan para peternak yang ada di Bali dan kita memberikan fasilitas untuk bisa melihat apa perbedaan antara telur yang biasa dengan telur yang cage free. Kemudian dari sisi community empowerment, kami bekerjasama dengan Garya Bianti dan juga UGM untuk bisa memberikan pelatihan kepada 2 kelompok wanita tani agar mereka bisa memulai berbisnis telur bebas kandang dan produknya langsung dibeli oleh Garya Bianti. Dan kami juga menginisiasi berdirinya Asosiasi Bebas Sangkar di Indonesia agar makin banyak peternak yang tersertifikasi bebas sangkar. Segala cerita baik ini merupakan hasil dari jeripayah kita semua, tidak bisa JFP sendiri, tapi kita membutuhkan bantuan dan dukungan dari semua pihak. Cari catch free, kontak JFP, jangan lupa vote untuk kami. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much for the pitch. Now we would like to open the Q&A sessions by the panelists.
Ya, terima kasih atas presentasinya. Pertanyaan dari saya adalah bagaimana Global Food Partner membantu peternak skala kecil untuk bisa menjangkau pasar premium dan apakah ada skema harga khusus?
Ya, jadi selama ini yang biasa kita lakukan adalah pertama mengedukasi mereka karena kebanyakan masih menerapkan praktek-praktek peternakan yang konvensional. Dari situ kami biasanya mengajak para buyer-buyer, corporate buyer seperti hotel-hotel untuk membuat atau meng-create sebuah program di mana para peternak tersebut kemudian belajar bersama kami dan nanti kemudian produk yang sudah tersertifikasi bisa diambil oleh hotel-hotel tersebut. Kira-kira sudah menjawab?
Apakah ada skema khusus untuk petani?
Pricing ya?
Iya.
Ya. Kalau dibandingkan dengan telur konvensional memang harganya sekitar 20-40% lebih mahal karena memang adanya biaya produksi yang lebih tinggi di mana dibutuhkan feed yang lebih berkualitas karena ayamnya bisa bergerak, karena ayamnya bisa berjalan-jalan tidak ditaruh di dalam kotak, maka butuh energi lebih sehingga dia butuh makanan yang lebih baik dan lebih sehat. Any more questions?
Boleh, Ibu.
Katanya demand tuh masih lebih tinggi dari supply ya untuk di Bali atau di Indonesia?
Ya, secara umum kalau kita bicara market di Jawa dan Bali, di Jawa kita banyak suplainya. Sementara di Bali permintaan sangat banyak, tapi suplainya masih sangat kecil karena rata-rata produsen telur bebas sangkar di Bali ini levelnya memang masih mikro dan usaha kecil. Jadi ada beberapa hotel ataupun restoran yang kami bekerja sama masih mengambil dari Pulau Jawa.
Apa sebetulnya hambatannya? Apa yang Global Food Partners bisa lakukan untuk mengencourage yang di Bali ini supaya bisa self-supply ya untuk free range eggs?
Ya, yang pertama pasti kami lakukan edukasi. Kami bekerjasama dengan banyak pihak dan salah satu pihak yang biasanya kami engage merupakan kampus-kampus atau universitas.
Okay, time is over, unfortunately. But thank you so much for your answer. Global Food Partners, now it's time to vote. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to remind you once again to vote your favorite speech, as by the end of the sessions, we will announce the most impactful solutions and also the most innovative solutions. So don't forget to scan the QR right after your favorite presenters finish the presentations. Now I would like to welcome to the stage the fifth presenters of the day, Samsara Living Museum. You have 5 minutes. Your time
Baik,
starts
terima kasih
now.
atas waktunya, mungkin peserta paling tua ini. Oke, jadi Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sehat, salam pemajuan kebudayaan untuk kita semua. Saya Gus Agung dari Samsara Living Museum. Saat ini kami mencoba untuk sharing bagaimana terminologi Living Museum yang kami coba create ini bisa kemudian menjadi semacam prototype ya, bagaimana strategi pengembangan potensi berbasis budaya yang bisa dilakukan di daerah yang penuh tantangan. Nah, kami memulainya dengan ini, saya kira isu yang berkembang dan ini real gitu ya. Bagaimana over tourism atau kita di tourism industry menyebutnya sebagai over concentrated tourism gitu ya, whatever. Tetapi yang jelas masalah ini ada, dan pada saat 2-3 tahun yang lalu Mas Menteri Pak Sandi menyampaikan bahwa kita harus memeratakannya ke timur, utara dan barat. Namun ketika kita tidak menyiapkan daerah-daerah yang berada di wilayah tadi, maka sebenarnya kita hanya akan memindahkan masalah. Oleh karenanya kami berpikir bagaimana sustainable destination ini bisa dilakukan adalah dengan mengembangkan sebuah terminologi yang memungkinkan kita bisa melakukan apapun itu, ya khususnya pengembangan berbasis budaya, even kita berada di daerah yang penuh tantangan. Nah, kami mengambil contohnya supaya real gitu ya, di tempat saya lahir dan besar di Kabupaten Karangasem dengan beberapa tantangan ini. Pertama, relatif jauh dari akses utama Pulau Bali, yang kedua Human Development Index kita, IPM, Indeks Pembangunan Manusia, lalu 87% wilayah kita adalah lahan yang relatif kritis, PAD kita juga 1:30 sama Badung, dan kita berada di radius rawan bencana, sehingga menurut kami daerah seperti ini sangat penting untuk menemukan positioning. Jadi strategi yang sebenarnya kami lakukan adalah bagaimana daerah itu kemudian confidence mengembangkan wilayahnya berbasis pada value yang mereka punya atau strength point yang mereka punya, yang pada saat itu melalui proses yang relatif panjang kami akhirnya menemukan bahwa Karangasem ini salah satu daerah yang kemudian cukup layak untuk memposisikan diri sebagai salah satu daerah di Bali yang otentik. Hanya saja dalam kita mengimplement ini kita merasa penting untuk membangun payung program. Nah, itulah Living Museum terminologi kami bangun, ya sudah yang menjadikan keseharian, tradisi, sosial, budaya sebagai konten dari sebuah museum kehidupan yang mampu merepresentasi 3 aspek sustainability ini ya. Yang pertama aspek lingkungan, tidak perlu kemudian ada eksploitasi yang banyak, tidak perlu ada penggunaan energi yang tinggi. Aspek sosial budaya juga bagaimana kita bisa mengoptimalkan peran komunitas, aspek ekonomi, memungkinkan kemudian masyarakat menjadi tuan di rumah sendiri. Nah, ini sedikit audio visualnya. Oke, mungkin tidak bisa ini di running ya videonya, saya langsung saja sebagai salah satu contoh. Nah, ini supaya real juga bagaimana sebenarnya daerah itu bisa confidence ya mengembangkan daerahnya dengan value yang mereka punya. Misalnya kalau wellness kami di Samsara kami kembangkan berbasis salah satunya pada literasi ini. Salah satu diantaranya saja kalau yang bold ya di sisi kanan di Semerti ada geotisa. Geotisa itu adalah ilmu tentang astrologi ya, sehingga kalau kita di Bali berbasis kelahiran kita kemudian akan bisa menemukan semacam SWOT analitik kita. Jadi apa strength kita, weakness kita, opportunity kita, threat dan seterusnya. Yang kalau diimplement ya salah satunya karena waktunya sangat terbatas, misalnya di tahap ketiga itu proses pembacaan kelahiran, yang kemudian based on itu kita akan tadi bisa menemukan SWOT analitiknya. Nah, yang ketika diterjemahkan kemudian menjadi program atau treatment atau experience, maka kalau kita misalnya saya lahir di Sanescaru Wage Dukut ya, Sanescaru urip berapa, Wage berapa, Dukut berapa. Nah, yang ketika ini diakumulasi dia kemudian bisa melahirkan analisa-analisa yang sangat spesifik, yang sangat custom. Jadi kalau saya kelahiran Sanisara misalnya tadi, maka herbal yang cocok buat saya, apakah pegagan, apakah kayu manis, dan seterusnya. Sehingga sekali lagi ini akan sangat punya value ya ketika dia dikembangkan. Termasuk juga ketika kita bicara exercise dan seterusnya. Nah ini result. Kenapa? Karena masyarakat ketika tidak diberikan contoh, maka dia akan tidak percaya dengan sebuah teori, apalagi teorinya terbalik gitu. Justru membuat pariwisata yang tidak mainstream. Nah oleh karenanya beberapa result yang kami bisa hadirkan, bahwa even kita jauh, tapi ketika kita punya value, maka no issue dengan jarak dan lain sebagainya. Kita salah satunya mungkin beberapa yang saya bisa sampaikan, kita menjadi partner dari G20 sebagai salah satu penyelenggaraan pertemuan tingkat menteri G20, kemudian juga Miss Universe Movement, kawan-kawan dari Silicon Valley dan seterusnya, dan peningkatan pariwisata di desa kami sebelum dan sesudah kami berada ada 4.000%, tetapi tetap kami punya renstra yang menyesuaikan carrying capacity, yaitu hanya
Samsara
beberapa
Living,
orang dalam
your
satu
time
hari.
is
Terima
up.
kasih.
Would like to open the Q&A from the panelists. You have 2 minutes for Q&A sessions.
Baik, terima kasih untuk presentasinya. Mungkin pertanyaan dari saya terkait konsep dari Museum Living ini, apakah bisa diterapkan juga untuk di daerah lainnya di Indonesia, bagian Indonesia lainnya gitu, dan jika bisa, dan apakah ada rencana juga dari Samsara Living Museum untuk mengarah ekspansi di luar area Bali?
Baik, terima kasih pertanyaannya. Justru memang itu yang menjadi semangat kami sejak awal. Jadi bagaimana daerah-daerah yang tadinya tidak merasa punya opsi pengembangan. Karena kalau kita bicara katakanlah semacam kriteria daerah yang bisa berkembang adalah ketika misalnya aksesnya baik, indeks pembangunan manusianya tinggi, financial capitalnya besar dan seterusnya, maka daerah yang tidak memiliki itu merasa tidak punya confidence untuk mengembangkan. Oleh karenanya lah kami merasa penting justru provide opsi-opsi pengembangan bagi daerah yang seperti ini, yang mana menurut kami justru majority berada di seluruh Indonesia. Yang established seperti katakanlah Jakarta, Surabaya, atau overall Jawa, mungkin hanya berapa persen, tapi yang di pelosok Sumatera, pelosok Kalimantan, ya, pelosok Papua, dan seterusnya, menurut kami akan bisa kemudian lagi-lagi punya confidence untuk berkembang, karena kami memang memprovide prototype ini untuk mereka. Jadi siap, karena kami sedang men-scale up inisiatif ini menjadi Nusantara Living Museum. Jadi untuk kawan-kawan kita di Dayak, di Mentawai, di Sumba, dan seterusnya akan memiliki kesempatan yang sama. Terima kasih.
Is there any further questions from the panelists? Great. Thank you so much for Samsara
kasih.
Living Museum. One big round of applause. Now it's time to vote for Samsara Living Museum. If you would like to see them to win, please don't forget to scan the QR code, and we'll get back soon. And now we have our 6 presenters. Let's welcome to the stage Beach Cleaning Company. Your 5 minutes starts from now.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dimitri, and I'm the co-founder of Beach Cleaning Company. Just to give you a little bit of myself, I arrived in Bali almost 3 years ago, taking the role as a food and beverage director for Potato Heads. And just after a few months, I couldn't ignore the fact that the pollution was affecting the beaches of Bali that much. So at the point, we have decided to create, and that was when beach cleaning was born, in direct response of the pollutions of the beaches. But then we weren't satisfied with the journey of the company, so we have decided to create a circular economy, and we found the opportunity into the waste. So Beach Cleaning Company is a professional beach cleaning service provider for services beachfront properties and communities areas. So this is our solutions. We're using these machines that can actually tackle the finer pollutions and plastics beneath the beach. So we do provide sand screening, beach grooming, heavy litter, and debris removal. So you see only what you want to see. So beneath the sand, trust me, you can find all those little particles. In the past few months, we were able to sand screen over 250,000 square meters of beach, and those are mostly the elements that were being found so far, about 3 tons. Now, the great thing is we do not simply put aside whatever we found, but actually we give them a second life, not for everything, unfortunately. And this is what happened. We were able to recycle and to reuse 100% of the plastics. And the plastics that we collect is actually macro and mesoplastics, that it goes from 2 centimeters to 5. We were able to repurpose 100% of the stones and construction debris that we found under the sand. The metal and the glass have been sold to third parties, and currently we have 2 ongoing projects. The first one is the dry seagrass that's been repurposed into fertilizer, and the fourth one is the dry shell. The dry shell are mixed with natural collagen and are reintegrated into the oceans to create a natural reef. Now, this is our recycle, repurpose, and reintegration program. So the plastics is being recycled into those eco bins. We found the needs of reducing the waste and eventually create something that it could also function as an indirect education system. And those bins are created by almost 150 kilograms of macroplastic. The second one, as mentioned, is our seagrass, becomes fertilizers. And the third one, in collaboration with the University of Bali, Udayana, it becomes an artificial reef structure. So those are our Fantastic Four. Those are our 4 revenue streams. The first one remains obviously the beach cleaning as a beach cleaning providers. Then we have our eco bins, currently in different colors and different shape for resort public spaces and offices. The third one, if you purchase some of our eco bins, we can also deploy a team that can actually look after the maintenance of it. And the fourth one, since many resorts already have their team cleaning up the beaches, we can actually come and collect for you the waste that you actually gather. So call to actions, and what's the next? Well, we need further expansions. We need further hotel properties and beaches to clean. So please, heads up and let us know if anyone needs some help. And what's the next? We wish to produce our first batch in the next few months, launch the Coral Reef by 2026, and by Q3 2026 to repurpose 100% of all items that we will be able to find on the beach. And that's the last pictures. It's what actually is just out there. Meru is our first client, so thank you very much. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Stay on the
Beach
stage.
Cleaning Company. Please stay on the stage as we still have Q&A sessions. We open the sessions to the panelists, please.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is, what are the main challenges you're facing in scaling this model to other region or island beyond Bali?
Okay. Well, the challenges are different. Well, ultimately, Bali's coastlines is completely different from one another. So eventually, we need specific machine, most likely for every different type of terrain. So we are not able to tackle all the type of sands that we have actually come across. There is no issues at all in replicating the business elsewhere. We are currently we got inquiries from actually different islands, such Mandalika, for example. But yeah, at the moment we're trying to settle the business in Bali first, which is in obvious needs. Because ultimately, the communities, the environment, and and Bali's reputations will be what needs to gain out of this service. Any other question?
Yes, have you explored the potential to monetize your plastic collection?
Sorry, come in.
Have you explored the potential to monetize your plastic collection?
And not really. The plastics that we actually collect from the beach, 90% of the time, it's macro and meso plastics. So we're talking about a very, very small piece. The most challenging part in all this journey, it's actually separating the plastics from the sand. We don't really come across, a plastic bottle. That will be easier. So the plastics that we collect is being repurposed and it's being transformed into eco beans. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your answer. Now it's time to vote for Beach Cleaning Company. And now, moving on to our seventh presenters. Let's welcome to the stage Ecolab 8.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. My name is Gabriela and today I'm here as a representative from Ecolab 8, a plastic recycling company started in 2019 with the mission to turn trash into high quality products. So as we all know, Bali is a tourism paradise and with that comes a lot of waste. Every day we produce over 1,500 tons of waste and most of it being plastic. But less than 10% is ever recycled. It's either dumped, burned, put in landfills or swept and into rivers and leaked into nature. So we ask ourselves, why is plastic still treated as garbage when it can be a resource? And that's exactly where Ecolab 8 comes in. So Ecolab 8 has 4 different technology that can cater to all sectors of industry. So our first technology is the extrusion press technology where we manufacture construction materials. And our second technology is the flow molding extrusion where we manufacture planks for outdoor purposes. Our third technology is the sheet press technology. We manufacture panels for indoor purposes. And our last technology is the molded products technology, where we can manufacture all kinds of amenities or homeware goods as long as we have the mold. So for our alternative construction materials, currently we already mass produce our decking, and our decking is widely used in Bali, in hotels, resort, restaurants. They are weatherproof, termite-proof, and also zero maintenance. Unlike wood, they don't need coating or varnish every 6 or 3 months. They are also already fire-resistant with anti-color fading and durable feature. Next is our Eco Tiles. So our Eco Tiles is sustainable, lightweight, moisture resistant with diverse aesthetic options, meaning you can customize any color, any pattern, and any sizes that you want. It is also low maintenance and durable. Next is we have our outdoor living where we have 2 different kinds of planks finishes. So classic and rustic. Rustic is now more wood-like. It is weatherproof with color stay technology, sustainable and also low maintenance. These planks are used for mostly for furniture, but we have also make pergolas or fences with these planks. Next is our indoor living products. So we take customization here. We can customize anything that the clients may want. For example, we have coffee bar here, lockers, coffee table, and it has the same customization as any other of our products. Next is the homeware goods. So here's we manufacture small molded products such as shampoo bottles with branding on it. Also trays, tea and sugar box. We can also make frames or even a tissue box and trash cans. So our impact. So Ecolabo 8 can work with all sectors of industry from construction, hospitality, and also fashion. We have global reach, so our product is not only used in Bali, but the whole Indonesia and also globally. We have the capacity to recycle up to 9 tons of plastic per day. And we has been SEDEX member, so that means we are responsible throughout our whole entire operation. And we do a lot of social and community engagement. So we have been supporting an orphanage ever since we are started, and we do a lot of workshop and education things. These are some of the projects that we've worked with. So if you know the avocado factory, they recycle over 4 tons of plastic waste with us. We also have Mandara Spa, Blue Karma, The Body Shop, Noema, and also Bali Bubble Hotels. There are more of these that you can explore in our portfolio, which you can see on our link tree in Instagram. We also have a booth in the back if you want to feel the product yourself. And these are some of the other brands that we've worked with. And yes, that is all from us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ecolabo 8. Now we would like to open Q&A sessions from the panelists.
Okay, thank you. I think I will have 2 quick.
What kind of plastic do you take for the recycling?
Okay, so for the kinds of plastic, we can recycle PP, HDPE, LDPE, and we also can recycle MLP for our construction materials.
And which one is the most difficult?
So actually the most difficult is MLP or multi-layer plastic. So these are the things like coffee sachets. So these things, they have layers. So they are not only plastic, but they have colors and they also have aluminum layers. So that is the most hardest to actually recycle. But we are able to recycle it and to use it in our construction products. So it is our decking planks and paving blocks, roof tiles, floor slabs, these kind of things.
Is there any further questions from the panelists? No, if not, then we'll close the Q&A sessions. Thank you so much once again for Ecolabo 8. And now it's time to vote. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, now we're voting for the most impactful and also the most innovative solutions that are offered. But by the end of it, we'll also have live voting for the most favorite one. So stay tuned, stay focused, and we'll get back to the 8th presenters soon. And now let's welcome to the stage from Tisu. You have 5 minutes. Your time starts now.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. How's everyone doing today? Hope everyone is still in great energy. Yes. My name is Stephanie Thian. I'm the founder and CEO of Tisu Bamboo Tissue. So let me introduce what we do. I'm here to introduce you a simple, eco-friendly switch that you'll want to make right away once you hear about the solution we offer and the impact we support. Do you agree that our daily choices shape our future and that every one of them has an impact? We certainly believe so. And that is why we decided to offer a better choice for a daily essential we use every single day, especially in the hospitality industry. I'm talking about a hygiene amenity we all use, tissue paper. Most tissue paper on the market is made from virgin wood pulp, meaning trees are cut down just to make something we use once and throw away. And it takes decades for these trees to be mature enough for pulping. If we think about it carefully, it's not the most resource-efficient approach. Not to mention, the industrial tree plantations where these products come from were once natural forests that have been cleared. Massive land use change damages biodiversity and disrupts the balance of our environment. So when we have the option to relieve pressure on natural resources, especially for disposable products, shouldn't we take it? Introducing Tissue. Our tissue products are made from fast-growing bamboo that's ready for pulping in just a few years. Bamboo doesn't require land clearing or replanting, and it regrows just like grass. This means our production requires fewer resources and generates significantly less carbon than tree-based tissue paper. Our products are also packaged plastic-free. They're certified by FSC, Kemenkes, and Halal by MOE. They're designed to impress with their premium quality while aligning with your sustainability goals. And when you choose Sisu, you also support mangrove planting and river cleanups right here in Indonesia. It's one of the easiest ways to reduce your environmental impact with no changes in your daily operations. You simply switch your current tissue to a better one. It's an apple-to-apple switch, just with better quality and better for the planet. Our company is growing to become the leading supplier of bamboo tissue in Bali. We've won over customers, or hospitality partners, as I should say, who refuse to compromise on quality and want to make a positive change. So far, we've delivered almost 1 million bamboo tissues to hotels and restaurants across Indonesia. And we hope to gain the trust to supply millions more in the next year. And it's easy for you to join us too. We offer special B2B pricing with no minimum contracts, and you can start with just 1 carton. If you're curious to know more, we'd love to have a chat with you and give you samples at booth 19. Let's talk about how this small change can make a real difference for your guests, your business, and the environment. Thank you.
Tisu, now we have, please stay on the stage. Now we have 2 minutes of Q&A sessions. Panelists, please fire your questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. My question is, do you provide data or estimate on plastic or tree saving for clients switching to Tisu?
Yes, thanks for the question. In terms of the plastic waste we help avoid it, we do have the number. We give a report annually. But for the tree planting, we do it monthly. We publish it on our socials. And also, in terms of impact, I guess we also make sure that we calculate also our carbon footprint, because like at the moment our products are still not produced in Indonesia, so we also calculate that footprint of bringing the products into the country. Yeah, and we try to offset everything by doing the mangrove planting and also the river cleanups. Yes. Any other questions?
Another question, please.
Just also, so are there plans to find a local supplier for your bamboo, how to say,
yes,
paper and
definitely.
plantation or something?
I think there's definitely a big opportunity for us to produce locally in Indonesia. I think the main challenge that we have right now is that the resource, the material itself, is not ready. It's not like industrially cultivated, and it has to be this specific bamboo species that's suitable for pulping. So it can't be just like a random bamboo species, for example, that's like suitable for construction. We use that for pulping. It's not gonna be possible. So we definitely would need support from the government and also community to help cultivate this and make it happen in the future. Yeah, so that's definitely the plan that we have.
Thank you
But-
so
yeah,
much for
thank
your
you.
answer, Tisu. Now it's time to vote. You're welcome to come back to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for you to vote if you would like Tisu to be the most impactful or the most innovative solutions. And now we would like to welcome to the stage our 9th presenters. Welcome to the stage, Maggie Farm. Your 5 minutes starts from now.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing great. So, my name is Ima, and today I want to tell you a story about food waste. The truth is, food waste in our everyday life feels normal. We run a hotel, we host an event, serving guests, even as simple as cooking at the kitchen. Waste seems like always being in a process of everything, right? Do you agree? We used to think the same too, until we started to look into the number and we found this. This is shocking. Every day in Bali alone, we produce and send around over 800 tons of food waste to the landfill. And this number is huge. Yet, we were still managing it just like a decade ago, throwing it out and tracking it away. Which is why, in 2022, Maggie Farm became the first in Bali to introduce Maggie Kit, an innovative and simple solution using black soldier fly maggots. Did you hear maggots? We use black soldier fly maggots to transform food waste into compost quickly, quietly, and right on site. Just like right here today in the Meru. So the event today, Ecotourism Week, all the food waste generated today will go to the maggot house back in there. If you want to check it, please talk to me later, yeah? We're gonna see the food waste being bringing to the maggot house by the Meru, and then by tomorrow, this food waste will be on its way to become compost. So the process of this is pretty simple. You just have to sort your food waste and then weigh it, record it, and then feed it to the larva. And it's done because the rest will be handled by Maggie Farm and will be returning the compost and also impact report back to you. Of course, this is aligned with UN SDGs and Bali's regulation as well. So yeah, these are some of the responsible hotels that are already joining us on this mission. Hotels like the Meru, Grand Hyatt Bali, even airport also already joining us in cutting down the number of food waste being sent into the landfill, also boosting their ESG credentials, and of course, enhancing their guest experience. Some hotels do this because it's required, but others do this because it is right. Either way, if you need help, we're here. So come to our booth if you have question. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Maggie Farm. Now we have Q&A sessions. Is there any questions from the panelists?
Okay, thank you. My question will be, do you have plans to expand your Maggot House model, and what are key challenges in scaling your Maggot House model?
Oh my God, key challenges. Dealing with food waste is already a challenge. It's the dirtiest, I would say the dirtiest and most yucky waste. And also dealing with the larva itself, the maggots itself also has another challenge because they are like a living being. There's a lot of different characteristics in terms of the, in every phases, yeah. So all of those challenges also kind of still we are currently facing to fulfill the demand, like how to maintain the production capacity of the baby larva so that we can still refilling all of the maggot houses in each hotels that are partnering with us. So yeah, but with that challenges, our current solutions right now, we are not settling, I mean, there is no set in stone. We keep changing, we keep researching, we keep redoing what we feel is wrong, what we feel is right. So yeah, that's kind of the thing.
Is there any further questions from the other panelists? All good? Okay, well then, thank you so much for Maggie Farm.
Thank you very much.
Now is your time to vote. Now let's welcome to the stage our last presenters, Eco Bamboo Bali. Your 5 minutes starts from now.
Oke, hello everyone. Selamat sore juga rekan-rekan sekalian. Perkenalkan, saya Angga Dinala, CEO dan owner dari Eco Bamboo Bali. Oke. Eco Bamboo Bali adalah sebuah perusahaan yang bergerak di bidang kontraktor bergerak bambu. Ada desain interior dan juga ada desain interior dan sustainable building. Oke. Kami bergerak, base di kami ada di Bali Utara, di North Bali, berusaha untuk melestarikan industri yaitu factory bambu. So kami berharap bisa melestarikan keunikan lokal dari bambu contraction di Bali. Adapun kendala yang kami hadapi selama ini untuk mengembangkan konstruksi bambu adalah pertama-tama kesulitan bahan, yang kedua adalah juga pengrajin yang berkurang. Karena masyarakat muda sekarang atau pengrajin bambu lebih banyak ke tourism industri. Jadi sangat susah untuk menemukan mereka yang mau melestarikan tentang produksi bambu di sini. Oke, adapun solusi yang kami tawarkan adalah kami memberikan semi permanen bambu villa building. Jadi kami mempergunakan tenaga lokal yang sangat profesional lebih dari 20 tahun di bidang bambu, dari unik juga jenis-jenis konstruksinya yang kami pergunakan. So building kami sangat ramah lingkungan, jadi bisa menarik audiens di sini atau para pengusaha yang bergerak di bidang horeca, hotel, restoran untuk bisa menggunakan alternatif existing building seperti salah satunya bambu. Oke, bambu teknologi ini sangat kita di-plan dengan masyarakat sekitar, lokal. Jadi bambu ini bisa ngeblend atau menyatu dengan alam sekitar. Jadi rata-rata bangunan bambu tidak merusak lingkungan, jadi sustain, jadi sangat menarik untuk bisa dikembangkan in the future atau di kedepannya. Oke. Adapun impact yang sudah kami lakukan adalah kami bisa mampu untuk mengurangi hampir 30% dari jumlah penggunaan plastik yang di villa-villa kami bangun. Dan juga bisa mengurangi dampak dari emission karbon yang kami bangun di villa bambu kami. Oke. Adapun bisnis model dari usaha kami adalah B2B, yaitu langsung dengan klien atau dengan horeca, hotel dan restoran. Bahkan untuk permintaan saat ini sudah sampai dengan di luar negeri, baik itu Asia dan Eropa. Tapi saat ini kami fokus untuk mengembangkan sustain di Bali. Oke. Maka dari itu kami menginvite para ibu dan hadirin sekalian untuk ikut join di Move On ini, yaitu untuk membangun hotel, restoran atau building yang sustain, jadi bisa berimpact bagi lingkungan kita seperti itu. Oke, untuk lebih jelasnya kami ada booth di belakang, kami bisa diskusi dengan arsitek kami langsung, kita bisa membuat grand design, desain building yang ramah lingkungan untuk properti Bapak dan Ibu-ibu sekalian. Mungkin nanti bisa dicek juga di salah satunya di website Instagram kami Eko Bambu Bali, beberapa informasi produk-produk atau building yang telah kami bangun. Terima kasih, selamat sore.
Thank you so much, Eko Bambu Bali. Now I would like to open Q&A sessions. Please stay on the stage.
Terima kasih atas presentasinya. Pertanyaan dari saya, kira-kira berapa lama umur struktur bambu, terutama di iklim tropis seperti Indonesia? Kemudian, apakah sudah dieksplor solusi daur ulang atau pemanfaatan pasca penggunaan dari bambu tersebut? Terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih. Kalau untuk durable-nya atau jangka waktunya, kalau dari struktur bambu bangunan itu dari, kalau kita sering sebut itu petung, itu kurang lebih 15 sampai 20 tahun. Karena kita treatment menggunakan, kita steam atau kita rebus, itu steam 2 hari 2 malam menggunakan borak acid. Jadi kita mengeluarkan enzim dari bambu tersebut sehingga kuat atau tidak bisa dimakan oleh rayap yang menyebabkan dia durable, strong atau tahan lama, Mbak. Terus adapun upaya kami adalah dari bambu, bangunan bambu tidak semua bisa kita cut, pasti ada aja waste. Dari waste tersebut kita sudah bangun factory, itu akan menggunakan ke furniture nantinya, dan juga kita akan gunakan sebagai bahan baku untuk pembakaran, karena akan kita bakar menggunakan sisa-sisa hasil dari waste bangunan tersebut. Itu yang telah kami lakukan untuk bisa membantu mengembangkan bangunan atau green building solution seperti itu, Mbak.
Thank you so much. Is there any further question? Yes, please, Ibu Suzy.
Untuk suplai bambunya, apakah 100% bisa dari Bali atau harus dari luar ya?
Oke, terima kasih. Kalau suplai bambu mostly kebanyakan dari Bali, Bu, itu dari daerah Tabanan, Singaraja, dan juga ada beberapa di Negara. Dan ada juga di Bangli, Penglipuran. Cuma ada jenis kind of bambu spesifik seperti bambu hitam, itu agak susah memang di Bali, itu kita datangkan dari luar, terutama dari Jawa, seperti itu, Bu. Gitu. Terima kasih.
Oh, satu lagi.
Ya.
Jadi kalau punya gedung bambu itu sudah 15 tahun gimana dong? Harus dirubuhkan atau bagaimana?
Oke. Kalau selama ini memang kalau dari kita yang 20 tahun seperti itu, ada klien yang memang ingin men-change, merubah seluruhnya, apa hanya repair sebagian. Jadi rata-rata untuk struktur itu bisa lebih dari 20 tahun, itu masih bisa kita pakai. Tapi untuk komponen atap, itu bisanya berbeda Bu, karena ada menggunakan bambu, ada menggunakan sirap, ada menggunakan alang-alang. Depend on material yang dipakai di awalnya seperti itu sih Bu. Gitu. Terima kasih.
Up. One round of applause for all of the presenters that has presented their ideas today. Don't forget to scan the QR code if you would like to vote for Eco Bamboo Bali.
Idenya gila-gila ya.
How's it been, Mas Dwi? It's been
Wow.
very interesting ya. Ada 10
10.
peserta mulai dari solusi yang kecil tapi sangat berarti
Impactful
karena
ya.
impactnya
Ya.
ada di tiap hari atau kegiatan kita sehari-hari.
Dan
Ada juga
ke-10-nya itu beda semua ya.
10-nya beda semua. I guess we had a really good curator.
Iya, betul,
Obviously,
betul sekali.
right?
Ya, ya.
And it's also very enriching to know that a lot of young entrepreneurs in Indonesia are now aware of sustainability efforts and they're putting
Yes,
a lot
I
of
know, right?
ideas to
Yeah.
grow their businesses.
Yep.
And also, Mas Dwi, this part of the event is sponsored by Hatton Wines.
Yes.
We have Hatton Wines booth over there,
I
and we
can
would
see it
like
from
to
here.
invite all of you, if you have a wristband with blue, red, yellow, and pink color, you're very welcome to redeem your drinks. As now we're already starting to welcome the afternoon, you know, sometimes we want to relax a little bit. And also, in a couple of minutes, we will come back to the stage as we will have the awarding sessions. And what other way to celebrate other than to toast with Hatton Wines?
Correct.
Right?
Penasaran ya siapa kira-kira dari 10 itu yang mendapatkan, tapi kalau dibilang juara semua juara ya?
Semuanya juara, karena semuanya udah masuk di Curations Ecotourism Bali.
Mungkin juga teman-teman udah ada favorit juga ya?
Nah, betul banget nih Mas Dwi.
Uh-uh.
Selain the most impactful dan juga the most innovative solutions, kita juga ada kategori most favorite. And you can scan directly here on the stage.
Ooh,
So you can
okay.
scan the QR and then this is live sessions, live voting, so we can directly see the result. So if you have any favorites from the presenters that you think the ideas are great or you like the way of them presenting it, please vote and support your young entrepreneurs in Bali. Kita sambil bisa lihat nih progresnya gimana. Kira-kira aktif nggak nih voters kita? Semuanya udah pada pegang HP, boleh dong bareng-bareng scan.
Ayo,
You can
coba.
direct your phone to the screen right now and you can vote your favorite
Ayo,
ones.
siapa?
Now it's getting fun. Kita ada Novoleum, kemudian ada Samsara Living Museum. Lalu ada Bali Beach Cleaning juga. Magi Farm. It's fun to
Ayo.
see these movements ya.
Siapa yang belum vote langsung ya?
Kita udah mulai kayak komentator sepak bola nih.
Iya.
Jadi kita langsung lihat vote
Dan
live
selalu
di screen
berubah
kita.
ya. Ada yang tadi
Yes.
di atas, kemudian turun sedikit,
Betul
naik
sekali,
lagi.
betul sekali.
Ya.
Kita ada waktu 2 menit ya untuk vote ini. Cecil, kita masih punya berapa menit sekarang? Apa kita masih punya 1 menit lagi untuk voting? Masih ada 1 menit lagi.
Oke.
Ada 1 menit lagi nih untuk menempatkan pilihan siapa presenters favorite hari ini.
Apakah ada dari teman-teman yang ternyata difavoritkan sudah nongolnya di atas?
Betul sekali, tapi tetap harus di vote ya meskipun udah ada di atas.
Iya,
Karena kan ini
betul.
bentuk support kita nih.
Betul.
Kira-kira kalau Mas Dwi punya nggak favorite presenters tadi?
Favorit ada saya.
Ada nih?
Ada.
Wow, ada berapa tuh? Ada 1, 2, 3?
Kalau favorit saya ada 1 sebetulnya.
Ada 1.
Ada 1.
Wow, penasaran nih kira-kira siapa? Kita masih punya 25 detik lagi sebelum kita tutup votingnya. Teman-teman yang ada di bagian exhibitions juga bisa scan dari belakang. Mungkin bisa di zoom ya QR-nya. supaya kita bisa pilih nih siapa kira-kira yang akan menjadi the most favorite presenters di tahun 2025 ini. Okay, we have 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Voting is now officially closed. Boleh ditutup votingnya?
Okay, let's see. We see it later?
We will see it later.
Okay.
And while we tally the result, let's take a little break before we come back for the awarding sessions. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
Bagi yang tadi punya gelang ya, yang bisa di...
Bagi yang mempunyai wristband berwarna pink, biru, kuning, dan juga apa tadi, merah, bisa langsung ke Hatton Wines booth dan juga menukarkan 1 gelas wine.
Oke, terima kasih. See you later.
Excited, definitely, to receive the recognitions from Ecotourism Bali, especially now that they have received an international recognitions.
Yep.
So definitely the EcoClimate badge is now eligible, or like it's very verified to put on your website, or also to showcase on your sustainability report to show your effort. Right, Mas Dwi?
Yes.
While we're waiting for everyone to gather here, let's watch a video on Regenerative Bali by Ecotourism Bali.
Elevate your company's corporate environmental and social responsibility through the Regenerative Bali program. Cross the island with one pedal. Show your commitment to the environment and local communities for a climate-positive future while strengthening your team building and boosting your brand reputation. Our Regenerative Bali program features activities such as mangrove planting, coral restoration, turtle release, and tree planting. Be a first guest in our newest activity and make a meaningful mark on the environment. Every tree planted gives back to nature, helping to improve air quality, provide habitats, and fight climate change. Each Regenerative Bali program not only provides an unforgettable experience, creating powerful memories, but it also directly contributes to carbon offsetting, with the potential to absorb a total of 369,000 kilograms of CO2 annually. The program also sets ambitious annual targets to maximize its impact, planting 1,500 baby corals, installing 150 reef structures, and restoring 150 square meters of seabed through coral restoration, planting 6,000 mangrove seeds and restoring 2,000 square meters of coastal habitats, planting 250 trees across 250 square meters of land, and releasing 300 baby turtles to support marine biodiversity. These efforts are critical in addressing urgent environmental challenges such as climate change, coastal erosion, and the loss of biodiversity. They also play a vital role in preserving ecosystems that millions of people rely on for livelihoods and well-being. On the social side, the Regenerative Bali program has positively impacted more than 1,000 local communities, including fishermen, students, coastal families, and entire villages through sustainable livelihoods, environmental education, and support for coastal resilience. By connecting conservation efforts with tangible community benefits, the program fosters long-term ecological and social harmony. These moments of impact stay with your team, inspiring them to become ambassadors for environmental change, both within your company and beyond. By highlighting these initiatives, we not only act for today, but also build a sustainable future for generations to come. Ready to make a difference? Join the Regenerative Bali program today and be a part of creating a climate-positive future while empowering local communities. Together, we can restore ecosystems, inspire change, and leave a lasting legacy. Don't wait. Take the first step toward a greener tomorrow and contact us now to get started.
Tourism Bali presents testimonial video by Eco Climate Badge verified businesses.
Hotel and rental owners. How beautiful would it be if Bali could be a clean, green and sustainable island where your business thrives by welcoming travelers who care about the planet. A place where we all can enjoy its beauty for years to come. That would be amazing, right? But sadly, if we keep going the way we are now, that future won't happen. If we continue to pollute our beaches, our waters and rivers, and discard nature, this paradise could be lost.
More visitors in the tourism industry means more trash, more plastic packagings, more bags, more straws that is one-time use and then disposed. This leads to pollution that can end up in landfills, oceans, river, beaches. If it gets worse, imagine a whole island full of trash. Then nobody wants to come. Nobody wants to come, there is no income. This is a tourism island, so it will affect a lot of businesses and people.
The guests don't want to see the beach so dirty. So that is the problem for us. Every year it's like that, but now it's too bad one.
It's really a time for all of us to wake up, and business is a big part of it. We can't wait for governments to solve this problem. It requires every single person on the planet.
Accommodation like hotel and resort use lots of water for their swimming pool, laundry, garden, and other needs of their guests.
When you own a hotel or resort, there can be a lot of consumption of energy. You have air conditioners in every room, consumption of water. There's a lot of laundry that's happening.
There's still lots of hotel or resort. They take lots of groundwater. It might be a serious problem for the Bali future because when the groundwater goes down, our groundwater will be salty and not good for long-term use.
We need to change the way we do business here today if we want Bali to remain its paradise it's known to be. So let's make the island of the gods a place for our children and grandchildren to enjoy as well. A Bali they can still love and experience.
With sustainability is to start small and think big.
The message we have is just start. Sustainability is not hard. Just do. Just start with something. Just start with one step.
Start small.
Hotels hold the power to transform Bali's future.
So often in business, people think that you need something to be perfect before you can start. If we were to wait until we could actually afford these new technologies that are supposed to be more eco-friendly, we wouldn't even have a business today. But by actually creating something where we already reduce the amount of air conditioning use, electricity consumption, and also the cost of waste management, because if you're handling, let's say 60-70% of your waste management on site without having to pay for that waste to be taken away, isn't that cheaper?
I think as you begin your business, just doing the research to find out what are the small changes that you can make. For example, at Soulshine, we don't change the bedding every day. That reduces our water consumption and on energy use. It's the towels that we pick to use affects how much water you need to wash the towels. We have no plastic policy in our kitchen. We compost our waste. So these are the small things that we can do.
Those are the methods that anyone can adopt from day one. And those are the methods that in fact should be made mandatory for any hotel from this point onward, because I think we see it's even more profitable than taking the conventional way.
At Ecolabo Egg, we are actually a plastic recycling company. We focus on recycling plastic into high quality durable products. The examples are pocket mirror, we have also combs, and also we can make outdoor furnitures. We can make anything basically, trays, tea and sugar box trays, indoor furniture, and also tiles. So yeah, I think there are a lot of options now if you just
there's a one in you that wants to do it the right way.
So we believe that sustainability is a journey and we need to put effort constantly. And through EcoClimate Badge, we believe that it could be a good incentive for them because it recognizes a best practice. The process of EcoClimate Badge starting with guidelines that we provide for hotels and restaurants. There's online assessment, and then a verifier come to their property to check on their assessment. And once they already pass that, we will provide them with the badge. That badge now, good news, is already recognized globally. So there's this big global online travel agent, Travelist, that already recognize our badge. And this is a big thing for us because we are the only one from Bali and Indonesia that got this recognition.
Did you know that 83% of global travelers prefer sustainable options and 56 of them are willing to pay more?
So it can open a bigger market, wider market, and then more quality market because we are the one that can set the standard here. Then we can attract the right market.
Earning the EcoClimate Badge isn't just about protecting Bali, it's about making your hotel more competitive. With this certification, your property appears higher in search results with the filter Sustainable Certification.
So now it's not only price or location, but also filter of sustainable certification.
Sustainability isn't just a trend anymore, it's what modern travelers expect.
One of the aspects of join our community is that they will gain access for supply chains, for basically the bigger stakeholder like government, media. So all the players, all the stakeholders come in here and then they can connect and engage.
The benefits go beyond visibility. You will have happier guests, reduced operational costs, and contributing to a cleaner and healthier Bali.
Ecotourism Bali is an amazing organization because they provide encouragement, they provide assessment, and they provide know-how to make businesses become more sustainable.
Ecotourism Bali has a very structured, process of assessment, and there was a whole questionnaire. So it made us go through our entire process, from guests coming in, guests going out, and how we manage our waste and resources. So that's helped us a lot, and then it helps us after receiving the bronze, gold, or silver, is that it enforces us to do better, and that guests recognize us, the two.
Let's protect the paradise we call home for our guests, our businesses, and generations to come.
For me, Bali is more than a beautiful island. It's a home, it's culture, and a way of life.
So to me, Bali is home. It's a place of nature, culture, and community. That's why I believe we need to protect it and keep it beautiful for our next generations.
Join the movement. Join Ecotourism Bali.
Let's join Ecotourism Bali.
Let's give one big round of applause for Ecotourism Bali and also for all of you that are still here together with us here inside of the room. Right, Mas Dwi? It's been quite a long day, but
Yes,
definitely very inspiring. And now it is time to celebrate excellence with the EcoClimate Badge Awards. We would like to congratulate to all of the participants in the restaurant and hotel categories. You are leading the way in sustainable tourism in Bali.
And we will start with EcoClimate Badge for restaurant category in period 2024-2025, presented by Ibu Rahmi Fajar Harini.
We would like to call to the stage for the bronze category, Mosaic.
For silver category, Over the Moon.
And for the next silver category, Amici Bali. We would like to call all of the representatives to join us on the stage and to receive the plates from Ecotourism Bali. Ibu Rahmi Fajar Harini as the co-founder of Ecotourism Bali, presenting the badge. It looks beautiful, isn't it, Mas Dwi?
Yes.
Now they can display the badge at the restaurants,
Of
you know?
course.
Not only on the website, but at the restaurants, maybe at the VIP room so that all of your VIPs will see the effort. And also now we would like to present the gifts from Sensasha. And also for the bronze category, for the silver category for Over the Moon. And now we call
Yes,
everyone to
take
join for a
picture
picture
together.
together. Okay, everyone ready with a big smile? 1, 2, 3. One more time, everyone say Ecotourism Bali. 1, 2, 3.
Ecotourism Bali.
Yay, we love the spirits.
Congratulations.
Okay, now Mas Dwi, we will move on to the next category, right?
Yes.
What is the next category, Mas Dwi? I think now we're moving on to hotels, right?
Yes, we are now on the hotels. Silver Eco Climate Badge for hotels.
Presenting Silver Eco Climate Badge for hotels. We would like to call to the stage Mono Local,
Seascape Sanur,
Astera Canggu,
Canggu Cabana,
Cyrus Villa,
the Sakala Resort Bali,
and also Blossoms. We would like to call all of the representatives from the hotels mentioned to come up to the stage and receive the gifts that will be presented by Ibu Suzy Hutomo as the co-founder of Ecotourism Bali. I would like to call once again, we have Monolocal, Seascape Sanur, Astera Canggu, Canggu Cabana, Cyrus Villa, the Sakala Resort Bali, and also Blossoms. Silahkan untuk naik ke atas panggung.
Sekali lagi kami mengundang para representatif dari companies yang sudah kami panggil tadi.
Sepertinya banyak perwakilan dari INIVI nih, Mas Dwi.
Perwakilan dari?
INIVI.
Oh, oke.
Betul sekali. Berarti sudah terlihat ya bahwa sebenarnya this ripple effects actually exist.
Yep.
And once one restaurant or one hotel does it,
Yeah.
and then the others will just follow.
Follows.
And then you start to see the results.
Yeah.
We would like to mention once again for Silver Eco Climate Badge for Monolocal.
Monolocal,
The second one, we have Seascape Sanur.
kemudian Astera Canggu,
And then we have Canggu Cabana.
next one is Cyrus Villa,
And then we have the Sakala Resort Bali. And last but not least, we have Blossoms. It is indeed a blossoming afternoon here at the Meru Sanur. And once again, congratulations for all of the hotels for your effort. Now you're certified with Silver Climate, Eco Climate Badge.
Eco-climate badge.
Now you can come closer together for a photo.
Move forward.
And then maybe a little bit closer. Yes. Okay, I'll count for the photos. We have 1, 2, 3. Everyone have a big smile. 1, 2, 3. And now everyone says Ecotourism Bali. And 1, 2, 3.
Ecotourism Bali. Yay.
Once again, congratulations for all of the recipients of Silver Eco Climate Badge for hotels. We would like to welcome you back to your seat.
Kepada Ibu Susi, mohon stand di stage.
And now moving on to the third category.
It's going to be gold, isn't it?
It's going to be gold. Let's present Gold Eco Climate Badge for hotels presented by Ibu Susi Hutomo. The plates and gift from Sensasha. Let's call to the stage. We have Apurva Kempinski,
Potato Head,
Kamala Resort,
Aksari Ubud,
Bamboo Turtle Eco Lodge,
Nadi Nature Resort,
Soulshine Bali,
Sarin Buana Eco Lodge,
Bali Beach Glamping Resort,
Being Satwa Luxury Ubud.
and also last but not least, we have Arkamara di Jiwa Ubud. We would like to call all of the representatives from mentioned hotels to join us on the stage. Mungkin kita bisa panggil sekali lagi. We'd like to call once again to the stage Apurva Kempinski,
Potato Head,
Kamala Resort,
Aksari Ubud,
Bamboo Turtle Eco Lodge,
Nadi Nature Resort,
Soulshine Bali,
Sarin Buana Eco Lodge,
Bali Beach Glamping Resort,
Being Satwa Luxury Ubud,
and Arkamara di Jiwa Ubud. Nah, kita ada 11 orang nih. Boleh mengambil tempat yang sudah disediakan. Maybe a little bit at the front, so in front of the table. The first gift for Apurva Kempinski Bali. Congratulations for achieving a gold Eco Climate Badge for hotels.
Potato Head,
Kamala Resort, and now we have Aksari Ubud.
Nadi Nature Resort,
And then we have Soulshine Bali.
Bali Beach Glamping Resort,
And then we have Being Satwa Luxury Ubud. Dan juga Arkamara di Jiwa Ubud. Once again, one big round of applause for all of the Gold Eco Climate Badge achievement.
Tepuk tangan yang meriah.
Baik, saatnya untuk mengabadikan momen bersama. Boleh semuanya merapat ya, mungkin agak menyamping. Everyone come closer together. We'll have a photo. I'll lead the photo. 1, 2, 3. One big smile for the golden champions. 1, 2, 3. And now everyone says Ecotourism Bali, and 1, 2, 3.
Ecotourism Bali.
Congratulations once again for Gold Eco Climate Badge that has been achieved. Your effort is definitely acknowledged and is now verified. Yeah, Bu Susi? We would also like to give our gratitude to Potato Head and Purva Kempinski for supporting Ecotourism Bali to improve continuously their verifications. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we still have more gifts to present and also more effort to be acknowledged, right?
Yes.
As you've already seen, we had 10 impressive speech that happened on the stage. And we would like to announce who is the winner of the year for the most innovative presenters.
And then what else we have? A favorite, most favorite.
And we have most innovative, most impactful, and most favorite. I would like to congratulate for the most innovative presenters. We have Ecolabo 8. Please come to the stage. The representative of Ecolabo 8.
Kami mengundang dari Ecolabo 8.
And we would like to also mention for the most impactful presenters in 2020-25. Maggie Farm. Would like to call Maggie Farm to come back to the stage. Once again, we would like to call Maggie Farm. Masih berlari nih, kayaknya dari bus.
Terlihat masih semangat.
Ya, betul sekali. Congratulations once again, Maggie Farm, to be the most impactful presenter in 2025. And then last but not least, we have our favorite, the most favorite one. We'd like to call to the stage.
Siapa kira-kira?
We have Eco Bamboo Bali. Congratulations, Eco Bamboo Bali, for being the most favorite presenter in 2020-25. And of course, I would like to welcome to the stage Ibu Rami Fajar Harini untuk menyerahkan plakat dan hadiah from Como Hotel Resort Bali. And also we have our sponsor from Sensasha. Mungkin boleh maju ke depan, agak tengah. Yes. Baik, kemudian kami panggil untuk berfoto bersama Magi Farm. Congratulations once again. You are. It's fine. No worries. That's a big excitement. And also the most favorite one, Eco Bamboo Bali. Please join Ibu Rahmi. Dan juga kami panggil untuk maju ke atas kepada seluruh peserta pitching untuk berfoto bersama dan juga menerima hadiah dari Sensasha. We would like to invite all of the presenters, all of the 7 other presenters to join us on the stage to receive gifts from Sensasha.
Sambil menunggu mungkin yang bertiga untuk foto bersama dulu.
Sekali lagi kami panggil atau kami undang untuk maju ke atas panggung kepada seluruh peserta pitching session. Tadi rame ya.
Rami, Ibu
kami panggilkan untuk naik ke atas panggung. Ada Yayasan Penyu Indonesia, kemudian ada Novoleum, ada 1 Watt, Global Food Partner, Samsara Living Museum, Bali Beach Cleaning, kemudian dari Tisu untuk maju ke atas stage dan berfoto bersama. And especially for this year, Ibu Suzy Hutomo, as the co-founder of Ecotourism Bali, would love to give a special appreciations to the 3 selected ones, as you will receive a moment of mentor from Ibu Suzy directly. Jadi tahun ini untuk 3 pemenang tadi akan dimentor secara langsung oleh Ibu Suzy Hutomo selaku co-founder of Ecotourism Bali. Baik, boleh kita atur posisi untuk berfoto bersama? Boleh merapat semuanya ya. Foto 1, 2, 3. Senyum yang lebar. One more time, 1, 2, 3. And everyone say Ecotourism Bali in 1, 2, 3.
Ecotourism Bali.
Once again, congratulations for all of the young entrepreneurs. You are also starting to become the leading tourism businesses in Bali.
Terima kasih ide-ide yang luar biasa. Selamat.
Once again, one big round of applause for all of us here, all of the participants, exhibitors, and then also the presenters, speakers, moderators, and also definitely for the committee of Ecotourism Bali. We would like to once again give a shout out to our partners and sponsors. Our partners, Kita Bisa Design Studio, Koalisi Ekonomi Membumi, Bali Tourism Board, Indonesia Marketing Association, Melali Mais, Eco Bali Recycle, and also our sponsors,
Hutton Wines, Ecosystem Hotel, Bank BBD Bali, Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil, Booking.com, The Body Shop, and Sensasha.
Finally, this is not a goodbye, but a continuation of our journey towards a sustainable future. I'm Windy Prasanti and my partner,
Dwi Iskandar.
We will like to see you again next year. So stay inspired and committed to making a difference. Terima kasih dan sampai jumpa. Om Santi, 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 Om.